And Manak Patel. Asad, you've got the coin. Do you mind giving it a toss, please? Heads is the call. It is a head. Manak, you've won a toss finally. What are you going to do and why?
We like to bowl first. Yesterday's game, we saw that there's a little bit help for the Pacers in the first 1 hour, so we like to use that 1 hour.
Okay, I can't understand whether it would have been delight or disappointment with that tie the other day. What are the feelings in the camp?
There's lots of positives from the last game, but we just need to make sure that we execute our plans and stick to our strength. And the main thing, once we execute our plans, we'll be on top.
Okay, give me some team news and some plans today.
We are going with the same team.
Okay, very best of luck today, Manak. That's Manak Patel, the captain of USA. Asad Al-Awali, you've lost the toss. Slight difference for you. You'll have to bat first today.
Yeah, I think I would have batted first as well. I think it was a really hard wicket to bat on, and we were playing on the same wicket. Gonna be staying low. Looks drier as well, so hopefully we can put some runs on the board and put them under pressure in the afternoon.
As you can see from me, it's more than a little hot and very humid. That will be an advantage to your boys. You're very used to this.
Yeah, we're used to this. The weather doesn't concern us. We played a lot of cricket on this weather, so it's about trying to come out there and executing our skills and trying to put up a good, decent total for us to defend in the afternoon.
Same 11 for you again today, correct?
Yeah, we're going into the same 11.
Give us the thoughts, though, in front of playing in front of that home crowd. It was a special occasion a couple of days ago. Hopefully the fans will come in again this afternoon. Maybe some school kids in.
Yeah, hopefully. But the crowd was amazing. They gave us the motivation to, the really difficult position for us, and for them to get behind the balls and build a partnership and nearly got us home was really, really good for us. Hopefully they can come out again and put the support around the boys again today.
Asad, very best of luck, mate.
Thank you, Lenny. That's
the news from the toss. So, USA, they've won the toss. Bit of a change in tactics. They are going to have a bowl first today. Sticky start to the morning, as you can see. Very moist indeed. But you're very welcome along to today's coverage. It's about 30 degrees centigrade already, would you believe it? 2 minutes prior to 10 a.m. There are a few dark clouds around as well. We're not expecting game-ending showers, but we might just get a bit of rain at some point, although generally this afternoon looks pretty clear. Game number 2 of 6. Let's take a look at the two teams before we get going. Unchanged, both sides. USA and Papua New Guinea both deciding to go with the same 11 after that tied match. So the 3 that miss out for Papua New Guinea not playing today. Still no sign of Nosana Pakana, Kabui Vagimurea, and Hilavare also miss out for USA, sticking with the same side that pulled a tie out of the fire. We called it a tie for the ages here in the commentary box, and that's exactly what it was. One of the most extraordinary games of cricket you could ever imagine. Yasser Mohammed, Kyle Phillip and Rahul Jarawala sit out. Surprised to see no Kyle Phillip. Saurav Netravalkar has the new ball. We're all set and nearly ready to go. Netravalkar just running through his run-up. Andrew Leonard here alongside one of the great men of PNG cricket, Charles Amini. Charles, has your pulse lowered? Are you able to breathe again after 2 days ago?
Absolutely, Andrew. What a game on Sunday. As you said, the game for the ages. Anything, all 3 scenarios were possible in that last over. So.
Well, I said it about 15 overs out. You ignored me. You said, no, it's a win or a win. I said, come on, Charles, the tie is possible. Saurav Netravalkar takes the new ball, as he did a couple of days ago. And for Papua New Guinea, they're continuing with this, I don't want to describe him as a makeshift opener, but certainly a new opener. Hiri up at the top alongside Legacy Aka.
Yes, and I think when you look at the PNG team that's available for this tournament, I don't think they have a lot of options. Tony Ura has traditionally been opening for this team, but I think he's found a groove at number 4 or 5 for the PNG batting order. So I think that's where he will remain.
What will the approach be today from the PNG batters? We're on the same wicket as we saw a couple of days ago, but a difference from 2 days ago. We saw USA bat first, now PNG bat first, and even Asad Al-Awali, even though he lost the toss, he said he would have liked to bat.
Yeah, I think the pitch will even out since Sunday. So I think PNG's approach, probably not as cautious as they were on Sunday. I think they should be a bit more intent in their batting, running between the wickets, which was really their strength in that innings on Sunday.
Thuds into the pad, massive appeal. And the umpire, oh, he was just a little bit tempted, wasn't he? At first he went on the walk to go and have a look for the leg by or the potential run out. And then, as the appeal got stronger, he became a bit more interested. Probably a pretty good decision. Just a bit of height. And maybe just angling down, Charles.
Yeah, I think angling down leg there. I think that's the benefit of the doubt. The umpire could see the 3 stumps. And Alukapa officiating today, replacing Lacaniola from Sunday.
Driven and a really good diving stop. Stephen Taylor using excellent technique, the reverse cup hands technique, to dive across to his left. Siaka showing his aggression, getting down the track. Cost him his wicket against the off-spin of Stephen Taylor in game 1, but showing a full face of the bat to Netravalkar. He gets off the mark, the first runs of the day.
Yes, and Lega continuing what he did on Sunday in terms of advancing down the pitch to play that shot there into the into Steve. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Sarab Netravalkar, isn't it, with the new ball. Left armour. America's leading one-day international wicket taker. He's such a consistent performer. You might look at him and say he's not that quick, but he's deadly accurate and he's very economical as well.
Yes, and he took the vital wicket of Sesebao to bring some fear into the camp. And PNG were cruising at the moment, so yeah, you can't write somebody with his experience off.
Playing a miss outside the off stump, a really good opening over. Just the one run coming from it. Here he does not look comfortable at the top of the order. He'll have to grind it out and find a way through what will be difficult periods. We saw Netravalkar bring one back in to Siaka. This time it's just the angle across Hiri.
And Hiri fishing. That's the first ball he's faced. And tempting delivery there from Netravalkar. So Hiri brought in as, I guess you would say, a makeshift opener given the circumstances with the PNG selection. They really have to dig deep and curtail that natural aggression to try and hit every ball.
I know there was a lot of talk on the USA fan forums and in and amongst even the Brains Trust of the team about their bowling selection. 7 bowlers used the other day. We saw a quite remarkable world record as well. I'm not sure if you heard about this 2 days ago. I might put you on the spot, Charles. It's a difficult one to guess. We'll keep the scorers in the mix as well. Our 2 scorers are with us here. Very close. See if they can guess this world record. There's been over 4,000 one-day internationals as Kenjige starts. Sharp run out. Opportunity and a direct hit would have been gone by miles. I think even a throw over the top, if the bails were whipped off, would have been gone. Instead, Hiri scrambles home. That was straight to the fielder. Suicidal single in the second over.
I thought he was gone straight to the fielder. And the throw had to be straight. That was all. That was a matter of milliseconds there. Very fortunate. So first opportunity for USA to pick up a wicket in that over.
Yeah, Kenjige just bowled the 4 overs with the new ball the other day. And they couldn't get anything going against him. The 4 overs went for just 4 runs. And then you and I, Charles, couldn't understand why he was taken out of the attack. I don't think Kenjige could either. And despite being probably the premier spinner in this side, he ended up only bowling less than 7 of his 10 over allocation. Brought back from this end of the ground as we see a little bit of bounce. He took 2 wickets in the final over to take that tie as if from nowhere, rob PNG of a win on home soil. Surely we're going to see Kenjige bowl his full allocation of 10 today.
I think he should. Having bowled so well in that innings on Sundays, there's a appeal there from Kenjige. And he bowled 4 overs and 4 runs. Being spinners, playing days, Andrew, I think when you have that sort of rhythm, you should continue. Because here he advances down the pitch and pushes it down to mid-off for a single.
Good diving effort by Kenjige off his own bowling. Yeah, you're spot on. I think sometimes captains can overcomplicate things. They watch the modern T20 game and they see bowling changes every second over, and they think, I have to keep changing things. But at this level in particular, when you've got a bowler in a good rhythm who's causing problems, I'm not sure you should ever take him off. And Kenjige was inspired to start with and inspired to finish, but more runs coming off his opening over than we saw in the entire spell of 4 overs the other day. I think it's going to be, in fact, this will be given as leg bye, so it won't be 5 runs off the over against the bowler's analysis, but it will be 5 in total. So a nice start for Papua New Guinea, 6 for none after 2. Let's take a look at the points table and explain to you the update after that remarkable tie. 2 ties USA have had in the course of their 29 ODIs, and we're going to put Charles back on the spot. So, played an awful lot of one-day international cricket around the world, and the associates are playing a lot of it at the moment in this Cricket World Cup League too. We had a world record here 2 days ago in Port Moresby. Any ideas what it could be? Not an easy one, Charles, I'll tell you that much. And I'll give you one hint. It includes both teams. So the 2 teams combined. It wasn't that Papua New Guinea set a record bowling or batting or fielding wise. It was the 2 sides combined. They set a world record that's never happened before. Chipped into the sky and just enough of it over the head of Malhotra. And the outfield has been very fast indeed, despite that rain we saw around Port Moresby yesterday. And that's the first boundary of the day to Legacy Aka.
And you can see Lega advancing down the wicket again. He's been doing that to Netravalka's bowling from the last match, so he's continued that. I think that's probably to bring some pace onto the bat for him. He likes to play those sort of shots. And I think the difference with Lega this morning, he's shown, is a bit more intent this morning than Sunday.
Chipped into the sky, and oh, we had 2 deliveries there, both times just teasing the fielder. The first one goes for boundary, this one goes for a couple. Siaka looks like he's living dangerously right now.
Siaka's always lived dangerously. Yeah, so 2, you could say, opportunities there for PNG, depending on, for USA rather. Those balls, both balls, shots chipped into the mid-wicket area. So Monarch Patel is now behind the stumps. The captain has moved up behind the stumps to negate the movement that Lega is producing, advancing down the pitch to Netravalka.
Yeah, and second slip's going to come out to a gully as well. That's Cameron Stevenson in there at gully. Aaron Jones at first slip. See Patel up to the stumps quite a bit for Netravalka, and to Siak it's a good move. And just as I say, it's a good move, and it's going to cost them 4 runs as the ball will squirt away for 4 byes. Not a good start this with the ball for USA. Monarch Patel's glove work was unusually tardy the other day, and this one, as we've seen, several deliveries from this end of the ground have kept low, but it's not on target, and it just goes through Patel's legs.
And that is the risk when you do stand up. If there's anything just a bit short or low or just wide of the stumps, can streak away to the boundary.
And Netravalka is going to change his angle. Amazing what a couple of shows of aggression does to a bowler. He was all over Siaka and Hiri in his first over, and then Siaka's taken him on. Bit of fortune in the 4 and the 2 to get things going. That's a much better stroke. Definitely the stroke of the day so far. An extra cover drive that pierces the gap between the man at extra and mid-off all the way along the ground. Beautiful shot from Legacy Aka, 4 runs.
Much better shot from Lega there, all along the ground, through the gap. Picks up 4 runs.
Trying to get to this world record stat to keep you on the spot. We don't have time. There's too much action to start things off, Charles. What's going on here? As the sun just peeks between the clouds, and we'll see it come right across the pitch.
So how many hours are you going to give me to think this one?
I'll give you the
Andrew?
power play, Charles. No more than that.
Okay,
But you can
okay.
ask for a few hints, because this is not easy, okay?
Okay.
I wouldn't have known this apart from Kastav Gudapati, the statistician on Twitter, who we need to give credit for the world record. But I'll give you another stat that he also tweeted. There's been only 4 ties between associate nations in the history of one-day international cricket. And you have to remember that there's been 4,465 ODIs, if you include today's game, dating all the way back to the early 1970s. And 3 of those ties have come this year. Oman, UAE, in Muscat. The quite ludicrous tie, the only way I can describe that, between USA and Nepal in the Musa Stadium in Pearland in Texas, and then the one a couple of days ago. So 3 of those 4 ties have all come this year. But then alongside it, in the history of 4,464 ODIs up to a couple of days ago, we saw a record broken that has never gone as high before. So I'm putting poor old Charles Amini on the spot. He's no idea what I'm talking about, but we will give you the answer before the end of this first power play. 20 for none after 3. Good start for PNG.
Yeah, much better start than Sunday. You can see the intent with Lega in particular, as Kenjige continues from the Manu end against Hiri Hiri.
Yeah, and good work from these two. Hiri Hiri knows that really his job is just to try and survive out there, get Siaka onto strike, let Siaka do the work. Felt that USA were under par the other day. It's the same wicket. We saw spin play its part, particularly in the second innings of the game. Is it sort of 250 plus you're looking at here, historically at Amini Park?
Yeah, I think you bat first. 250, the pass score here. Anything above 250 bonus. There's been a couple of 300s in here in the past.
Yeah, interesting to see, certainly, a little bit of turn and also bounce on offer from this, the Manu end of the ground. Very different aspects, aren't there, to the two ends. We see the fast bowlers tend to get a few shooting low from the Bassini end, and here from the Manu end, there's turn and bounce, big appeal, umpire unmoved. That's one of our 2 standing umpires today. Let's take a look at this. Donovan Kosh from Australia, who was officiating in that Australia-Zimbabwe series recently, down for the sweep shot well outside the line. Only half an appeal. Good decision.
And Lega, you can see the difference in his approach this morning. A lot more positive. Full stretch to play that defensive shot. And I don't think he'll be advancing down the wicket. But I've been proved wrong before, Andrew.
Well, maybe he's learned his lesson, because I'm not sure whether it's the correct approach, particularly at this end of the ground. So just 2 singles come from that over. 4 gone. 22 for none now.
And Andrew, interestingly, I spoke to Mark Coles this morning, the interim coach for Papua New Guinea Barramundis, and he spoke about the lessons to be learned from Sunday. So, Lega, the lesson he would have to learn is not to advance down the wicket so early in his innings.
So strange, though, wasn't it? The ending, we saw USA celebrating naturally when they'd taken 3 wickets for just 3 runs right at the death. But I think both sides left unhappy, which is a very rare thing you see in cricket. You can't really remember too many occasions where both teams are going home feeling unsatisfied. And PNG, they spent a long, long time in the dressing room under their new interim head coach, Mark Coles, and local coach John Avia, Michael Dighton with them as well, as one of the assistants. And it looked to me there was a bit of a post-mortem in the dressing room, as this one's edged away through that region between slip and gully. I don't think it would have gone to second slip. Another expansive stroke from Siaka. Netravalka rather sensibly coming back over the wicket whilst he's continuing to move the ball. That surely has to be the correct option.
Yeah, because I think the last ball he bowled outside, bowling around the wicket, he got hit down the ground for 4. So he's produced more chances bowling over the wicket.
Fields into the pad, probably pitched outside leg. Singh picks up quickly. Running between the wickets is very aggressive to start this morning. And USA have just been caught a little bit flat-footed, a little bit off guard perhaps. Not anticipating this aggression. Yeah, the LBW appeal, nothing in it, going down the leg side. But an immediate call from Siaka. That's good work from him. And here he scampers home.
And I think as a batsman, if you're taking those singles and want to get down to the strikers end, that also shows intent of wanting to face the next delivery. Yeah, PNG have always been a strong, aggressive, team in terms of running between the wickets.
They're giving the fielders a real going over. Singh had to sprint to that, didn't he, to cut off the chance of a second. With the same wicket on the ground, so if you didn't join us for the coverage in the first game, what you'll see throughout is a much shorter boundary on one side. So on the leg side as we look now from the Bassini end here at Amini Park, it's a 60-metre boundary square of the wicket. That's out towards the pavilion. And also you can tend to hit with the wind towards this direction, or sometimes it does go straight down the ground as well over Netravalkar's head where he's running into, but the wind only kicks in really in the afternoon. Now the far side of the ground where that ball has gone out towards the offside, you're looking at about a 77-metre boundary, and then straight down the ground 76 metres or so. So when we move 2 wickets across for the final 3 games in the series, we'll be closer to the perfect oval, but definitely something that both sides will look to exploit, that shorter leg side boundary.
Yes, and it's fairly calm this morning. There was slight drizzle in the evening. So what normally happens in Port Moresby is that brings a bit of humidity the next day.
Did you just say a bit of humidity? Feels like 100% humidity, Charles. Did you see me arrive in this morning?
I was going to follow up to say that you experienced that firsthand this morning.
So for those who don't know what we're talking about, no transport for your old pal Andrew Leonard here this morning. I had to walk from the hotel. How did I look when I arrived, Charles?
Not very well. Not very well for, Port Moresby humidity.
Did I look moist? Would it be fair to say I looked moist?
I think more than moist.
Yeah, the first time I've conducted a toss whilst feeling like I was in a swimming pool. Definitely nice to be up in the air-conditioned box here. 5 overs gone, halfway through the power play, 25 for none. So halfway through the power play here, 25 for none. Good solid start for Papua New Guinea. They'll be really pleased. Remember, they lost the toss this morning, 9:30 a.m. out with the 2 captains. And USA, things have just gone a little awry, haven't they? We've seen protective equipment run onto the pitch, and the youngest player on the field, I think in either side, if I've got that correct, is Saiteja Mukamala. He's going to come in underneath the helmet. He's drawn the short straw, hasn't he? He's in at silly point. And they think that little bit of extra bounce that Kenjige is getting from this end could create some chances to Hiri Hiri and Lega Siaka. Siaka on strike. And he immediately gets the paddle sweep out. Really well executed. Netravalkar is going to chase after this, but he's going to chase in vain. The outfield is really quick here despite that rain yesterday. And a good start from Siaka, exploiting that gap in the field on the leg side with the silly point coming in, 4 to the total.
Correct. And if you put in a silly mid on, you would have thought the ball should have been a pitch just backward of a length. There was a delivery that was to Hiri Hiri earlier on in Kenjige's last over, where the ball popped up in the spot. So I think to exploit that variable bounce, he needs to get it pitched. That was a bit too full, and Siaka put that away.
Better length that time. You can see the intent here from USA. They feel that if they get Kenjige to keep landing them on a good length just outside off stump, there's been a few that have popped up, and Mukamala could get into the game. There's a man out at long off. He's going to have to do a lot of work. Jesse Singh will run around, cut it off just inside the rope. Siaka started brilliantly here, going at a run of ball. 22 off 22 he is now, 3 more to the total, and they're taking Kenjige on.
Well, we did say Lega Siaka would not advance down the pitch if he's learned his lessons from Sunday. But he has, so that's the way he plays. And he's picked up 3, chipping that over mid-on.
Just as he comes down the wicket, he gets some Syria, in fact.
And I think that movement from Hiri Hiri here is a result of that silly mid-off. Because he's the one who popped up the delivery. So he's probably the one that USA are targeting with that field placement.
Yeah, right on the money this time from Kenjige. What was the difference in opinion at the toss? Why would Vala have looked to bat first? Is he looking or thinking that this wicket, in what will be the 4th innings on it inside 3 days, will start to turn in the 2nd innings? Or what is the local thinking there?
The local thinking there is it's much better to bat on in the early part of the day, and there could be a bit of turn in the afternoon. He does have a lot of spin options outside of himself. CJ, Lega and Hiri also have all a bit of spin.
6 overs gone. PNG 32 for none. There's the home flag for the Barramundis. And you can't go anywhere in Port Moresby right now without seeing not just dozens of PNG flags, but hundreds and thousands. Because Independence Day is coming up on Friday. It's going to be, I believe, the 47th Independence Day. And you see not just flags being sold, but hats and jerseys. And even tell me about these feathers. They're selling these feathers as well, aren't they? What are they?
Yes, well, PNG tradition, your headdress. So different cultures use them in different ways, and it's become commercialized. So you'll find quite a lot at all the different markets throughout Port Moresby. Andrew might have to grab one for you just to change your hairstyle a bit.
Don't know where the feather's going to hold on to. There's not much up top.
Well, you actually tied her onto you, so.
Okay, we can
make
make
it like a bandana.
Nisarg Patel into the attack, spin from both ends. This surely is not plan A for USA. Things have gone more than a touch awry to start with. So Teja Mukamala hairs after this one, and he's going to be conceding the 3rd. Good running again, brilliant from Hiri Hiri. Why are USA going to spin so early here? Surely the reason they've won the toss, want to get their seamers into the game. Instead, 2 left-arm spinners in tandem right now.
Yeah, interesting move here. Well, I hope it's a bowling change again because the professor's on to bring pace from the other end.
But again, we've seen the spinners, particularly for PNG, operate exclusively from the Manu end of the ground, where Kenjige is currently on. quite sure why Netravalker's been taken out of the attack. There are the options of Jesse Singh and Cameron Stevenson. As Hiri plays a spectacular stroke. He was 2 off 15 up to that delivery, but he climbed into that one, didn't he? Leant back, kitchen sink thrown at it, and there's no extra cover, just a long off out and a cover fielder, and it goes wide of the two of them.
Now there's a beautiful shot from Hiri. His real first show of intent this morning. So good to see confidence come back into his game. Ball flighted right outside off stump with only 2 fielders to beat.
Keeps a bit lower this time, darted in by Patel. In fact, there was an extra cover fielder. He's just obscured for me. He's a little bit closer. So 5 fielders in the offside, 4 on the leg. Long off, extra cover, and backward point alongside the slip. It's a poor length again. Dragged down by Patel. He's lucky to get away with just a single there. Expensive start for the left arm spinner.
Agree. That should have gone to the boundary from Hiri. Straight to the fielder, and the misfielder pick up a single.
Good start this is from Papua New Guinea. Definitely a makeshift option at the top for them, with Tony Ora now having gone down the order in both formats, but Siaka and Hiri have combined aggressively to get PNG off to a flying start. They're nearly going at a run of ball. It's 40 for none at the end of 7. Spin continues and the silly point stays in place. Played straight to Saiteja Mukamala, who's got the helmet on. Is that a fielding position you ever found yourself in, short leg or silly point, in close to the bat?
Yes, I have. Actually, I can remember a catch that I took as we come back to Kanjigay. In my youth, Andrew, I was playing for the Onslow College 11, of which Jeremy Coney was our PE teacher in those days, down in Wellington, New Zealand. As Hiri advances down the pitch, plays that with real confidence down to long off and picks up a single. I don't know what you call that, but silly leg gully.
So were you behind the wicket?
I was behind the wicket.
Yeah,
but
so like a leg
only
gully.
just.
Yeah.
Well, actually, silly fine leg. A very silly fine leg. I thought it was a silly.
Maybe a leg slip.
Move.
Maybe let's call it a leg slip. Keep it simple. Silly point comes out now. Siaka's really looking dashing so far. And you just clung on to one there with one hand. No helmets in those days, of course.
No helmets in those days, and the ball was glanced straight to my ankles, and I caught it between my ankle. It's a fluke.
There's Cameron.
But I remember that catch quite vividly now.
The silly points now come out, and he goes into more of a silly mid-off. The helmet comes off for Saiteja Mukamala. Is there a fear factor when you're in that close? You think of some of the great fielders in there, the likes of David Boone, historically. It's not an easy thing. It's a real sort of specialised position, isn't it? Chris Rogers it was as well, wasn't it, more recently?
It is because,
Australia.
and you have to entrust the bowler that he doesn't bowl a rank full toss or a half tracker that puts you in danger.
8 overs gone, PNG 42 for none. Don't think with my quality of leg spin I was ever trusted too much with a silly point or a short leg. used to quite like getting a gully in place, actually, a slip and a gully if they were coming out really well. And Saiteja Mukamala, you can see him just giving the equipment, protective equipment, to Yasser Mohammed, who finds himself out of the team again, almost turning into a specialist drinks runner these days. He's been in the last 4 or 5 squads for USA, but he's barely played really. And Arun Kumar Jagadish, the head coach of USA, not trusting either Yasser Mohammed or Rahul Jarawala of late. Also, no sign of Kyle Phillip in the team just yet either, the big tall fast bowler. Spin from both ends. As this one's hit into the sky towards Jaskar Malhotra, but over his head at mid-on. Patel, they're really going after him, aren't they? They're seeing him as the weak link in this American attack here in PNG.
Well, traditionally hitting down the ground as well at a mini park for all these batsmen, PNG batsmen. This is the one and only turf wicket here in Port Moresby. There's not a lot of breeze to play with for the batsmen, so fairly risky and uppish there from Lega.
Not quite sure it would have been in the plans overnight from USA. If they had won the toss and the plan was always to bowl first, 2 spinners inside the first 10 overs. That surely can't have been what the thinking would have been coming into today. Siaka smashes that one high and handsome. That's an almighty stroke to the shorter side of the ground. The 50s come up inside 9 overs. That's the shot of the morning so far. Siaka on fire in Port Moresby.
Yeah, this is a trademark Lega Siaka shot. Pitched right up and helped himself over the mid-wicket boundary for the first maximum for the Barramundis as they bring up the 50. Yeah, great start here from the PNG opening pair, makeshift as it is, with Lega scoring the bulk of the runs here.
Runs continue to come, and it takes a good diving stop from Jesse Singh to keep that to just a single. Cameron Stevenson runs over to him to give him a high five. This has been a superb start from PNG. But just going back to my point, this cannot have been the plan, Charles, can it, for USA?
No, and I'm just thinking here, is humidity an issue?
Expand on that for me, Charles. What do you mean?
Well, it's quite warm this morning. The fact that there was overnight drizzle has increased the humidity in Port Moresby. Port Moresby is not like the rest of the country where it's really like close to. With the intent that PNG is showing, the running between the wickets, putting pressure on the field, are they trying to make use of the weather factor here? Because it's quite strange to me that there's only been 3 overs of pace so far.
Well, they're using those home conditions brilliantly at the moment. Papua New Guinea 51 for none after 9. And they're showing that they are making a mockery really of their position in the table. You might look at the table and go, well, Papua New Guinea, they're the also-rans of this competition. But we need to temper that with the reality of what we've lived through. We've lived through a COVID pandemic. This is just their second match on home soil. Every other team in this league, the way it was designed initially was that you were supposed to play a third of your matches at home, a third of your matches on neutral soil, and a third of your matches away. So 12 ODIs at home, 12 as a neutral team in the third wheel in the triangular series that all of these ODIs are played in, and then 12 away. But the way it's panned out for Papua New Guinea with the COVID pandemic is they played all their games away from home. There is the wicket that USA needed, and it's Nosh Kenjigate. He's turned into Mr. Dependable for USA over the course of the last 6 months or so. Flatter through the air, definitely, maybe just skidded on. And Siaka, did he just get caught on the crease a touch? Back pad, the finger went up immediately. Let's take a look.
Yeah, this ball is kept low, and Lega walked straight away. As you can see, the ball kept low, straight onto the stumps.
Siaka gone for 35 from 30 deliveries. PNG lose their first. They are now 51 for 1, and how USA needed that. They were all over the place really for the first 7 or 8 overs. We'll see if we can bring you that replay again. CJ Meany is going to come to the crease at number 3. Hopefully this is the right angle now. Can't really tell anything from this side angle.
Well, the only thing we can take out from the replay is the fact that the ball kept low. And Lega walked straight away. Here we go. That is plumb.
Yeah,
and he walked.
It's plumb and as they come. Really spot on the money. Definitely did keep a little bit low, but it was flatter through the air. Potentially difficult for us to tell from here, but maybe Kenjigate might be bowling a little bit of cross seam, and that might have just hit the shiny surface, skidded on. Remember, that is one of the 2 new balls in play, so that new ball will only be 4.1 overs old. As he gets off the mark with a lovely wristy flick into the leg side. He wants 2, and he's going to get 2. He might get 3 the way Singh and Malhotra have tumbled around it, and confusion between the 2 of them. After you, after you, after you, sir.
Yes, and Hiri wasn't aware of the misfield. If they'd run with a bit more intent in that second run, there was easily a 3rd in the offing. Yeah, against the run of play, the loss of the wicket for PNG brings CJ to the crease.
Yeah, certainly. I think for USA, plan A went out the window after just 4 overs, maybe 5 overs. Netravalkar, their most effective bowler, their highest wicket taker in their ODI history, whipped out of the attack, and then you and I thought, okay, surely it has to be Jesse Singh or it has to be Cameron Stevenson. We've seen the seamers operate almost exclusively from the far end of the ground, but Patel was brought on and surely smashed out of the attack now as we get to the end of this first power play. Yeah, just getting those graphics corrected as well, because there was a dot ball. It wasn't the first ball of the 10th over. The wicket fell on. Good work from the scoring team. 10 gone, 53 for 1. PNG ahead of the game, but they have lost that wicket of Legasiaka, who dashed and started beautifully. Here's the batting lineup for Papua New Guinea. How would you see them stacking up? Vala surely at number 4?
Yes, Asad Dalavala captain at number 4. So we have Tony Ura at number 4.
I wouldn't trust those graphics right there. That's just at random, just as their input. But so it was more for you to explain, where do you think they will come? Vala at 4, maybe Tony Ura at 5?
Yes, well, this doesn't look right for a start. It's definitely Sesebao, top scorer in the last innings, will bat ahead of Chad Sopa.
Possibly see Sesebao at 6?
Yes, Sese at 6 and then Chad at 7. I think you were batting first. Norman, I guess, depends on the match situation. If the score needs to be pushed ahead, then Norman will probably should go out ahead of Chad. But yeah, I had a chat with Chad this morning, and he was really ruining the shot that he made that caused his dismissal. So I know that he can bat well. He's really improved his batting in the last few seasons, and batting at number 7 after Sese. So that's a fairly strong lineup. There's an even mixture of left-handers and right-handers in this team.
Jesse Singh into the attack from the end. The seamers have operated almost exclusively from the Bassini end of the ground, and Patel, the experiment of Nisarg Patel in the power play was not a fruitful one. Power play's over, Charles. You still haven't given me a guess. What was that world record set a couple of days ago? Any ideas?
That they're the only 2 teams that have had 2 ties.
Good guess, but incorrect. Not even close, sadly. Something to do with the bowlers from both teams. There's a big clue for you. This one's hit towards the mid-on fielder, just short of Malhotra. Remember, it's a combined record, Charles, between the 2 sides. Inside edge, fortune for Hiri Hiri. Singh right on the money. The attempted cut shot probably wasn't wide enough to cut, and Hiri Hiri, just in his shadow batting there at the non-striker's end, suggests he must play straighter. Again, that ball keeping low from this Bassini end of the ground.
Yes, and when Singh started off his first ball of his over, there was a ball that should have been put away in the same spot that at cuttable height. And here he had played it straight to the point fieldsman. So I think he's trying to probably ruled that he should have put that away and tried to play the same shot a lot closer to his body and almost chopped onto his stumps.
Strong pull shot from Amini. And very good fielding in the deep. Cameron Stevenson, he's outstanding, isn't he, in the field? Probably a cast iron two to almost everyone else in the USA team, but he picks up one-handed, keeps Amini to a single.
Yeah, brilliant fielding. The first shot of the morning that was driven to him, the dive to the left, return to the bowler. So he carried on, from the way he finished on Sunday. So great to watch.
Dances down the track, but straight to the mid-off fielder where Taylor fumbles. He did get a slightly awkward bounce. It just got a bit large on him. And here he gets through for the single. It gets him into double figures.
And interestingly there, here he also advancing down the wicket.
He's not rapid pace, is he, Jesse Singh? He's more medium pace than anything. Comes in off a big long run up. Wholehearted an effort, certainly. But he wouldn't be as quick as, say, Stevenson or Damien Revu.
So what would you rate his pace level at?
Oh, I couldn't say that on air. He might hear it. 11 gone, 56 for one. Come on, Charles. I'll put you on the spot. Give me some sort of a guess. The two bowling outfits together combined for an ODI record. What was it? Any guesses here in the scorer's box? Anyone know? The scorers have gone even quieter than you have right now, Charles Amini. They've gone missing in action. Come on, give me one more guess. I'll put you out of your misery then.
They all bowled 7 bowlers.
They did both bowl 7 bowlers, and you're nearly there. That's happened before, but for the first time in the history of 4,464 ODIs, there's never been 13 separate bowlers take a wicket. So both sides did bowl 7, and 13 of the 14 used took a wicket. So went past a record that was shared between 5 or 6 different teams, which have had 12 bowlers take a wicket. But it shows the breadth and depth of those bowling options that the two sides possess. Singh fields really well to keep that to a single.
Yeah, great feeling there from Singh as Hiri advancing down the pitch, looking a lot more comfortable against the spinner. And I think also to negate the ball keeping low that trapped Siaka on the crease.
Remarkable stat that, isn't it, Charles?
My goodness.
So there was only one bowler to go wicketless a couple of days ago. Remember who that was? It wasn't your son, I'll tell you that much. He took a wicket. It was one of your countrymen.
Asad Walla.
Spot on, correct. So imagine Asad Walla had taken a wicket, we'd have had 14 separate wicket takers in the game. Goes to show the options that both captains have at their disposal. As Aaron Jones dives over this one at mid-wicket. We didn't see anything with Aaron Jones from the ball. The only player really, well, there's 2 players on the American side who don't bowl at all. That would be Gajanan Singh and young Saiteja Mukamala, but there could well have been an 8th bowler. Aaron Jones has been used with his leg spin quite a lot, particularly in T20I cricket. But I think one of the questions for the American strategies has been all of these left-handers that PNG have stacked throughout their order. So this is why we're seeing Kenjige try to get through his overs while there's a right-hander still at the crease. think it's 5, if not 6 left-handers in the starting 11. Charles Amini will give you the details now. As Jones misfields at extra cover to allow a single. Kenjige not happy with his vice-captain's efforts.
Yes, and PNG has 6 left-hand batsmen out of the 14-man squad.
I think it's 5 in the starting lineup probably, isn't it?
Correct.
And that's where Stephen Taylor's off-spin will come into play in a big way. Kenjige's been just dragging the game back a touch after that dismissal of the dasher Lega Siaka at the top. 12 gone, 59 for 1. Beautiful bowler to watch, isn't he, Nosh Kenjige?
Very simple action. And I think the delivery that got Lega was a bit quicker. And that trapped Siaka in front of the wicket. So I've noticed since then that Hiri's been advancing down the wicket, and I think CJ is trying to do that as well.
Thuds into the pad, massive appeal. Jesse Singh was convinced, and the umpire unmoved. It's the hometown umpire, Alu Kappa, at this end of the ground. Certainly wasn't going over the top. What's this missing? Oh, that looks very adjacent. Maybe just going down. Movement from Singh through the air. Going to see if we can get one more look at that replay in a moment. When Charles Amini rejoins me, be back with me in a moment. Into the 13th over, Singh definitely getting this to duck back in. Let's take a look. Is this 2 and 2? No, it's not. Donovan Kosh had a long think about this one. And Asad Olavala, what a moment this would have been. The first delivery he's faced. Stevenson building up a big head of steam. Let's take a look. No, I think it's flicked the pad. Good decision. Definite contact. Bat not near that. Edged just short of first slip. He's very deep there, Aaron Jones. Gets his body on the line to make sure no further runs. A wicket and 4 runs come from that over. Yeah, more a toe edge of the bat rather than an outside edge. 14 gone, 68 for 2. That one's just rolled along the ground, isn't it? No bounce at all. And Charles Amini looks back at the wicket with real disdain. If that's on target, if that's on middle stump, Amini would have been gone. Instead, it's well wide of the off stump, and it has pretty much just rolled along the ground. Managed to find Charles Amini. He's back in with me. Charles, you missed the big wicket there of Hiri. Cameron Stevenson right on the money, probably a little bit too quick for Hiri. And then a big moment from the first ball of Asad Olavala. Massive appeal, but clearly coming off the pad. Good decision from Donovan Kosh.
Yes, sorry I had to run next door to do a bit of work.
Multitasking. Good on you, Charles.
Correct. Yes, and against the run of play as well, the loss of both wickets.
Just seen 2 in this over. The first one almost rolled along the ground, really, Charles, and that one is definitely kept low. Seamers have to operate, don't they, from this Bassini end?
Yes, and I recall a couple of matches, a couple of seasons ago, where players did get ball virtually rolling like, along the wicket. So, yeah, signs of that appearing this morning, and I think we'll probably get worse throughout the day.
That's why I mean he's got down the track. Can't see any umpire in the world giving that one out with him being 7 or 8 steps down. Very optimistic appeal.
As you see, CJ here, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps down the wicket. And Legasiaka was doing that earlier on, so I think a lot of the batsmen realize, especially in the last over, or this current over, that the 2 of the 4 balls so far have kept low.
What will be the approach here from Amini and Vala? The 2 openers are now back in the hutch, and these are the 2 class acts, aren't they? The 2 class acts for Papua New Guinea. How will they look to rebuild?
Well, they'll have to bat as long as possible. I think that as I've said earlier on, the ability to find the boundaries, the home ground advantage of scoring quickly, they can up the ante when they want to and shift gears. I think the main thing for PNG is to produce a partnership, at least a 50 to 100 partnership here between these 2, and see if they can set up the game for Tony Ura and Numan Vanua towards the end. You can see from the scorecard so far, all the batsmen have had starts, but nobody's really gone on to score big, and that's always been the issue for PNG batting. And as critical as I can be for my own son, hitting 20s and 30s is not quite there. You've got to progress, especially recently where they recognized his talent in the batting and moved him into the number 3 spot. You've got to restore that confidence in your ability by turning that into runs. Asad's a known performer. He hangs around, he bats with that responsibility. So if they can rub off onto CJ as well, if he can survive this spell from Patterson, Stevenson is looking very good.
Yeah, he's noticeably sharper, isn't he, than Singh and even Netravalkar. I think he's been the quickest of the 6 or 7 seamers we've seen between the 2 teams. And he's rushing all the batters. And good to see the slip come into place. That's good captaincy. I'm surprised to see him bowling from this end of the ground. I would have thought your strike bowler. It was totally perplexing, wasn't it, that he was only used for 4 overs the other day in 3 different spells. But he's definitely looking probing, looking threatening here for USA.
I'm just wondering whether he's carrying a slight injury. He's not. Okay, so he had lots of overs to spare on Sunday, and they bring him into the mix now. That's the longest spell he's had, equal the longest spell he had on Sunday, so his second over. And definitely the quickest of all the bowlers that have played in this series so far.
Guided away. It's a nice stroke. Just too full, wasn't it, from Stevenson? I don't think he's looking for that Yorker length, and it's going to run all the way to the rope. That's one of the longest parts of the ground. If that was straight, that's okay length, but too much width on offer from Stevenson, and Vala gets off the mark with a boundary.
As you see the replay here, full outside off stump, and Vala helps himself with a half volley, backward a point for 4. If Stevenson bowls too full, the batsman will be sweating on those sort of deliveries. I think the balls that have kept PNG in trouble are the ones just short of a length. With his pace and the doubts that's been created in the batsmen's minds with the way the pitch is playing out.
I think like any wicket that has something in it, just don't need to overcomplicate things. Bowl a good cricket length. A good length as in not too full, not too short. He has the pace to bowl a short ball if he wants. Get it on the money, and as you can see from the first and second deliveries where Vala was rushed for pace, squared up, bowl a good length. You don't need to do anything too fancy when the conditions are in your favour. Down the leg side, has had a few problems with occasional wide. So bowl 3 consecutively from this end of the ground, and another one just creeps in. Just be a single out to Gajanan Singh. He's at deep square leg, the shorter side of the ground. The 2 left-handers in tandem, it probably won't be that long till we see Stephen Taylor in with his off breaks. When would you bring him in? How long would you persist here with Stevenson and Singh? It's not a day for 7 or 8 over spells for the seamers. It's sort of 3 or 4 over bursts.
Yes, and he bowled well from the Manu end. He's got Singh operating from the Bissini end. I'd bring him on next over. And give Stevenson a spell here. He's picked up the wicket. I think he's struggling in the heat, we can see. Maybe 3 2-over spells.
We do have the drinks break incoming as well. I think we'll get one more over in before that. Yeah, possibly the way to go will be one more for Singh, then maybe get Taylor on from the Manu end of the ground. And then maybe get Stevenson back from the Bissini end where he's looked more natural. Singh into his 4th. USA certainly dragging things back, but PNG will still be happy with their position at the first drinks break?
I think so. I think it's after 17 overs, depending on what happens in this particular over before the break, PNG would be happy where they are right now. Yeah, shorter ball from Singh there, and Vala guides it down to gully, fielded there by Stevenson. Yeah, I guess given the humidity of today, it'll be difficult for the fast bowlers, the quick bowlers, to bowl longer spells. So short bursts will help their cause. I think after the break, I would have thought trying to bring on Taylor just before the break, the last over before the break, create some doubt in the batsman.
Well, the only reason I disagree with you on that front, Charles, would be I think the spinners have to bowl not from this end of the ground, from the other end. They have to bowl from the Manu end. It's already become very apparent. So maybe Taylor will bowl the first one after drinks. That could be the good move from Anand Patel.
Yep, that's the move I'd go to. So the 4 balls remaining before the drinks break. As Vala picks up a single behind square leg.
Yeah, 3 balls left before the first drinks break. 2 drinks breaks taking place an hour and 10 minutes after the start of play. So just, it's ticked past 10 past 11 local time, and the subs are getting ready. That has kept low again. Look at Amini where he's batting. He's probably, what, a full stride outside his popping crease, and he's done well to keep this one out.
See the replay here. Ball pitched outside leg. So difficult to give an LB there. But the ball is keeping low, and that's, as you said, Andrew, you keep on bowling pace from this end. So outside of Singh and Stevenson, they're the only 2 pace bowlers in this team?
Yeah, Netravalkar as well, the left-arm seamer.
Correct.
Definitely isn't any part-time option with Seam for USA. All their part-time options are spinners. We saw Malhotra used much more than he'd ever been used in international cricket, and was down at the 2 teams' training sessions yesterday, and Malhotra must have bowled for a solid 30 or 40 minutes. I think he's trying to consider himself an all-rounder.
I think most bowlers do, Andrew. So the last ball remaining before the drinks break. And Singh bowling to Amini.
Will survive. So maybe honours even, or possibly Papua New Guinea with just their nose in front at that first drinks break. We'll take a break here in the commentary box. It's 75, in fact 76 for 2 with that single. We'll be back with you with all the action in 5 minutes' time. So welcome back after the drinks break, and a sharp welcome back from Cameron Stevenson. Digs one in. We haven't seen many bouncers. Well, this one was dug in and just over the head of Asad Alavala, who ducks underneath. In fact, CJ Meany on strike. Correction. The two left-handers will look to guide this second stage of the first innings. Again, just those occasional wides from Stevenson have been a bit costly for USA. We thought we might see spin immediately from Stephen Taylor, but they're going to keep going with the big Australian-born quick for the moment.
Yeah, interesting move. So that's why Monarch is playing. Andrew, while both of us are up here.
Get us down there, mate. Get us involved, come on. You still fancy your chances out there, leading the troops?
Not in this heat.
Square drive. Lovely shot from CJ Meany. Very stylish on the eye, isn't he? What is it about left-handers? Why do they always look more elegant?
True, I've always asked that question. You look at the great batsmen of the world. Brian Lara was just so graceful, wasn't he? And you'd have a right-hander doing the same thing. I think the closest they were probably Tendulkar in terms of just the way they look, just the gracefulness. And you seem to find that amongst the left-handers more.
Who were some of your favourite players? Who were your sort of idols when you were growing up? This one's pulled into the deep for what will be a single out to Singh. You said you've got some connections with New Zealand, someone like Martin Crowe. He's a real icon of the New Zealand game, where their Australian batters, Alan Border. Who did you look up to?
Well, interestingly enough, I was a bowler back in those days, so Sir Richard Hadley was definitely my idol. But yeah, I had the fortune to. I love Greg Chappell. Watching Greg Chappell, I saw him hit 100 in a session at the Basin Reserve.
Yeah, if you talk about a bowler's action to mimic or to work off, that just it was so repeatable, wasn't it? Richard Hadley, he was silky smooth, got very close to the stumps, almost shades of Glenn McGrath, and he was as good as New Zealand have probably ever produced with the ball.
Mm. And he could bat a bit as well. But yes, Sir Richard Hadley, one of my idols. Playing cricket, school cricket in New Zealand in those days.
Batting wise, who was it for you? Was it someone like Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards from the West Indies? Was it a Mike Gadding? It was Viv, was it?
Definitely Viv, because of the aggression that he brought into the game. Greg Chappell was just graceful, a graceful batsman to watch, really nice to watch. And I had the fortune of watching him live at the Basin Reserve when he peeled off 100 in a session. He was 76 not out overnight and got to 176 in that first session. So I'll never forget watching that. Just the way he looked at the crease. So there's only a few batsmen that can sort of show that. Mark Waugh is great to watch. Sachin Tendulkar, obviously. I watched him hit 100 at the MCG.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Boxing Day Test.
Not many fans in today. Not quite like Sunday, the end of the 18th over. It's 80 for 2. What was very noticeable as I got around town yesterday, lots of school kids with uniforms of beautiful varying colours. We might get some of them in as their school day finishes for the second innings, hopefully.
Yes, I think as school finishes around 3 o'clock, you'd see the crowd start to build up. You'll find that a lot of the schools are having the Independence Day programs today. So a lot of the parents are attending the children, like they put them into the various provincial groups and they do the cultural singing. And so the schools are the best organized communities in terms of providing these sorts of Independence Day celebrations.
Hook shot, nicely controlled by I mean, he rolled his wrists on it, so he didn't take on the fielder in the deep. 47 years of independence for Papua New Guinea. Can you give us a bit more about the history of the country? Where did that independence come from? Why does it mean so much to local people?
Well, Papua New Guinea, two nations, pretty much. The island is New Guinea, so people tend to refer to the place as New Guinea, and to this day, some still do. But the Papua is the bottom half of the country, and that was colonized by the British and then the Australians.
Very ambitious attempt of a quick single from Vala, and rightly sent back by Amini. Kenjige is the last man you want to take on in this team.
And New Guinea, German history, and then the Japanese obviously came in after that. And then Australia took over the whole nation. So you can see as a result of that sort of the imperial powers that were here in those days sort of influenced the way the sports were played in this country. So you have football very strong, soccer, because of the German and British influence. Then you have in this part of the world cricket and Australian rules.
So the majority of the cricket and the Australian rules is from down in and around here in the Port Moresby, sort of half of the country, if that makes sense.
And the people who played in the other centres are all from here. So you'll find also that the sports are sort of mixed up in terms of the ethnicities as well. But rugby league sort of transcends all of that. and soccer does in a way.
Yeah.
And our soccer team, the Kumals, are doing fairly well at the moment too. So.
Yeah, one of the great things as well, you seem to get a sense of from in and around Port Moresby, and I'm sure it's even more extreme in different parts of the country, but there's a great difference of sort of backgrounds, isn't there, ethnicities, and it feels like a little bit of a melting pot. There's a huge range of kinds of people here in Papua New Guinea.
Because like I said earlier on, we've got more than 800 languages here. So a third of the world's languages are spoken in this country.
Wow. Yeah, phenomenal place to be, Papua New Guinea. 6 one-day internationals we're going to have across ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. I want to ask you a bit about the future as well of the game here. As this one's driven, but straight to the mid-off fielder. There's no doubt that Papua New Guinea are going to finish 6th or 7th in this league. I think even in their wildest dreams, if they win every game coming out. So it hasn't been the campaign they'd have wanted, but also there's been extreme reasons for that. There's been crazy times for the world. There's been a complete lack of home fixtures for them outside of these 4 games that they'll play on home soil. Is there a way in which you would like to see the ICC look at that and try to keep Papua New Guinea in the league? I know that's something Cricket PNG have talked about, rather than potentially relegating a couple of sides out of this and losing their ODI status. This one gets a bit large on Amini. 2 runs come from that over. It's 82 for 2. And with the end of the Super League, rather tragically in my opinion, it means that the Netherlands will surely come back down into this league. That would make it an 8-team league. Would you like to see it expanded? Would you like to see Canada and Jersey, who are going to be the winners of the 2 challenge leagues, to come up rather than potentially relegate what could be Papua New Guinea, what could be Nepal or Namibia?
Yeah, I'd like to see it expanded because you have the associate countries here, but in terms of the economic circumstances, they vary as well. So you have a country like the United States, and you compare that to a country like Papua New Guinea and Nepal. So, and you see Scotland as well. So you have countries that can, I guess, due to the standards in terms of the economies compared to the less developed countries, what it means to these countries to be able to be part of these leagues. So I would expand. So you give them those opportunities. The more you take away, the opportunity for them to sort of build back up again, you don't have that capacity. And this is where the economics comes in for me.
Yeah, and also over and above that, I suppose geographically it would help keep a good spread. It would be the sole East Asia Pacific representative, 5 regions in ICC. Stephen Taylor comes into the attack. We felt might have been the first over after the drinks break, but just an over later, Manan Patel read our mind here in the commentary box. And he'll have the two left-handers to bowl his off breaks too, which will be just what he wants. 5 regions in ICC, East Asia Pacific, where we are here. We've got the 2 full members in Australia and New Zealand, those great cricketing hotbeds, but continued growth across the region. We see action of the T20 variety in Vanuatu today, where Vanuatu, the Cook Islands, Samoa and Fiji are playing in the first stages of that T20 World Cup qualifier for 2024. And then Papua New Guinea, probably the flagship associate in the region, but they're the only side in this Cricket World Cup League 2 from in and around here. From Asia, you've got Nepal, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, and from Africa, Namibia. From Europe, Scotland, we'll probably see Netherlands come back down in and join. Also from Europe, and USA from the Americas could well be joined by Canada. Canada were the unlucky side to miss out to the Barramundis in Namibia 3 years ago to give PNG that ODI status. And this wealth of 36 ODIs. The pandemic's tried its best to ruin it as Taylor starts with a maiden, quick between his deliveries. But this league has been a fantastic initiative from ICC. I think we've got to give them and the development team great credit for what it's done for the best associates in the world.
I think so, and I really do. That you have these sort of tournaments, so and then you bring them to each of these nations, these tournaments. Then then people can picture and realize that, you know, we're part of the greater world of cricket. You bring cricket into this part of the world. You bring games here. And then you start to get some belief and following amongst our people.
36 one-day internationals each team will play. Oman has already finished their allocation. Namibia has played only half that number of games. They've won 9 and lost 9. And they have arrived into Port Moresby. They got in yesterday morning, a long old journey from Africa. They came via Doha and then on to Singapore before making their way down to Port Moresby. In fact, they didn't just stop in Singapore. Listen to this, Charles. They were on a flight from Doha to Singapore, as we see Netravalka return to the attack for his second spell. And they had just gone over the eastern coast of India when a woman sadly suffered a heart attack. And they had to turn back and land the plane. I think it was probably in Kolkata, or what you would know as Calcutta. And they were on the tarmac for about 2 hours there before they were able to get going again. And Namibia barely made their connection through from Singapore before getting to here in Port Moresby. So it was a pretty tired group of Namibians there at the Hilton Port Moresby yesterday. They didn't train yesterday, understandably, just at a light pool session, and we should see them in the nets this afternoon, I believe.
Yes, I heard that story last night, Andrew. Yeah, most unfortunate. And they just made the flight into Port Moresby. If anything, they would have then had to go through Brisbane, come around, and really made it tight, given that they're going to play on Thursday.
It's a beautiful place here in Papua New Guinea, but it's not that easy to get to in terms of its international connections. Outside of Australia, which has plenty of different spots you can get up, I think, from Cairns and from Brisbane and Sydney as well, potentially. But up towards Asia, it's really just Manila, Singapore, and I think maybe Hong Kong as well. But that's about it.
And Japan as well. But in terms of cricket, what I'd really like to see is expanding on our earlier discussion, is that we're at the doorsteps of Australia. We're a flight away. And there's a lot of internationals who played there, as obviously Australia being a leading test nation, cricket nation, that the opportunities for teams that are coming through here, just to stop over for a day and play a match against PNG on the way down to Brisbane. It's only a day in the tour, but if we can do that regularly for those teams that especially go to Australia in the Australian summer, and include it as part of the program, that you play a game in PNG on your way there. So whoever's coming through, and just get that exposure to see the likes of India and Test nations that come through.
I think it's a really good point, and it's something that has been a big success for Ireland and Scotland. If you look at the nations that have gone in for an English summer, it was four years ago when Ireland played their first Test match, having got Test status. But Pakistan, they were given a hell of a game in Malahide, and then it gave them perfect preparation for their summer, where they beat England in the Test series. And we've tended to see any of the sides that come in. Australia have done it several times as well for white ball cricket. They come in, they get acclimatised perfectly, and particularly if your first match in Australia would be somewhere like Brisbane, it would be very similar climatically here to Port Moresby, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And you don't really miss a beat. So if the Australian cricket programmers out there can somehow, in conjunction with PNG, factor that into tours of Australia or New Zealand for that matter, coming through from Asia.
Going to be a boundary. 2 consecutive maidens were bowled by Taylor and then Netravalkar. And this time Taylor just dragged short and it's pulled away for 4.
As you see the replay here, as Taylor pitches are very short, and Vala with only one fielder to beat. The gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and pulls it away for 4.
Yeah, and I was just about to ask you before that boundary was hit that PNG had just gone into their shell a bit. Your son in particular is struggling, 9 off 33. That strike rate in the 20s. Down the track. And was this a chance? Has it come off the pad or has it come off the bat? The reaction from Singh at cover seems to think it might have been a chance, but maybe as much as anything it was as close as it was. I think this might have come off the pad. Let's take a look. Yeah, pad through.
Yeah, and first slip was unsighted.
I'm just going to have a break in play. Not too sure what's happened here. I wonder, has maybe Manank Patel... Let's take another look at the replay if we can. No idea why there's been a change in, or a break in play. The umpire's now waving the PNG subs off. Let's take one more look here. It's deflected off Patel, hasn't it, before going through to
Yes.
Jones. There is Pacific Oz Sports. We'll talk about them in a moment. Stephen Taylor gets those sunglasses up onto the hat of the umpire Donovan Kosh. Isn't it nice all those crazy rules we played through during COVID are gone? You couldn't give your cap to the umpire for the best part of a couple of years. Madness.
Yeah, it was mad. We in Port Moresby, we missed the whole season. Just couldn't do it at all.
Hit down the ground. There is a man out at long off who is the sub-fielder, Yasser Mohammed, who has a bit of a nightmare, to be frank. I think he is on as a sub-fielder. Might be for Cameron Stevenson. I could be mistaken in that. This should have been 2 runs to the total. Yasser Mohammed did all the hard work, and then at the final moment, it's just gone through his legs.
Yeah, and onto his knees and straight onto the ropes. So 2 boundaries in this over to break the shackles a bit after 2 consecutive maidens.
And it's going to be 3 boundaries in the over. That's much more like it from Papua New Guinea. A big, big 6, an almighty strike. Taylor's got that one into the slot, and despite, in theory, turning the ball away, Vala says, don't bowl there to me, I'll take on the short boundary. There's a man at long on, there's a man at deep backward square leg. There's about 90 yards between them. So as soon as he gets it up over the man in the ring, it's basically a free hit, and it goes all the way for 6.
Yes, and right in the slot for Asad Vala, one of his favourite shots. He's a renowned big hitter, and good to see him take 14 of that over. 2 4s and a 6. So bringing back this score to 96 as PNG approach 100. At 2 for 96 at 22 overs, I think PNG would have taken that this morning.
It was Cameron Stevenson that was off. Well, let's talk about this Pacific Oz Sports Partnership. This is a brilliant initiative just being announced last month. A new partnership where Cricket Australia has joined forces with the federal government, that's the federal Australian government, to provide opportunities for cricketers, not just here in Papua New Guinea, but also in Vanuatu. Good diving stop at extra cover from Aaron Jones. And the PNG and Vanuatu men's and women's teams are set to regularly face off against different Australian cricketers. That doesn't mean full national team level, but they've joined forces with Pacific Oz Sports to launch the Australia Pacific Cricket Linkages Programme to facilitate the growth of cricket both here in PNG and in Vanuatu. And the partnership's going to provide opportunities for the development of both nations' elite teams. Advanced pathway programs enable cultural exchange opportunities, and it means that the men's and women's sides will go and play in several Australian competitions each year, including the top end T20, with the women's side also going to play in the Australian Country Cricket Championship. And this can only be a really positive development, both for here and in Vanuatu.
Well, yes, and that's good to hear, Andrew. We were talking a bit about that as to how Australia can help PNG and Pacific cricket. So that's a great initiative to see. Mind you, a few years ago, or quite a few years ago, we had the Brian Bell Scholarship, and late Sir Brian Bell is a merchandiser in Papua New Guinea. He sponsored players to go and spend seasons in Australia. So a lot of the players now, CJ for example, Tony Ura, Assad, they played all their cricket in Australia for various clubs. And that's the only way they could sort of improve their skills, playing top-level cricket. And then that then transcended into the PNG team.
Travalcar into the pad of Vala. Yeah, if we look at just reading more from that press release from Cricket Australia, the CEO, Nick Ockley, someone I actually worked with back in 2015 at the Cricket World Cup. He was part of the local organising committee there before moving into the governing body. He says the programme will enable us to start in our own region by strengthening the relationships with PNG and Vanuatu. I'm very excited to be part of this Pacific Oz Sports programme and play a role in the development of cricket. We look forward to delivering benefits off the field, including gender equality outcomes throughout the sport. And with the women's side, the Liwas in the UAE right now, trying to qualify for what would be a maiden T20 World Cup for them. It's great to see that sort of big brother, big sister approach from the full member nations who have all those riches, have all those facilities and culture of the sport, trying to give back to their nations within the region. I think it's something in Ireland we'd love to see the English and Wales Cricket Board do a little bit more. I think Cricket West Indies do it brilliantly with USA Cricket and Canada. They get them down to play in their Super 50, their domestic 50 over competition quite a lot. And we've seen England and Wales have Scotland and the Netherlands in. But surely, if we only look inward and we keep the game to 8 or 10 nations, it will die. It has to grow, it has to expand. Cricket South Africa also doing a great job with Namibia in particular. Also Uganda, who are coming up through the ranks in a big way. So hopefully, as we see the PNG flag fluttering, that partnership is going to help find that next generation. Because Charles, you have a few concerns about where the next generation of Barramundis are coming from.
Correct. And I don't see a lot of, in the pathway that's coming through, of the talent that can replace this current team. So this current team, they almost approaching 30. CJ is 30 now. I'd say, 4 years left in him?
Oh, come on, six or seven at least. I know you're harsh on your son, but come on, give him some rope.
Yeah, but generally, the team, the core of the team is around that age.
Sweep shot from Amini. Very contrasting approaches so far for Amini and Vala. Vala's looked pretty aggressive throughout his innings, whereas Amini taking a long while to get going. Always time to catch up. But USA will prefer bowling to Amini, who's got a strike rate at the moment. I think it's in the 30s, isn't it? Real battles for him. 28. Every dot will be preying on his mind. And that's why an aggressive stroke comes out. I just wanted to talk to you about this field. I think the field has to change. I told you about this gap between deep backward square leg and the man in the ring at mid-wicket. The 100 comes up in the 24th over.
Yes, great shot from CJ to break the shackles. Nothing for these two. It's important that if they bat overs, they worry about the runs at this stage. As you can see, for the last game, lost 3 wickets in 3 balls. So the tail is not very dependable. So the mainstream batsmen have to bat as long as possible. If PNG can target to be 3 to 4 down after 35, 40 overs, and they can set themselves up for a good total.
Yeah, significant change in the field here. We'll see if we can bring it to you shortly. He was operating with a 6-3 field, which batters of the quality of Vala and Amini are going to exploit. They're going to say, you're giving us a massive, like the gap was as big as I've seen in international cricket. It must have been 70 or 80 yards of the field that was open, and Taylor has managed to get Amini to chop on. The change in the field has worked. It forced Amini to play into the offside. And Stephen Taylor, he just has this golden arm effect. Almost every time he bowls for USA, he picks up wickets, maybe kept a bit low on Amini as well. And he's got the misfortune to chop on.
Yeah, most unfortunate way to get dismissed, as you can see from the reaction of CJ. But basic rule of cricket, play straight as much as possible. That was outside off, all you had to do was punch it into the covers. So this is where PNG really has to take note in the batting. It's happened to CJ and Lega and Hiri as well were looking okay. Unfortunately, 15s and 20s and 30s don't count in this level.
They definitely don't. 15 off 42, he's gone for, I think Amini perhaps guilty of playing with a cross bat here. If we take a look again, just slow it down. It's definitely coming down at an angle, that bat. And I think if he looks back on that, he'd be looking to punch it in between probably mid-off and extra cover. And he's paid the price. Maybe just started in, kept a little low. You're always unfortunate to chop on, but it was the shape of the stroke that's cost Amini his wicket there.
Not only that, you can see it's a foot outside off stump, so no need to play at all. So that's the discipline that the PNG batsmen have to bring to this format. And the 3 dismissals so far have shown that. I think Siaka was a bit unfortunate that the ball kept low. But if for me, as a batsman, when you build yourself, set yourself up to get into the 15s and the 20s and 30s, you have to continue to fight to get to your 50 and then look at the 100. So it's important now that Assad bats through as long as possible. We have Sesebao next, the last recognised batsman. Brings Tony Uri to the crease, which is interesting. It changes the dynamics for Taylor. He's now bowling to a right-hander. And Tony won't hold back to spinners. If it's in the slot, he'll go for it.
Yeah, loves striking the ball down the ground and into the leg side, but he's got to get forward. Don't want to be caught in your back foot on this wicket. A wicket taking over. 3rd wicket falls. 24 gone. It's 103 for 3 now. Tony Ora is a man who can be so dangerous, but it's really been in recent times his runs in the T20 game. Look at that strike rate, 110 across this, contrasting with Vala's 77. Look at Vala's numbers, sensational numbers for Asadullah Vala. That's T20 and ODI combined, coming together. But he's got 1,332 ODI runs, PNG's leading run scorer in international cricket. Is 47 ODI to date. And from those who know Vala, I think he's as good as we've ever seen in a PNG shirt. I reckon if he was down in Australia, he would have had a very healthy Sheffield Shield career. He's got a good technique. He's an excellent longer form player as well. He used to have a good record in the Intercontinental Cup, and that was for both sides.
And I think the difference of Assad to the rest of his batting lineup is the responsibility he takes upon himself to bat as long as possible. And for the team, natural hitting is there. It's in the DNA. It's how you stay as long as you can at the crease.
Yeah, Netravalker's return spell has looked probing. It's built up good pressure, good dots. USA haven't been at their best today, I don't think. So PNG have a nice window, a nice platform, despite the loss of Amini, to find a way up towards that sort of 250 marker. That's what we think, isn't it? You get 250 on this wicket, it's not going to be an easy chase.
Yes, given the variable bounce on both ends now.
Yeah, approaching the halfway stage of the first innings. Immediately, PNG, who sadly, Charles, have been slightly the whipping boys away from home. Just one win from the 20 matches coming in to this series. They look much more dangerous, much more comfortable here on home soil.
They do. And also in the last 4 or 5 games, they've been in positions where they could have won and didn't. So bringing back the winning mentality is a challenge for them right now. But I've noticed a change in the last 5-6 games. So hopefully, when they got a tie, which is as close as you can get to a win, last Sunday. So we'll see how they go today. And really, the issue for...
Oh dear. Now, what have we seen here? He's had to get the bat out to stop it from falling onto the stumps. I thought we were going to have a Graham Gooch handle the ball moment here. But Vala knows he can use the bat. And just as well he did. That could have gone right on to the top of the stumps.
Yeah, that would have been the second chop on. Initially, we saw Hiri almost chop on in his innings. So fortune there for Vala. He survives.
Let's see if we can get that replay again. You don't see the hit the ball twice dismissal really given at all these days. You're allowed to use your bat to protect your stumps. But if he'd been tempted and stuck the hand out here, he could well have been given out, handle the ball. We just want to see the replay of the previous ball. Let's see if we can bring that to you now. You remember that one, the Graham Gooch dismissal?
Yes, I do. I was watching it live, actually.
Yeah, it's almost never you see that. This could be a chance out to the fielder, and Tony Ora has given it away. His second delivery, he looks for a hit to the longest side of the ground to smash it all the way for 6. Brilliance in the T20I format, but problems for Ora in one-day international cricket. That is a crazy dismissal. What have we just witnessed, Charles?
We witnessed something crazy. Totally unnecessary from Tony Ora. Second ball is faced as hooked straight down the throat of backward square. And this is the discipline I talk about, Andrew. The ability to hang around.
Catch was held by Saiteja Mukamala in the deep. A good catch from the youngster. He didn't look overly comfortable under it at first. I wonder if he misjudged it. But Ora, it was catching practice. He's just given it away, just his second delivery. And Taylor does it again. He keeps taking wickets with the golden arm effect. PNG having a wobble here in the middle order.
And mind you, to the right-hander, which I don't think he would have thought he would have had as much success. And now he's relishing 2 left-handers back at the crease.
Yeah, I cannot think of a more ludicrous dismissal that I've seen throughout all of these Cricket World Cup League 2 games I've done, you've just lost CJ Amini. Your second delivery, it's a 78-metre boundary out there, the longest part of the ground, and 10 yards inside the rope. Saiteja Mukamala takes a simple catch. And that's the end of that for Tony Ora. The last thing you want is to lose your dangerous power hitter. I suppose if you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword, but not from your second delivery, surely.
No, and that's the mantra that PNG batsmen have to change if they want to be successful in this format. So Bow at the crease, first ball is carried on from his 70 with a single down the ground.
Just getting a few questions in on social media. You can get in touch with us. Do send us a message. Let us know where you're watching from. With me, Andrew Leonard, you can send me a message to @cricketbadge. That's cricket followed by BADGE. And any questions you have for me or for my co-commentator Charles Amini, do let us know where you're watching from too, on either ICC TV, Willow TV back in North America, where it's still Monday evening, bizarrely. That's how far away we are from America, or of course fan code in the Indian subcontinent. But people are asking me, Charles, why was that not out? Why wasn't it given hit the ball twice? You know, it's one of the 10 dismissals that you can have in cricket, one of those lesser known laws of the game. But instances of being given out hit the ball twice are exceptionally rare in the modern game, and you are allowed to use the bat to guard your stumps. You can't use your hand, and that would be given out handle the ball. What you can't do is go and hit the ball a second time for the purpose of scoring runs. So if, for example, Asad Vala had then, as the ball bounced up, smashed it away to the boundary and started to run, he would indeed have been given out. But Vala, an experienced campaigner, he knew the laws intimately. He's able to pop his bat up to allow it from chopping on. We see it all in associate cricket. We so nearly saw one of the rarest dismissals in the game. I can't think of a time that we've seen hit the ball twice be given in the modern game. Just looking it up here, the last time it happened in any sort of professional cricket. Well, look at this. There's only 2 times that Wikipedia can tell us. One back in 1906, John King playing for Leicestershire against Surrey, and then one since the turn of the most recent millennium, and that was Kurt Wilkinson, who was playing for Barbados against the Leeward Islands in first-class cricket there. There was controversy around the dismissal as well, as there was doubt whether Wilkinson had willfully hit the ball away to try and score runs, but he was given out there. So luckily we didn't have more controversy. We don't need more controversy or drama. Our hearts can't take it, Charles. Malhotra into the attack with his off breaks now. The 2 left-handers at the crease means that they're going to go with the 2 off spinners, even though they're the part-time off breaks of Jaskaran Malhotra.
Yes, and that's turning the ball away from the 2 left-handers. Malhotra picking up his first wicket in this format. I think he had a word to the captain.
I think he had more than a word to the captain. He wouldn't stop going on about it. He said, come on, skipper, you got to give me the ball.
And USA bringing some changes in the field, bringing in a slip. They can sense if they can break this partnership here.
You have to remember...
The last 2 recognised batsmen in the PNG team.
Yeah, you're spot on, but you've got to remember, Charles, that Malhotra's off breaks are very much part-time. So equally there's a chance for Vala and Bow just to rebuild, knock the ball around. Plenty of singles on offer as well, all 4 men outside the circle, nicely bowled through to the keeper, and this one's struck Patel in the leg. He really has not had the cleanest time of things with the gloves here, and it looks to have struck that part where you've no protection right above the little wicket keeping pads that only go up to the knee, as that one was darted in by Malhotra. Let's take a look. You
can see Patel in pain there.
I think this is just going to be a bad bruise. I don't think it's going to be any more than that. But a bit round arm from Malhotra. And it's just thudded straight into the knee. The gloves have gone nowhere.
And that's painful without any protection.
One of the issues, can we just take one more look at that replay? One of the issues, you think about the great keepers and the way they presented the full palms of both of their hands. There's definitely technical challenges here for Patel with the gloves. His hands are closed, aren't they?
Yeah.
You've got to be fully expanded. And he's getting himself into bother. It's not an easy wicket to keep on, but he has not had a good couple of days with the gloves behind the stumps.
No, and he's dropped a couple of catches, a couple of wides for 4.
Yeah, he dropped 2 catches by my notebook in game 1. Sese Bay, he put down off Stephen Taylor on 24, and then dropped Norman Vanua off Nisarg Patel, both times up to the stumps. I think it's probably that inconsistent bounce that's making it difficult for the keepers, but
I was going to say Malhotra because he hardly turns the ball in that one turn.
maybe a little bit of turn beating the outside edge of Asad Olavala. The interesting thing is that the kind of your backup keeper in the team is the man bowling right now. Jaskaran Malhotra spent his first 2 or 3 years in the American side as a wicketkeeper before Patel was asked to take the role.
Well, after his wicket on Sunday, I don't think he'll be keen to take up the gloves in this match.
Could see Saiteja Mukamala take the gloves. That's the other option in this American side. But Parmeet Singh, the USA team physio, has got on to treat Manang Patel. No harm done for Patel. He's just going to have to wear a bruise throughout the remaining half of this first innings. How do you approach part-time bowlers? They can be difficult sometimes, can't they?
They can, and my approach would be if they're part-time, you'd take them on. So if Tony Ura wanted to take on anybody, when he was at the crease, it should have been Malhotra.
Yeah, and what's more, he would have had the short boundary to work with. Instead, he took on the longest boundary. Just 2 runs come from Malhotra's opening over. He'll continue to grow in confidence with the ball, and the off-spinners are probably going to twirl away here for the next 5 or 6 overs. See one of the sponsors of PNG Cricket there getting a bit of screen time. I hope he's got his medical insurance, Manang Patel. Might have a nasty little physio injury to deal with. For Bow, his confidence will be as high as it's ever been. Yasser Mohammed, the sub-fielder, on. I'll try and tell you who that is for in a moment. It's not Stevenson this time, may well be. It is Jesse Singh that's off inside edge. Will save Bow. Career best for him, 70 he made a couple of days ago.
Yes, Sese has been one of those batsmen. He's very classy, a busy batsman, or a good runner between the wickets, somebody you can depend upon. But surprised that 70 was his highest score. But we haven't had a lot of 50-over games in our part of the world.
It's just his second one-day international 50 in 37 ODIs. Is it fair to say he's, for a batter of his quality and potential, he's underperformed a career average of just 18?
Oh, absolutely. With that average, I thought it would be much higher. So one of the issues we've had, Andrew, is the Port Moresby cricket competition where most of these players play. I've always played T20 in the last 10 years. It's only this season that the powers that be decided to change to the 50-over format, and a lot of that is the fact that we don't have a lot of grounds available. We only have the one turf wicket here at Amini Park. See, when I talk about the economic issues that are here, that's one of them right there. You can see the USA leagues having all those various competitions right throughout the states, compared to Papua New Guinea, where Port Moresby is really the key cricketing centre.
Yeah, nice to see the first few fans filter in. There's a star of the future on the right, I'd say.
Well, you can see that they've just finished their school program. So you will definitely see this afternoon after school all the kids coming along.
It's got to be a half day, doesn't it? Only just
Yes,
after midday.
Absolutely. So, Mum, I've danced all morning. You need to take me to the cricket. My granddaughter's going to be here this afternoon. She's also doing the dancing today. CJ's daughter.
Fair on offer, good food and plenty of celebrations.
Lots of food. Everywhere you turn, there'll be food stalls, especially down at Ella Beach, where a lot of the economic activities take place. Celebrations down there. You have canoe races. It'll be packed, jam-packed.
Poor delivery this time from Malhotra. Real drag down a long hop. And Vala, rather than take on a risky stroke, is happy to just work it away for a couple. He's definitely in rebuild mode. He knows that realistically he's going to have to bat deep into the third and final power play, into the last 10 overs.
Yes. He has to take that approach. And unless he gets a really good delivery, that's going to be his intent. And he, sorry to say this, but out of the top six, he has that capability to be able to bat through. So Sese has a responsibility here. He showed glimpses of it on Sunday to assist his captain and build a partnership here as we approach the 30 over mark.
Charles, which is the happier of the two teams right now? As you see Malhotra field well off his own bowling to keep that to a dot. USA won the toss. They chose to bowl first. They were pretty listless in the first 7 or 8 overs. But they've dragged things back now.
I think they have, and picking up the wickets of CJ and Tony in succession. When not long ago we were 2 for 105. Would really make them, buoyed by the fact that they've taken those 2 extra wickets, 2 quick wickets. So, normally you double the score at the 30 over mark, the wickets in hand, and that's still possible. So PNG at this stage looking at about 230. Unless, of course, if these 2 are still at the crease, that run rate can increase, and you have the Norman Vanua factor later on.
Storm and Norman going to wield the Willow later in the innings. I wonder will they hold him back. It was Vanua at 7 and Soper at 8 a couple of days ago. They might look to switch those 2. Let's take a look at what's in the hutch for Papua New Guinea. Ended the 29th. 5 runs from that Malhotra over. It's 115 for 4. This is the batting card. You'd like to see Soper at 7 and then Vanua at 8?
Yes. I think that'd be the way to go. So that's not right. And then I'd like to see Simon Atai in after Norman. He opens the batting for my local cricket club actually. So he can bat a bit. And that, given where PNG is on the standings here, I think this is a time you can sort of experiment with a couple of things, especially like the early order. And if Tony's going to come out and bat and lose his wicket, we might as well make him go back to opening and make use of the power play.
Well, who knows? We might see that tried later in the week. The Namibia head coach Pierre de Bruin and his assistant Albie Morkel, the former South Africa international, had a good long chat with them at the Hilton yesterday, and they were asking me why were the scores so low? Why was it 205? Played 205. Was it excellent bowling or naive batting? And I said there was a little bit of both, really, wasn't there? Don't think there was any huge demons in the wicket. It's not a belter. It's not a 300 plus track that you need to get up towards a run of ball to be in the game. And you do get the ball keeping low from the other end of the ground that Taylor's bowling from now. This one's worked down the ground for a single. So Taylor bowling from the Manu end where the spinners have had success, but at the Bassini end you do have to be careful against the seamers in particular. But I don't think 205 was par, even though it ended up being what both sides scored in the first one-day international. So certainly PNG on track to go past that 205 from game 1.
Yes, and that's if they can bat out all the overs. So this is where the importance of batting out all the overs comes in. The 4 wickets to fall today have all fallen at the Bissini end.
Stephen Taylor, he's got 2 for 24. You just feel that they'll probably, well, the 2 left-handers are at the crease, just keep him going. May well bowl his 10 straight through here. And it's really these middle overs. It's a period of consolidation for both sides. As we see Mukamala do the fielding. Jesse Singh it was off the pitch. And now Sarav Netravalkar is going to take a comfort break. So young Yasser Mohammed will stay on. Off he goes there. Netravalkar, 30 gone. It's 119 for 4. Come on then, Charles. Give me a score prediction. What will PNG complete with?
4 for 120 at 30 overs. You should get to 240. If these 2 can bat on and then you bring in the Norman Vanua factor in, I'm predicting the score, if they bat out the full 50 overs, of 265.
So give me that number once more, Charles. Just got to make a note of it.
My guess is 265, and that's the assumption here is that they'll bat the full 50 overs.
You know, a big last 20 then. Big last 20 for PNG.
With these 2 still at the crease and maybe a cameo from Norman Vanua.
Yeah, your money's riding on Norman Vanua. Nisarg Patel dies over that. Not the greatest effort. Hasn't been a good day for Patel. That one thuds into the rope to get the scoreboard starting to tick. Bow moves to double figures. Not the right line from Malhotra. And swept away for 4.
Yeah, should have saved that. Restricting that to 1 run. But fortune there for Bao. Beats the fielder through the misfield and picks up 4.
Yeah, and the problem for the part-timer here, Malhotra, is can he stay in his spell? I've seen 7 bowlers used already. I've seen Nisarg Patel 3 or 4 times try to get the attention of the captain. Try to say, bring me back. He usually does bowl his 10 overs. But 7 bowlers used, only 2 overs for Nisarg Patel. Going for 17. How many will they give Malhotra here?
Yeah, interesting here that he's gone into his 3rd now. And PNG batting, the PNG batsman would have to be targeting him because difficult to put the pace bowlers away. So Stevenson, Malhotra and Singh have bowled fairly well. Taylor's going to hold his own. And Kenjiga has bowled brilliantly so far.
Yeah, I think certainly we're going to see Taylor bowl through. I'd be surprised if we don't. He's picked up 2 wickets. He's probing away at the 2 left-handers. He's been economical to go with it. And I'd be tempted right now from a burst from Stevenson from the other end. From the Bissini end. That's where he's bowled his quickest. That's where he's looked most threatening. The 3 overs of Malhotra, the part-timer. I think that's enough for me for the moment. I'd whip him out. I'd get Stevenson on.
Yes, I'd follow that tactic as well. Because these are the 2 last recognised batsmen, PNG. So if they can get Stevenson back in and he picks up a wicket, he can probably cause a few headaches for the rest of the batting order.
We also saw that he's really the only bowler who's rushed Asad Vala. And with the captain being so integral to the home side's chances of getting up towards that 250, 260 mark you're talking about, Charles, got to find a way to get him out. Doesn't look threatened by Taylor's off spin. get your strike bowler on, find a way to get wickets. The best captains in ODI cricket in recent years, your Brendan McCullums, your Owen Morgans, have been proactive. They've been always on the hunt for wickets. USA in danger, just letting the game drift a bit here in the middle overs.
And I think they were guilty of that in the first game as well. In areas they sort of let it drift. There were a few questionable bowling changes that sort of brought PNG back into the game.
They were all over Papua New Guinea. 61 for 4 they had them when they took Stevenson off to be replaced by Patel. That you and I were just dumbfounded in the commentary box. We do see Jesse Singh warming up at mid-wicket. Singh can be expensive at the death, so it's a poor effort from Singh, who was still going through his shoulder motion, so barely bent down to fumble it through for a single. Not a good delivery from Taylor. Was attempting the arm ball, but it ended up as a long hop. Game hangs nicely in the balance here, Charles.
Yes, and the key is these two batsmen. If they can bat for another 10 overs.
.32 overs gone, 127 for 4. Swept. Not where Sese Bao intended, but he will pick up a couple. Malhotra has his hands on his head. It's really just a sort of top edge it's looped off. Hands on the heads everywhere. They're persisting with Malhotra. Is that what you would have done, Charles?
No. I would have brought Stevenson back in. So I'm perplexed that, he's bowled 3 overs so far. He only bowled 6 in the first game. So is he going to be given another 6 over stint in this match?
And also, we'll take a look at the bowling figures in a moment, but they're in danger again of not bowling Nosh Kenjige out. So we spoke about that world record earlier. 13 wicket takers between the two teams for the first time in ODI history 2 days ago. Both sides almost having too many options with the ball. Good shot from Vala. He looks very comfortable out there right now, just building his innings nicely.
Yes, he looks very comfortable. And the PNG batsmen, they can pick up the gears when required. That's why I sort of stuck my neck out there, hoping that these two can bat through as long as possible and give opportunity for Numan Vanir to have a go towards the end.
Yeah, we saw the interview with Malhotra after the game on Sunday. Asked about his bowling, he said it's coming more and more, and just like that he finds his second international wicket. Bao has just given it away, maybe a little slower through the air. Nicely bowled, wasn't it, by Malhotra? Good catch too, held that extra cover. It's not Stevenson back in. The two off spinners have worked the trick. It's not Taylor who finds a third wicket, it's Malhotra who finds a first, his second in the ODI game.
Well, proven wrong again, Andrew. Malhotra's continued instead of bringing the pace option, and that has brought about the dismissal of Sese Bao, the top scorer in the first innings. Well, completely unnecessary, trying to drive that through the covers straight to the fielder, especially to a fielder of Taylor's capability.
It's Jones actually that's taken the catch there.
Oh, sorry.
Cover. Sese Bao gone for 16 off 31 deliveries. I think this might be the official second drinks break. The umpires seeming to indicate that it is, even though it's a few minutes ahead of schedule. We'll take a break here in the commentary box with a big moment in the match. The 5th wicket has fallen, the high scorer from the other day. Sese Bao is gone, And Papua New Guinea 131 for 5. So the second drinks break has been completed. Just have the one ball left of the Malhotra over. Not a particularly good one. Great effort from Cameron Stevenson at cover. And it means that Simon Atai will get off the mark. It's another left-hander to the crease. 33 gone, 131 for 5. Maybe USA just nudging in front in this match now. He's going to be very frustrated, Asad Alavala, at the crease, because the reason that Simon Atai is out there now is this wicket just before the drinks break. The top scorer, the player of the match 2 days ago, Sese Bao, who made his career best of 70 in the first game between these sides. Big appeal and not given. Simon Atai, it's another left-hander to the crease. I've got Charles Amini with me. Great to have the former Papua New Guinea captain's thoughts throughout these 6 one-day internationals. Just discussing off air, you would have liked to see Chad Soper in now at 7 to get that right left-hand combination going for the Barramundis.
Yes, not only the right and left combination, but also Chad has shown in recent seasons that he can hold his own as a batsman. He bats with a lot of common sense. And that's what you need from the PNG batsman.
Where's it gone wrong this innings? There's been so much going right for Papua New Guinea throughout the day. USA, I don't think, have been at their best again, but all of a sudden they find themselves in a bit of bother. 132 for 5.
Where it's gone wrong is wanting to score almost every ball. And that's the trap that PNG fall into. As much as this sounds crazy for an ODI, it's to temper your batting. Because their ability to be able to hit boundaries and push the score and move into another gear is there, is natural.
Well, that's going to be another one gone. Stephen Taylor has a third, just a firm push, a nothing push, if you will, from Simon Atai. He's going to look back on this stroke with great regret. What's happened here, Charles? A nothing shot. 4 dots built up the pressure. Atai gone for 1.
Simple dolly return catch. And that is because the intent is to try and score something when he can just defend that down the pitch, given the situation we're in. So there's double wicket loss here, as Norman Vanua actually is the next batsman in instead of Sopa.
Well, right now, PNG are staring down the barrel of what could be a real collapse. Simon Atai gone for just 1. Norman Vanua, he's got all the power and talent in the world, but hasn't done it much in recent weeks and months for Papua New Guinea. He's very hot or cold with his batting. This stroke here, not a good one from Simon Atai.
And Taylor has had so much success bowling to left-handers. So my concern was with Atai coming out to the crease in this sort of situation instead of Sopa, and that's proved his undoing. He's facing a bowler who loves to bowl to left-handers. And he's proven that again. A simple return catch. Couldn't bowl.
Well, it's been a perplexing innings, it has to be said, Charles. After such a flying start and USA losing their way completely in the first power play, since then, Papua New Guinea have almost imploded. I'd love to say it's been brilliant bowling from USA. Back live with you now. Just took one more look. But it's really just been a bit of pressure, a bit of basic cricket. And PNG, the exception maybe of Stevenson's good delivery to Hiri, they've just been gifted wickets by the home side.
That's right. And I think Lego probably was unlucky that the ball that got him LB kept low. And Hiri literally clean bowled by Stevenson, but all the other wickets proved their own undoing. And that's, if PNG batsmen can get to the stage where if their dismissals are based on good bowling rather than poor shot selection, and that's what will turn them around. But at this stage, after being 2 for 100, have lost 4 wickets for the last 30 runs, and that definitely changes my score prediction.
Don't worry, I've already got it written down. I won't let you forget it. 265 you said they were getting to, but 2 quick wickets have come from nowhere. Nosh Kenjige is going to be given the ball, and this is interesting. He's coming on from the end. He's barely bowled from the Bassini end. I think this is because of Norman Vanua at the crease. And they want a spinner to take the ball away from the right-hander with protection in the deep. But there's a short boundary on the leg side. Vanua tends to really just hit straight, doesn't he? Long on, maybe a little bit towards cow corner sometimes as well.
He does, and the interesting thing with this move too, it's a brilliant one from the USA, is if they've done some research, I'm sure the coaching panel has, nobody is susceptible earlier on to the ball that turns away. I recall in the World Cup he was bowled by the captain from Oman, and also recently in the game against in Nepal. So early in his innings, before he gets his eye in, he's got such a good eye, that if they can get him cheaply now, then it sets up USA really well to clean up the tail.
Yeah, and the question will be a little bit like we've said 2 days ago for Norman Vanua. How much patience does he have? How long will he wait before unleashing that power that we all know he possesses? For the other big hitter in the team, it took just 2 balls. The second delivery, Tony Ora gave it away. Can Vanua learn from game 1 and learn from Tony Ora that he's got to bat some time, get in, get accustomed to the pace of the pitch. Doesn't need to play big shots right now. 15 overs remain after this one.
Yes, and that's going to be the difference for Norman. It's in the slot, he'll hit it. That's natural to him. But where the discipline comes in is, do I hit it now because we've lost 2 quick wickets in succession? Or do I just hang on and maybe I can hit this later on when I've had some time to look at the wicket, assess the situation, how the ball's coming onto the bat, and then make my stroke, make condition then.
Very watchful start, maybe sent out with instructions from the coaching team. 15 to go, just 1 come from the return of Kenjige. Let's take a look at USA's bowling options. Pretty certain that Taylor's just going to keep going. Why would you take him off? He's bowled beautifully, 3 for 28 with 2 maidens. Where will they look after Taylor? Who would you like to see brought into the game for USA?
I'd like to see how the seamers can be rotated so they can at least close off the innings. They'd have to be bowling at the end. I don't think if these batsmen are still at the crease, that you bowling spin at the end, because batsmen will have a go at them. So much more difficult with the pace bowling. So I'd like to see Stevenson come in after Taylor.
It's Jesse Singh we're seeing warm up again at mid-wicket. Taylor has 2 overs left. Certainly will close out his allocation. Vanua, he can be equally devastating, really, can't he, against spin or seam? It doesn't really matter to him.
Yeah, and if he's warmed up and is still at the crease towards the end, then he'll be definitely dangerous to whoever bowls.
Been a much more cautious and watchful Norman Vanua than we're used to. He just really blocked out, flat batted his first 7 deliveries. This can't last long, can it, Charles? And there it is.
And he's gifted a stray ball down the leg side and he puts it away, as he should, for 4.
That's what,
fine leg.
That's what you'll get if you have some patience. Career strike rate in ODI cricket, 85, 150 nearly in T20Is. It's a big ball, but Taylor's got a bit frustrated with Vanua just flat batting the ball back, and he's tried to dart one in, and Vanua helps it round the corner, beats the dive of Yasir Mohammed. USA's fielding certainly not as clean or as good as it was on the ground today as a couple of days ago. Those humid conditions certainly having their effect.
Yes, and Norman is the only Barramundi that's been in the draft for the Big Bash later on in Australia this year. So I'm sure a lot of his teams will be watching him perform in this series, how he performs in this series. And it's important that, I know it's a 50-over format. There's no doubt in his ability, but here is how he handles pressure and the match situation right now at PNG, 6 for 139.
I was surprised not to see Vanua picked up in the new Nepal T20 League after his exploits there in March and April. He was a real darling of the home crowd. He just kept smashing the ball in the thin atmosphere up in Kathmandu for 6s aplenty as PNG won that ODI series before getting to the final of the triangular. Inside edge again. Got to be careful playing with an angled bat off the back foot on this wicket. And Vala lucky that one cannons into his foot. 36 gone. Taylor's got 1 to go. 3 for 34 for him. And PNG need to find a way to bat through these last 14 overs and bring Vanua's power into the contest.
Yes, and Assad's shot in the attempted shot in the of the last ball of that over brought about the dismissal of CJ. So they just need to be careful at this end when the ball is low, not to play that shot closer to the bodies. Yes, the independent celebrations, schools As they close off, the parents probably use the opportunity to pop into a mini park. So we've got a few people coming in already.
Yeah, that fan base will build up throughout the afternoon. They know where the shade is, don't they? You don't want to be out in this heat. What's the climate like year-round? Is it always hot here?
Yes, always hot. Andrew, our lowest temperature here when it's cold for us is 24 degrees. So Moresby is between 24 and 34. And I'm told the other day it went as high as 37.
Just about a yard wide of Nosh Kenjigate. Fortune for Vala. It was at a catchable height, but just wide enough to get a single. Yeah, your son was giving me a bit of stick this morning when I turned up all sweaty after my walk. He said, "Lenny, it's winter, mate." I said, "Oh, it's not winter for an Irishman." I said, "It's 30 degrees at 10 o'clock. And he goes, "You need a different coloured shirt." And I said, "Oh, thanks, CJ. That's kind of it." I'll give him some stick later about his batting back.
And Vanua has had issues with the ball turning away in the past.
And that's the perfect delivery for me to Vanua. Tossed up just teasingly. Because you have the protection in the deep. You have long on out. You have long off out. For Vanua to clear them, that's probably the guts of 80 metres. And that time a bit flatter, bowled from right in line with the stumps, bowled from about 23, 24 yards. I'd love to see Kenjige really tempt Vanua here. Get it right up above the eye line. No, instead he goes flat. You're not going to get him out like that. Instead you'll get a dot ball. Good figures though for Kenjige. 37 gone, 141 for 6. And a high five from his vice captain.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant figures. Going for less than 3 and over here. Kenjige. 1 for 21 from his 8. Taylor will continue from the Manuan to complete his 10-over allocation.
Yeah, good figures too for Taylor. You're seeing them just switch through at the bottom of the screen. Both Singh and Netravalk are also going through their preparatory warm-up motions. Cameron Stevenson must be wondering what he needs to do to get another chance with the ball. He's out at long off. No warm-ups for him.
Maybe that's the way that the bowlers can attract the captain's attention. Just warm up anyway.
Or maybe Stevenson knows don't really need to warm up. It's that hot.
And if you look at Taylor's figures, 3 for 34, he actually went for 18 in 1 over. So you take that over out of the equation. He's bowled brilliantly.
Yeah, that was when Vala just got a hold of him. I think he had completely the wrong field at that point. Only 3 fielders on the leg side. Since he's brought the 4th fielder over, since he's brought mid-wicket in to plug that gap and brought the deep mid-wicket fielder much straighter, it was a crazy field really, wasn't it? I've never seen as big a gap in international cricket. Deep backward square to long on it was. But since then he's been close to unplayable, and Vala might just play out a maiden here.
And so you should. The same ball he bowled a few overs ago, he put that into the stands for 6. But given the situation in this match, he won't mind playing out a maiden here.
It must be incredibly frustrating though for Asad Vala. He has the ability to hit big strokes, we've seen that. But he knows that if he's not there in 10, 12 overs time, PNG will be bowled out. It's that simple. So he's had to take that responsibility onto his shoulders. Taylor won't find a 4th wicket, but he will find a 3rd maiden. And it's been an excellent spell from the all-rounder. What an asset he is for America. He made his debut all the way back as a 15-year-old, would you believe? A long, long time ago. I think it was back in 2009. 15 years of age. He's still going for America. And if you add his dynamic fielding and fantastic batting into the mix, what an all-round option he is. Real star, Stephen Taylor.
Yes, and Kenjige will continue from the Bishini end. Now, I was just going to say earlier on that, you know, Asad also started playing great cricket here in Moresby as a 15-year-old. as well. So he was fairly young, and he had that ability as a young kid back then. Him and Tony Ura in particular.
Vanua gets that away for a single. Kenjige will bowl his 9th. I apologise to those who've heard this story before, but yeah, Stephen Taylor, 28 years of age. Remarkable to think he's still that young. Made his debut as a 15-year-old, his first senior USA tour back in November 2008. He made his actual debut for the team against Jamaica as a 16-year-old. But as you'll probably have heard from around the ground, they don't call him Stephen, they call him Bob. And it's not Bob as in Bob Taylor, as in the former England wicketkeeper. That might have been what you were thinking, but this is a funny little story, this. This one swept away, should just be a single straight to the deep backward square leg fielder. The American captain at that time was Orlando Baker, final rounder of Caribbean origin. And as this youngster who was born in Florida, Stephen Taylor, turned up for his first tour at the age of 15, he didn't even have a USA backpack. It's not like the modern days where you get all the gear and the kit as you're called into the international team. Well bowled by Kenjige, beats the outside edge. He turned up with a SpongeBob SquarePants backpack. And immediately, I don't think Baker had met Taylor prior to that. He said, "What's your name?" He said, "Oh, I'm Stephen Taylor." He said, "All right, Bob, that'll do. You're Bob." And it stuck. And he actually loves it, Stephen. So apologies for some technical issues there. We may just have come off air for the best part of 5 minutes. Stevenson cleaned up Norman Vanua. Full rapid delivery, the cannon into leg stump, but now he's just dropped short to Asadollah Vala, who's worked him away into the leg side in front of square. Good pull shot. Chad Soper, the new man to the crease at number 9. The 150 comes up. We enter the third power play. You'll see it signalled here on your screen. 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. Nosh Kenjige about to bowl his final over. Andrew Leonard here with Charles Amini. Charles, PNG needs something special from these last 10 to get up over 200, maybe 220.
True, and my assumption's blown out the window already with the loss of Bao in that partnership with Vala. That was key to the score that I had predicted, and also a cameo from Norman Vanua. So none of those things have happened. With 7 down, 150, 10 overs to go, PNG will struggle to get to 200.
But whilst Asadollah Vala there's certainly still hope. Charles, you sounded a bit downcast there. I want to build your confidence back up. Come on, mate.
Well, these are the last 2 hopes, I think, for PNG to bat the 10 overs. So if common sense prevails with these 2, if they can pick up 4 or 5 runs and over, they should get to the 200 mark. If any of them gets dismissed, and PNG will be struggling to get anywhere near that figure. So it's incumbent on these 2 to bat through. And if Asad is still there at the end, he can put a few away. So let's see how we go.
Yeah, And the way USA have fought back into this game, I think you do need to give them credit. There has been some poor strokes from PNG, but under extreme conditions, the humidity factor is something that's hard for us to get across. We see several players from the American side down in their haunches in between deliveries. We saw Stevenson, after he took that wicket, down trying to get some air into the lungs, and they've put the bodies on the line to fight back into this game. They've done almost all the hard work. Can they close things out? That's the big question.
That is the question. Because PNG at 9 overs was none for 50. So in the last 30 overs, so to speak, they picked up 7 wickets and restricted PNG to scoring only adding another 100 runs. So apart from that initial few overs in the first power play, USA have pretty much been on top. The only difference so far for PNG has been Asad Vala at the crease.
And when you look at it that way, 51 for none with 9 gone. And since then, in the 32 overs after that, they've been 102 for 7. So it's been all USA, plenty of low scores in the middle order as well. And that's going to close out Kenjige's spell. Excellent figures for him again. What a few months he's having. Nosh Kenjige, hugely underrated performer for USA, the 31-year-old born in Auburn, Alabama. I'll give you some of his numbers over recent months. Plenty of wickets, never an economy rate above 4 or 5 and over. And he is a huge asset, isn't he? The left arm spinners bowled beautifully today. 1 for 26. Excellent spell of bowling.
Yes, and for me, having a left arm orthodox spinner in your team is so important. And PNG has tried a few with Jason Keeler, who's currently out of the team. And Simon Otai, who's back to keeping, went through a stint there in the T20s of his left armers. So Kenjige has proven that that is an asset in your team.
That's going to be runs down the leg side, and I think it's going to run away for a boundary. Leg buys, it thuds into the thigh pad of Vala. PNG won't mind how they come. They'll just be pleased with the runs coming. Stevenson tried that around the wicket angle to the left-hander. Just got it slightly wrong, didn't he? And even though he couldn't get anything with the bat on it, he gets enough to get 4.
Yes, and the effort ball down the leg side has given quite a few sundries to Stevenson. And a few wides down that side as well.
Going to come back over the wicket now. Yeah, the question will be, can USA close things out? They've probably had their 2 best bowlers on this tour, Kenjige and Taylor, just finished their spells. What have the backup men got? What's Stevenson got in the tank here? Alongside Netravalkar, maybe Jesse Singh, we'll see. The interesting thing is Vala gets that away for a single. For USA, certainly it's a case of Kenjige has moved ahead of Nisarg Patel as the premier spinner. Patel today, think about a guy who bowls his 10 over allocation almost every time, just 2 overs, none for 17.
Yeah, interesting. And given the way Kenjige and Taylor have bowled, can they give another few overs to spin?
Good delivery, quick singles taken on. Non-striker's end, going to be a chance for a run out. Oh, America just cannot hit the stumps, can they? This would have been gone. A suicidal single from Asad Vala. Great game awareness from Stevenson. He knew that if he tried to even kick it onto the stumps, Vala would have got home. It was a foot race between him and the PNG skipper. So he picked it up cleanly, turned around. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. Crazy
and
running.
Chopper is just watching the ball in case it ricochets onto the stumps. Oh, they just missed that by a whisker.
Inches. Something is happening with USA. They have not hit the stumps direct for a run out since Texas. All the way back, and that was Saiteja Mukamala from 60 yards away in the deep. They've just lost their radar. They haven't been able to find those direct hits. They're creating plenty of chances. 3, if not 4, potential runouts they could have had against PNG in game 1. And that one there, Stevenson, probably the best fielder in the team, he should have hit.
Should have hit. And we saw that on Sunday as well. So even the best fielders in each of the teams have not been able to hit the stumps directly.
Yeah, that would have left PNG with just 2 wickets in the hutch, and that could have been critical. Vala, how much longer will he go before opening the shoulders? Will he wait as long as the 46th, maybe even the 47th over?
I think so. But if anything's in the slot, he'll go for it. And I think Stevenson's away. He hardly put anything down the leg side except for the one that went for 4 wides. He's concentrated on the off-stop line.
When Stevenson hits that good length, he's very threatening, I think. And Vala is right to be watchful. 8 overs remain. Who would you bring on now from the Bassini end? Is it going to be Jesse Singh or maybe Saurav Netravalkar? Or will they risk Nisarg Patel?
I'd try Netravalkar. Mainly because if they can get one more wicket, they're looking at potentially bowling PNG out within the 50 overs.
Thuds into that thigh pad again. Patel himself showing no ill effects from that blow to the knee. Scampers after it. We'll pick up another leg by. 3 runs against the bowler and 8 runs in total off the over with the 5 leg byes. 42 gone, 161 for 7. Here's what's left in the hutch for Papua New Guinea. Not an awful lot really. Just Eamon Ravu and Semu Kamea. I think it is going to be Netravalkar to bowl. Vala, he's going to need to be there at the end.
Yes, Vala on 43. Chad Soper really the last of the tail. He can bat. So if these two can hang around and support Vala, firstly to get to a well-deserved half-century, and if he can continue on after that, and looking at posting a score, if they can get a score around psychologically around the 205 mark, maybe a tie on the cards.
Well, I think if Vala is there at the end, it should be 220 plus. He can go through the gears. He can get 7, 8, 9 and over. And for Netravalkar, the question will be, can he hold his nerve? Will he bowl the remaining 4 overs from this end, overs 43, 45, 47 and 49? So those bonus overs from Malhotra keeps plenty of options open for Mayank Patel. Might be a big ask to ask Stevenson to bowl 6 unchanged at the death in this oppressive heat. So maybe Singh might be needed at some point from the other end. Take on a quick single to Aaron Jones, who doesn't really pick it up very quickly, and they do get through quickly enough. Chad Soper's role here, just to get his captain onto strike pretty much.
Yes, and I think you saw from the last attempted run out that Assad were trying to take the strike off him as well. And if they can bat like that, that's playing the support role to Vala. He's the one that's been at the crease the longest. He's the one that looks in control of his innings. So if Chad can play that supporting role and not try to hit as well, and take this game deep into the last couple of overs, then they can have an opportunity to get to the 200 mark.
Yeah, and you can see immediately Soper's shape for his shots is defensive. Just going to look to work the ball into gaps, pick up singles if he can. We're getting some questions coming in on social media. We'll bring you a few of those, maybe starting at the end of the over. Always good to hear from you. If you do want to get in touch, just let us know where you're watching from as well. Are you on Willow TV back in North America? Maybe starting to burn the midnight oil there. 11 p.m. it's approaching in New York and on the East Coast. Coming up to 8 p.m. in San Francisco over on the West Coast. And Los Angeles, of course, as Soper gets this one into the offside for the single. But you can send us a message to me, Andrew Leonard, at Cricket Badge. You can get me on either Twitter or that devilish Instagram, which we all need to stay off as much as possible. isn't it, those social media sites? But do send us a message. Let me know where you're watching from. Cricket followed by BADGE. Any questions? A few questions coming in as well for Charles Amini here, so we'll get through those now. Coming up. We'll start with one for you, Charles, after this ball. Sohan Pandey watching on from somewhere in Nepal, I'm not exactly sure where, asking why are the two ends called the Bassini end and the Manu end?
Manu, the everything that's up this end, for some reason is called Manu. In my language, like I've said before, there's 835 languages here. In my language, Manu means bird. So that's the general word for bird. There's no specific name for any of the, different types of birds here. So that's the general bird word, so to speak. So there's a market up here. There's a little suburb up the back here. So everybody who comes this way, we've gone to Manu Autoport or we've gone to Manu Market.
And what about Bassini then?
Yeah. Well, Bassini, I actually don't know what that means in any of the languages. I've got two Motuan friends here, Helai and Baru from Pari.
I think it's a bird, isn't it? I've been told it's a bird.
Okay.
Couple of runs into the leg side for Vala. Moves to within a boundary now of another ODI half century.
Yeah, so Bassini means bird.
Okay, bird. So it's
Bird in Motu. So there you go. I've got Motuan friends over here, which is another language, one of the main languages actually in PNG. When PNG became independent 47 years ago, English was adopted as the official language. But we had two other main languages, which is Motu, which is spoken in the Papuan part of the country, which is the southern part, and then Pidgin, or Tokpisin in the northern part. Now a lot of the people talk in Pidgin, Tokpisin, which is, for one, a Creole, so to speak, just made up of English words, and it's a bit like the Creoles in the Bahamas and the rest of the
Caribbean,
Pacific,
yeah.
Caribbean.
Jesse Singh it's going to be to replace Cam Stevenson. Singh has had his problems at the death historically for USA. He's tended to be very expensive, so this could be an opportunity for PNG to target. He'll come in to bowl his sixth over. Been very good so far today. Soper is going to run hard, but it'll only be a single. Yeah, plenty of questions coming in. Sid Prasanna watching on from back in America, saying that he's known Stephen Taylor for more than a decade. He never knew that SpongeBob SquarePants story. Nice to hear from you, Sid. Nice to hear from Pranaya Gamir. He's watching on from West Chitwan in Nepal. He says that Papua New Guinea must win for Nepal to be in the top 5. He wants PNG to win to help keep that ODI status for the men from Kathmandu. Nice to hear from Young Hart as well. He's watching on from New Zealand. And he's after both of our thoughts on this format for World Cup qualification. He thinks any of the exposure at this level is brilliant for these teams. And he just wonders, just as I get my internet to keep working. Yeah, Valle is going to take the attack against Singh. It'll just be a single. He wonders, is this a viable format going forward for future World Cup qualification? Good running will get them back for 2. Does it expand to see the likes of Uganda, Canada and Singapore, for example, to come in? The brilliant thing about this structure is all 32 teams, the top 32 teams in the world, those that play international cricket, and then the sides in the top 20 all have one-day international status. They all actually have a pathway to get to the World Cup. It's much more difficult for those in the Challenge League in the mix. As this is carved to the mid-off fielder, will just be a single to move Vala to 49. But the way it works for the 10-team World Cup in 2023, the top 8 teams in the Super League from that 13-team competition qualify automatically. Then the bottom 5 join the top 3 from this league. And then the final 2 spots will be decided on the repechage for the Cricket World Cup qualifier next June in Zimbabwe in 2023. It's kind of a public secret that it'll likely to be held in Zimbabwe, not confirmed yet. Zimbabwe will have to miss qualification for that to be the case. This one's tickled away for a single, but basically that will be a 10-team qualifier for the final 2 spots. So for Canada and Jersey, who are going to win those 2 challenge leagues, they'll have to get through the repechage tournament in April, which Papua New Guinea will certainly be a part of. That will be a 6-team event to decide the final 2 spots at the Cricket World Cup qualifier. So all hope is not lost for PNG and for the sides finishing 4th, 5th and 6th in Cricket World Cup League 2. They'll have a second chance. But basically what it means is that Canada and Jersey are the sides coming up. They have to prove they're better than those above them to get to that Cricket World Cup qualifier next year. And that is going to be 50 for Asadullah Vala. What a cricketer he is. Loud cheers ring around the ground. 35 years of age. He just turned 35 last month. It's his 7th one-day international 50 to go alongside that sole 100. It's been a classy knock and a really critical one for the home side.
And he's the one that has batted with the most responsibility. And if you do that, most times out of 10, you'll get to a good score. So he's proven that again today. His 50 came up with 4 fours and a glorious 6 over the long on boundary.
Oh dear, short ball has gone all awry for Jesse Singh. It's given us buys. Madank Patel is having a howler behind the stumps over the course of these 2 days. I thought it was going to be given as wides, but it was a sharp bouncer. And this is regulation for Patel. He has to stop this.
That's right. That was right over the stumps there. He lost sight of that. So I would think that the buys are probably the 2nd top scorer in this game.
They're mounting up. They really are. Poor glove work again. Netravalkar is going to continue. More questions coming in on social media. You can get those into me at Cricket Badge. Pranaya Gamar asking, will I come to Nepal? Please, Cricket Badge for the T20 League. We'll wait and see. Hopefully be able to get back up to Kathmandu. Matthew Raposa watching on from Sydney. I loved how the pink-red shirt with the sweat brought up just how humid it was. Thanks for that, Matthew. That's really kind of you. Means you were watching right from the start. Soham Pandey watching on from Butwal in Nepal. Nice to hear from you as well. Lots of Nepal fans, even though Nepal aren't watching. Raj watching on from New Jersey. He's saying superb commentary, Andrew and Charles. Thank you so much, Raj. Really appreciate that. And he's saying, what do we think would be a good total for USA to restrict Papua New Guinea to? From here, can they keep them under 200? Great running's going to get them back for a second. Never should have been 2 there. Outstanding fitness, 35 years of age from Asadullah Vala. Soper was always getting back for 2, but Vala was running to the danger end. How's he got 2 there?
Yeah, great cricket here. As you see the return coming right over the stumps as well. And Vala just stretching there to make the run. I think if the return had been right over the stumps, it would have been pretty close.
That's
a bit too high for Patel.
Extraordinary piece of running that. So the shorter boundary as well. Yeah, what total would USA be pleased with from this position? They're going to do very well to keep PNG under 200.
I think they'll be pleased with anything under 205. If Sunday's match is anything to go by. Because PNG will be buoyed by the fact that they could bowl USA out for that total, albeit they didn't bat out the allocated overs. So they'll back themselves, and if they can improve the fielding, which is a hallmark of their game, and by their standards, they probably allowed 10, 15 runs that shouldn't have been there. There were a few misfields. It would be remarkable for PNG to get to the total, given the situation they were in a few overs ago.
Nicely bowled by Netravalkar. That's that angle he uses around the wicket. More questions coming in. Ganga Marasini asking any more after effects from the earthquake and how is everyone? That's a good question. That I think the latest we hear is there was some deaths up towards the epicenter. We'll just take a look at the replay here. But hopefully they've been quite limited and it seems like there's been quite a lot of structural damage to roads, some road slides, or some landslides, correction, sorry. But we've only heard of 4 confirmed deaths so far. There were some erroneous reports early. Can you give us any further updates, Charles? It seems like hopefully it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yes, and that's a populous part of the country. The Highlands area, I call that, because the altitude's quite high in this part of the country. So you get a lot of landslips naturally anyway. And the fact that these have been triggered, a lot of villages live nearby, and I'm actually surprised that the actual death toll is 4. The last reports we heard was around 16.
Yeah, I think they were reports in error. As often you kind of get the fog of war as something happens and things travel so quickly on social media. Some of them proven to be incorrect. It was from other parts of the world. I don't know why people do that. But the real footage that has been confirmed has shown significant cracks in highways. We've seen significant damage to university buildings. But perhaps because it was a Sunday morning, and I think critically, even though it was 7.6 on the Richter scale, which is an incredibly strong earthquake, it was so deep into the earth, 80 kilometers deep, there hopefully hasn't been too much more damage. These things do take a little while to come out. There's been flights that have gone over the region. They've seen some of the landslides, but again, every death being a tragedy, no doubt. If that death toll is only 4, it's quite miraculous, and let's hope that everyone has stayed safe where they can.
Indeed, Andrew, and one of the issues with earthquakes is it triggers tsunamis, and thankfully none of those occurred along any of the PNG coastline, especially up north, where we had tragedies in the past.
So 5 overs remain here. More questions coming in. A quick one. I'm going to have to ask you this one from Soham Pandey. Question for Charles Amini. What's the reason why PNG are last in the table?
The reason why PNG are last, firstly, is they didn't play cricket for 2 years. Literally 2 years. They were locked up back here due to COVID. They didn't get any of the exposure to international cricket while we were all camped in here.
Brilliant running again. Sorry to cut you off, Charles, but what Vala has done sensationally here, he's analysed immediately that it was Sarav Netravalkar, and even though he slipped turning for the second, Netravalkar, probably the weakest fielder in this American side, takes him on, gets back for 2 comfortably.
Yes, great running from the oldest player in the PNG team, the captain. And he realises that for PNG to put a competitive total up, he has to take farm most of the strike. So great cricket there from the captain. The second reason to our viewer out there is that the first 20 games were played away from PNG, so they haven't had the luxury of being able to host matches here. And the first match that they've hosted, they've actually gained a point. So hope that answers your question.
Could easily have been 2 points as well, couldn't it? Jesse Singh has had real issues at the death, and I think he's the one they're going to target. I just wonder, will they turn to Stevenson for overs 48 and 50, because Singh, his first 5 overs went for just 12 runs. His last 8 balls have gone for 10, and I think Vala has sized up Singh. He's going to go at him.
Yep. And Stevenson would have to. He's also taken wickets where Singh hasn't. So when you take wickets, what you do is you slow down the run.
Change of pace from Singh beats the attempted cut shot of Vala. There's a change in the field as well. Third man come up into the circle, so all the men down the ground are in the deep. There's a cover and a long off on the offside, and there's a long on, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. So both third man and fine leg up in the circle. Vala's not really the kind to play a ramp shot though, is he?
Not really, but if anything's outside the off stump, he's going to try and play that through that vacant area there. His other strong shot is he likes anything that's short to pull down to the shorter boundary over mid-wicket.
Hammered down the ground. Good field placement from USA.
Singh did pick up the wicket of Vala in the first game. So does he stick with him just to see if he can pick up his wicket again? But I'd go for Stevenson to finish off the 48th and 50th.
Yeah, and he has overs to spare. Big change in the field with Netravalkar coming back. We'll just pull those bowling figures down. Netravalkar goes back at fine leg. Third man goes back. Both mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Soper might dance down the track here. He's going to pick up a couple into the offside. This is good batting. It's been a good partnership, these two, combined effectively for the 8th wicket. Boundaries aren't coming, but plenty of twos are.
Yes, and Chad loves to play anything that's outside off stump. So if Singh continues ball in that area, he could tuck one away behind point for 4. And he's shown he hit a maximum in the first game. He can hit down the ground. I doubt he'll try that against the wind though. There's hardly any breeze today though. So that is an option for him. Anything pitched up.
Yeah, Singh looking to get out of this over now. And he will with a dot. Good length that time. Closes out the 46th. 4 to go. No fireworks yet for Papua New Guinea. But they do have Vala and Soper at the crease. And there's the bowling figures for USA. Those wickets in the middle overs really, they took the life out of this PNG batting effort. 4 wickets fell for just 29 runs there.
And the disappointing thing about that scorecard here, for all the wickets, is that 2 double wickets fell. And losing double wickets is a sin, is a no-no. And PNG did that twice.
Yeah, and that was Tony Ora and Simon Atai who really have to carry the can for that. Netravalkar is going to continue. He's got 2 left. He'll certainly bowl 47 and 49. Will USA go to Stevenson or Singh for the final 2? Be interesting to see which way they see it. Papua New Guinea should get past the 205 mark. How far past that can they get? Good finish could get them to about 220. And they're going to start in perfect fashion. The 46th, 47th over even. Vala carves that one away for 4. You earn the right to score late in the innings if you get through the difficult.
Is the way to go.
He's probably tried to go over extra cover, hasn't he? But it's squirted away off a bit of an outside edge.
So anything pitched up, he will have a go down this. He does drive uppishly through the offside, but it's also one of his favourite shots, and he does put them away.
Cutter, clever slower ball, but carved into the offside again. Taylor fields well, but it will still be 2 more to the total. They've run excellently between the wickets, these two, despite that 1 chance they gave to Stevenson. And USA definitely feeling the heat, the humidity. Patel comes up to his former captain to have a word. Good catch held by Netravalkar. He gets his first wicket. It was right into the slot. I think Vala will have felt that it was there to be dispatched, but that's an excellent catch off his own bowling, isn't it, from Netravalkar? Never easy. And finally, the PNG captain is gone.
That's a brilliant catch as you watch the replay here. That was in the slot, and Vala could have put that anywhere down the ground, but straight into Netravalkar. And a great catch just below his knees there. They're very difficult to take, especially when you're a quick bowler coming through with your bowling action. So great caught and bowl there from Netravalkar, which is the end of Vasant Vala with a well-compiled 64. 5 fours and 1 6. Just the innings that PNG needed to Put up a score well close to the 200 mark.
Yeah, he looks pretty disappointed, but without Vala's innings there, PNG could have been definitely bowled out. They may still be bowled out, but they would have been bowled out shy of 160, 170. Instead, surely they'll get up past 200, and you'd imagine they'll still think of 210, 220 if Damien Revu can get something going here with Chad Soper. Hard to explain how good a catch this is. He made it look quite simple too. Come very low to him. It was well struck, and that's a good angle of it, isn't it?
That's a great angle, and it's well below, almost shin height, as Netravalka bent over to take the catch. Great catch. Brings Damien Robert to the crease. And he can hit a long ball, Damien.
Netravalka round the wicket. No time for a single there. Thuds into the pad. 2 deliveries remain, as indicated by the umpire. The happier the two sides here right now, given that USA won the toss and chose to bowl first.
Well, USA I'd be pretty happy. At 191 PNG with 2 overs to go. If anything, they can get to probably 210 at the most. But you would have thought that PNG batting today would have been aiming for a score of at least 250.
I think particularly after the start that Papua New Guinea had. I'm not quite sure what happened in the first 8 or 9 overs for USA. They were nowhere. We're all over the place. 51 for none. It was an aggressive start from Legacy Aku, batted really nicely. And once he fell, the wheels just started to come off.
That's right, and the 2 double wickets falling didn't help PNG's cause either.
Excellent over from Sarav Netravalkar, particularly after the boundary from the first ball. 3 dots, closed it out after a brilliant caught and bowled off his own bowling. Huge wicket, huge moment for USA. It's not going to be Jesse Singh to bowl, so I presume Cameron Stevenson will be tossed the ball for the last 2. Well, I'm not sure you could have predicted this, but Nisarg Patel has somehow convinced his captain that he can't just bowl the 2 overs today. He has to bowl over 48 and maybe 50. Why, oh why would you do this?
Don't understand. His first 2 overs went for 17, so he's got an 8 and over in this match so far. So if he goes for the same number of runs for his next 2 overs, presuming he bowls the 50th as well, then PNG are looking at a score of 210 plus. So interesting here. He'll be turning the ball away from Soper. And Soper likes to play on the off. So picks up a single.
I think whatever the result here, even if Patel picks up the final 2 wickets and closes things out with any further damage, it's a strange choice. Stevenson's bowled impressively, picked up 2 for himself. There's no need to go back to your left arm spinner. It hasn't been his day with the ball. That happens. You've got 7 bowling options which have been used. Surely just close it out with the man who's bowled so effectively from this end of the ground. Instead, he goes back to his all-rounder. 2 singles to start his 3rd over. Mix up. It's going to be a run out surely. Oh my! USA just can't hit the stumps, can they? How, oh how, has Chad Soper and Revu got back here? Revu was halfway down the track. This is the simplest run out you'd ever see. He had time to run it in like Jonty Rhodes and get the Superman out. Instead, he's tried to throw at it from 2 yards and somehow missed. Crazy moment in the match. Never seen the like of it.
Great fielding here from Singh on the boundary, restricting that to 1 run. So yes, they've done well here. They've restricted this to 3 runs of the first 4 balls. But Damien Ravu can hit a long ball. So let's see what happens here.
Cannot believe that wasn't run out. USA, it's been chronic, it's been catching. No one in the team can affect a direct hit. Haven't had one for 8 one-day internationals now since Saiteja Mukamala's effort in Texas. It's a long time between runouts. Patel's over, only goes for 4, so no real harm done by a bowling change we did not expect here in the box. 48 gone, 2 to go, 195 for 8.
Yeah, well, Patel only 4 of that over, so well done. Restricting PNG as we approach with 2 overs to go. So can PNG get to 200?
It might be 205 again.
I keep on saying 205, I don't know why. Is it psychological for the US? 205,
Oh,
or last time we chased this, we ended up in a tie. Could we be looking at another world record here? 2 ties on the same score.
Well, we talked about that world record in game 1, the 13 different bowlers taking a wicket. Already today we've seen 5 different bowlers take a wicket. If Nisarg Patel can pick up one in his final over, maybe we'll see 6. But the bigger story here is we had 2 teams make 205 2 days ago to tie the match 1 point apiece. PNG end with 205, which they could well here. Should pick up a couple of runs into the offside. Might pick up a 3rd with Patel fumbling. Yeah, good running. They will get back for 3. Poor piece of fielding out at deep cover. But if they ended up with 205 again, I'd wager all the money in the world no sides in 3 consecutive innings have posted the same total in an ODI.
Well, what we can say so far, Andrew, is that it's been a record-breaking start to the tournament.
Yeah, it's been a great series. Great to see cricket back here in Papua New Guinea. It's a beautiful place filled with very special people. And they've competed really well in the first 2 games. If they do get up to that, let's say 210 mark or something like that, which they should finish with, do you think they can defend that total?
I think they can with the variable bounce earlier on. We haven't really seen it towards the latter part of the innings here, so is the pitch evening out? But I'm sure that question will go through the minds of the US batsmen, given the way they got dismissed. So it'll come down to how the first 4 or 5 wickets fall in the USA innings, if they do. But I really wouldn't mind a close finish again.
Well, it's associate cricket, remember. It's all we do in associate cricket. We love it. Good cutter from Netra Valkyries. Really improved his death bowling. He bowls lots of variations, subtle cutters and changes of pace, and then that angle from around the wicket. Big cheers ring out beneath us from the PNG bench. The 200 comes up in the penultimate over.
So the question here is, can these 2 batsmen add on 5 runs over the next 3 balls?
There's another over to go after this one, Charles, remember. Don't forget that one. Don't forget the 50th.
Ravu is living dangerously as the ball's hit by Sopa straight to backward point. Well fielded there by Patel, and Ravu was halfway down the wicket. 8 balls remaining. As PNG as they ring some changes here, bringing up mid-off and pushing 3rd man back.
Just be a single to mid-off who's on the edge of the circle. You'd have to presume Patel's going to bowl the 50th over, and he may well bowl it and get out of his spell okay. I think it's a real risk, and it's a sign that USA haven't learnt their lessons. The T20 World Cup qualifier back in Bulawayo in July, the 3rd and final critical group game, USA versus Zimbabwe. USA were right in the game throughout probably 70 or 80% of that match, but somehow they allowed their part-time leg spinner Aaron Jones to bowl overs 18 and 20. The first over went for a 6-6 to start with. We thought there was going to be a chance of 36 from the over, but he smashed 26 runs from the final over, took all the momentum away, and they're risking a spinner bowling the 50th and final over here in the ODI. I'm not quite sure it's necessary. It might work, but it's a sign for me that USA are just not learning from all this cricket, all this exposure they're getting at the top level. It cost them that day against Zimbabwe. Could it cost them here today?
Yeah, very unusual to see spin being bowled in the 50th over. Chad Soper proved that he could hit a 6. David Rao was known to hit 6s, so let's see.
Yeah, it won't be a
If
6.
the first ball is punched down the ground, they're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, brilliant running again. The running's been outstanding, in fact, between the wickets. They know it's a big oval. They know it's very hot and humid for the fielders. Just cannot understand why it's not Cameron Stevens or even Jesse Singh bowling the final over. Patel's out to prove us wrong, though.
That's right. Maybe that's why they call him the professor. But I can say he's got a lot of influence in this team.
He certainly does, doesn't he? Yeah, very clear to see, even if you don't know the side too well. Going to be runs into the offside. Gajanan Singh is not going to be able to cut this off. It's going to run away for 4, surely. Cannot understand for the life of me while Patel is bowling here. 6 from the first 2 deliveries. Pressure on the left arm spinner.
And the batsmen are just going to have a go. And that's what you do at the end with a couple of wickets in hand. So they passed the magical 205. So definitely that world record can't be achieved. Let's see if they can set a new one.
Yeah, they get past that total. That was the tying total for USA batting first in game 1 in the series. So you might think it's under par, but in and around this kind of a total should be effective. Going to be 2 more runs here, I think, because it falls well short of Stephen Taylor at long off. 8 from the first 3 deliveries. Soper playing a nice cameo. He moves to 20.
Yes, a miss hit there, but they can still come back through for 2, which makes it 8 of the over, halfway through. 3 balls remaining. Can PNG get to 220?
Yeah, Soper's going to feel he missed out there. It was there for the sweep. It was speared in at the pads and gets just something on it, but not enough to get it away for 4, just a single to the total.
Correct, and there was only protection there for Patel is fine leg inside the circle. So Devin Rabu, this will be interesting. He can hit.
He smashed down to Stephen Taylor. Won't be 2 this time. Hit too well. So Patel has gone for 10 runs from 5 deliveries. Can he get out of his spell? Can USA close things out here? 211 on the board. The last ball of the first innings incoming. And he's going to get a wicket. So a 6th bowler does take a wicket. And makes those figures look a bit better. Still have to question the strategic choice and don't quite understand exactly the thought process. But Chad Soper trying to go inside out. He was probably trying to get that bit more elevation. All he can do is pick out Jaskran Malhotra at extra cover. So the innings ends with a whimper, with a wicket from the final delivery. PNG 211 for 9.
Nothing PNG would be happy with that score. At one stage been 6,432. So for the tail, Chad Soper in particular, helping Asad Vala, who top scored in this innings, to get past the 200 mark. And I think the bowlers can feel that's defendable. More born out of the fact that they bowled out USA for 205. So we'll see how the game unfolds as we look at the scorecard.
Yeah, probably honours even, really, isn't it? Maybe PNG just a bit shy of where they would have wanted to be after that flying start from Legasiaku, who made 35 off just 31 deliveries. Outside of Asadullah Vala's 64 and a good cameo from Chad Soper late. Not a lot else to cheer about with the bat for PNG. It continues to be their Achilles heel. And for the American bowlers, 6 different bowlers take a wicket, remarkably. Let's see if we can bring those figures up for you. Here they are. And the pick of
yeah.
those, the two spinners, Taylor and Kenjige.
Yeah, once again, Stephen Taylor, 3 for 34. Great spell. And Kenjige showing his skills as well, opening the bowling and then bowling well during the middle stages. And between them, it gone at 2.6 and 3.4 and over, 50 runs of the 20 overs, and picking up 5 wickets. So well done, the two spin bowlers there for USA.
Yeah, good credit too for Sarab Netravalkar, who was economical and bowled really nicely, particularly his final spell from that Bassini end. That's the story of the match at the halfway stage of game number 2. We'll leave you for about a 40-minute break. Come back and join us for all the action. USA will need 212 to win. They're being broadcast right the way around the world. You're watching us live on ICC TV and also in Willow TV in North America, maybe fan code back in India, morning time in India. Very good morning to you if you're watching on from the subcontinent. With USA battling back pretty well with the ball to restrict Papua New Guinea to 211 for 9. Stephen Taylor, the star of the show, with the ball. 3 wickets for him. Will there be runs with the bat for the opening batter, the all-rounder for Team USA? So from the Bassini end of the ground. And Stephen Taylor joined by Sai Mukamala just on your screen there. He's at the non-strikers, and the youngster dismissed for a golden duck in game 1. He'll be hoping for better today. Here we go. Runs immediately for Taylor and runs into the leg side. Should be at least a couple. If that was PNG running between the wickets, there would be a third. But Taylor sends back Mukamala. Definitely 3 on offer. Andrew Leonard here alongside Charles Amini. Great to have Charles with me throughout the series. Charles, this could be an entertaining second half of the match.
Could be. The score is below par though on this wicket. I would have thought 250 was gettable by PNG, but well done USA in restricting the Barramundis to 211. Depends on how
The Legacy Aka play up top for Papua New Guinea. He's not going to hold back in the power play with the fielding restrictions in place, just 2 fielders outside the circle. If he gets USA off to a flyer, PNG could be in trouble.
That's right. He's the key to this.
Beautiful. Perfect cover drive. He just stood and admired his shot after he hit it, and he's got such power. Comfortably runs away for a boundary.
Yep, didn't bother to run. As soon as he hit that, placed perfectly between point and cover for 4.
Yeah, 28 years of age, Stephen Taylor. And for a man of his quality, maybe his batting record in ODI cricket in particular doesn't quite explain just how good he is. 784 runs coming into today at an average of 26. Felt like a breakthrough innings though for him in Texas. He made that century to finally get to 3 figures at the Moosa Stadium in Texas, but he followed that up shortly after with a T20I 100 against Jersey down in Bulawayo. He's so dangerous, he really is, and he's going to pick up 7 runs from the first 5 deliveries. Good batting from him. Can score up to nowhere to bowl to him.
He looks very comfortable out there. Not troubled by the pace of Khmer. Driving that crisply down the ground to...
Yeah, big moment here for Sai Mukamala. He's only a youngster. A man from New Jersey who plays for the New Jersey Stallions in minor league cricket. Golden duck in game 1, and that's not going to help his nerves, is it? Bowler. He's going to be having a heart rate pounding right now. Can he survive his second ball? Hold up in play as well, because somehow a drink ended up in the field, and CJ Amini's tried to toss it off the park, but has managed to come up 5 yards short. So third man has to run 40, 50 yards around. A bit of a farcical start for Sai Mukamala, and he'll just be wanting to get there. Who got him out in game 1? Can he survive, or will it be back-to-back golden ducks? Bat on ball, more like it. Not the aggressive stroke we saw him play from his first ball. 7 from the opening over. Good start for USA.
Great start from the USA. Looking comfortable there. In the first game on Sunday, Khmer picked up a wicket in his first over. So PNG now took 4 wickets in the first few overs there in that match. Can they repeat? Can they repeat that process again? They're starting with Sesebao as well from the Manu end.
Yeah, the reason for that, he was the man to pick up the danger man. Stephen points table, that's what we're playing for. PNG certainly out of the reckoning in terms of the top 1 points today. They now can't catch Oman, so that has solidified Oman's play at the top of the table. You'd be almost certain that the men from the Gulf will be going to the Cricket World Cup qualifier. Probably a bogeyman for Stephen Taylor.
Yeah, great start for Sissy. I don't think he expected that. And Taylor will be watchful, given he dismissed him in the last game.
Runs into the leg side, 4 of them. Taylor flies to double figures. Good work from our photographer as well, as he exploits the leg side. Lovely sweep shot.
Yep. Bauer is a part-time bowler, so just straight onto the leg stump there.
More runs, this time into the offside. Beautiful forward press from Taylor before getting it right the way into the deep. There will be 3 this time. Sai Mukamala needs to get moving, but he'll get home comfortably. Good arm that, though, from the long off-fielder who ran around.
It looks like Damien Ravu out there. That long off. To cut that shot off for 3 from Taylor, and he moves to 10. 14 rather, straight away from the 9 balls he's faced. Brings Mukamala out to strike.
Yeah, and for Mukamala, who has done much of his batting, in fact all of his batting so far for USA in the 5 one-day internationals he's played, up and coming in and performing a finisher role at number 6 or 7. He's in the team because of the absence of Sushant Madani. Madani has been Taylor's opening partner for the best part of a year now, since the return of associate cricket after the pandemic. Couldn't be here because of visa issues, so difficult for the 18-year-old to perform a role that's a bit alien to him. And all he'll need to do is knock it around, pick up a few runs, compliment Taylor much in the way he did to Legacy Aka in the first innings. Good start this from USA, 14 coming from the opening 2 overs and some nervous looking PM.
For Papua New Guinea. Turns 47 on Friday the 16th of September.
Taylor quickly going to deal with Kamea. This will be an interesting battle between these two.
Well, so far Kamea has pitched the ball up. I think he got his success from getting Mukamala with the ball that sort of reared off a short length and was caught behind by Samu Natsai.
Really athletic effort. Certainly been only 1 star with the glove so far for all the problems Monank Patel has had.
A very athletic Simon. Definitely saving 4 runs there. I'm surprised that Kamea continues to bowl a full length.
Good examination this of the 18-year-old's technique. Kamea, he's impressed me since he's come into international cricket. With a big find, the young left armour, and he's keeping Nosayana Pakana out of the team at the moment. Pakana's had some injury problems, but also some fitness issues. He hasn't looked to me like he's anything like his full fitness, even though he's in the 14-player squad.
And that's right. And Sema Kamea's, taken those opportunities, produced wickets. Every time he's bowled, he's picked up 2 or 3 wickets in the last few matches, so deserves his place. And I think Nosayana Pakana also struggled taking wickets and is a bit out since the World Cup.
He's had a big impact into international cricket, just 21 years of age. One of the few youngsters in this PNG Barramundis. And he's causing Mukamala problems. Can't find a single to get off the mark. Papua New Guinea, they'll know all about Stephen Taylor. It was the return of international cricket for both of these sides this time last year. I know everything about Malhotra. Malhotra made 173 not out against them. Stephen Taylor, 82 of 55 deliveries as USA cantered down their total of 158 in the return game. There's just a couple of ODIs played as warm-up matches. That'll please Mukamala. He gets off the mark Nice deep sigh of relief. You could almost see it there at the non-striker's end.
Yep, always the batsman's bogey. Get off the mark. And then brings immediate relief to get off the mark.
Rushes him for pace. Taylor has a look at the umpire. Not sure why. Everyone's looking a bit. Bouncer to close out the third over. It's 17 for none.
Yes, and that's the first sort of short ball that Sema has bowled in his 2 overs thus far. So PNG will continue with Sesibao from the Manu end. As USA cantering along at the moment at 17 for the loss of no wicket after 3 overs.
Yeah, good solid start for USA. This tactic of using bow up the top, it's predominantly because of the left-handed Stephen Taylor being at the crease. Looks comfortable against Mukamala as well. There's another youngster in the team who's an option for US, leading run scorer at the 2021 USA Cricket National Championships. That was a 50-over competition. Works it into the leg side. Again, the running between the wickets, not quite like PNG's, not as aggressive. Happy with just the one.
Yeah, that was a comfortable single behind just backward of square. I think Sese is producing any danger to the opening pair thus far. The wicket that got Taylor sat in and sort of set up for him to get the return quarter ball. But Bao not even producing any of those sorts of deliveries so far, and Taylor looks very good.
What do you reckon of spin bowlers bowling in their sunglasses? Ashley Giles used to do it famously. Stephen Taylor himself sometimes will do it. Chris Gale, when he bowled those off breaks.
Yeah, I think the Warney effect there.
Well, I think Shane Warne, did he used to bowl in his sunnies, did he? Did he not take them off?
Yeah, he used to take them off, but you know, I think the way he dressed as well, he had the sunnies behind him. When CJ started playing as a 6-year-old in the Melbourne competition, the Melbourne Suburbs competition north, he would bowl like that too. So a lot of the parents would say, oh, he's trying to imitate Warney.
Oh, who did young leg spinner? Excellent stop, Tony Ora on the dive. Mid-wicket, keeps it to just the 1 run off the bat from that over. Good tight over, 19 for none after 4. And that is the third of the 3 teams in town here. Cricket World Cup League 2 series. Namibia. Batter's getting padded up. All sorts of strapping on the knee. I think that's JJ Smith there, isn't it? Big left arm seamer. Talented side, this Namibian team. No David Visa though. Big blow for Namibia. He's over in the Caribbean playing in the CPL, so he will not be in town for their 4 one-day internationals. They will begin on the field in 2 days' time. 2 home games currently scheduled for Monday and Wednesday, but we'll have to wait and see Queen Elizabeth's death as to whether we might have a bit of a shuffle later in the week. We do at least have a day off in between every ODI in the current schedule, so we can accommodate that if so needed. But they're a good side, Namibia. They've got the advantage of all those games.
That's right, and they've been here before. They graced our shores a few years ago. A lot of those players are still in that squad. And I think they also take comfort from the fact that they've qualified for the World Cup, albeit in different format. But that brings a bit of confidence into your squad at associate level that you qualified for the big dance.
Weren't they? At the T20 World Cup, they beat my country out of sight, and they were deserved winners in Sharjah. Hammered Ireland to get through to the Super 12, and it was a double prize, really. It was getting through to the Super 12 to take on the big boys, but also guaranteed qualification for the next edition next year in Australia. It meant that Ireland and indeed the other sides that missed out of that World Cup, Oman missed out, Papua New Guinea missed out, but for Scotland and Namibia, who got through automatically, they booked their ticket down to Australia. T20 side, we've seen slightly mixed results for them in the ODI format. We saw that in Scotland. They did beat Nepal twice, but they went down to defeat to Scotland twice. And if you look at the points table, which we'll bring up on your screen here now, they're currently all the way down in 5th place, but talking to their coach yesterday, their coaching team, that's Pierre de Bruyne and Albie Morkel. If you look at it on a points per game basis, they're actually currently in 3rd place. They're ahead of everyone barring Oman and Scotland. So they think that they can chase down USA, and they know how important the games are against Papua New Guinea and America here. I think it's a 3-way go for 3rd place, as Taylor smashes this one miles into the deep. That's a very good shot. The short ball was misdirected by Kamea, and he picked up that length very quickly. 4 to the total.
As we look at the replay here, Kamea digging in this short. The problem is directed down the leg side, and Taylor helps himself for 4 runs. And Kamea did try this earlier on, and Taylor did sort of hit that with the toe end of the bat, surprised him a little. But if Kamea's going to bowl short to Taylor, he needs to make sure it's well directed. Otherwise, he'll go for more runs.
Yeah, just going back to that points table as we're halfway through the power play now, 23 for none after 5. Do you think it's a real toss-up, a 3-way go between USA, UAE and Namibia for that 3rd qualification spot? You'd think that for Nepal, particularly for the moment, certainly shorn of the services of Sandeep Lamachani as well, are going to be really just trying to get to 5th place if they can. They'd have to get in a real winning streak to come into the mix.
Well, you'd say with Namibia and Nepal, for that matter, only 10 points behind, with only halfway through their games, they'd stand a chance here.
UAE have had their problems too, sacking Ahmed Raza as captain in the T20 format anyway, in a disastrous Asia Cup qualifier. Their head coach Robin Singh, don't think anybody could understand that who was watching those games. And CP Rizwan brought in as captain, and just 1 point from the 4 matches that they played in Aberdeen, so they're maybe losing their form a touch.
And correct me if I'm wrong, PNG beat them?
Yeah.
For their first win?
Spot on. That was in the Middle East, in the UAE on home soil. And realistically, PNG can kind of play that upset card and ruin other teams' days, and Namibia seem to be more than aware of that. They won't be underestimating the Barramundis, particularly on home soil here.
Definitely not, and not only on home soil, but the fact that over the years, even from the times when I was playing, Andrew, the matches between PNG and Namibia always went down to the wire. For some reason, we've had this history of playing very close matches.
Mukamala does get a 3rd single down the ground. He's very slow to start with, though, 3-year-old. And PNG will be happy to keep bowling to him. Not the result USA would have wanted. 5 dots followed by a single, which means Mukamala keeps the strike.
Especially when Sese bowls like a part-time bowler, he's sort of brought in to try and mix up for PNG. And so far, he hasn't gone for many because he's bowled most of his deliveries to Mukamala. So Kamea is going to continue with his 4th over. He has none for 14. And I guess he's continued because he has a chance to bowl again at Mukamala.
Always hear that from good coaches. They'll encourage you to take on the mid-off for the mid-on fielders with good intent. If you're on the front foot particularly, if you say yes immediately, they're never going to run the non-striker out running down to the keeper's end. If you make your mind up and go, you should get there.
And that's the thing for Mukama. So I think Khmer wants to make a change in the field. He's doing away with the slip. With the bat.
Yeah, interesting period of the game here, because whilst Mukamala is still there, well, with the way he plays naturally, tend to take the bowlers on. If PNG could find a way past Taylor, flicked away nicely by Taylor. Taylor wants a second and he wants to get back on strike. That's good running. It's more like it. USA were a bit tardy in their running between the wickets in the first few overs. I think that was mainly because Taylor wanted to get back onto strike.
Yeah, I thought to at least get Taylor to reconsider the second run.
Just over the head. Probably only 8 or 10 inches, no more than that. And a sprawling diving effort from Legacy. But he's not big in stature. A taller man there. If Pakana was there, I know he's not on the field, that probably would have been a simple catch. Instead, Taylor gets 4.
Yeah. So we've had 3 mixed sort of outcomes from the 3 short deliveries that Khmer has bowled. But given Taylor's, intent to attack, if it's in the zone, he'll go for it. But you're right, an opportunity there for somebody taller than Lega. And I must say that was probably the first chance that's been opportunity that's produced itself for PNG. They haven't looked threatening enough, unlike the first match, in bringing about the downfall of a USA wicket.
Well, I think they caught USA a little bit cold on the first morning, didn't they? Well, that's a poor delivery, but has he picked out the man, would you believe? Anywhere around this massive oval. But instead, he's simply picked out Chad Soper down at fine leg, and a wicket literally from nowhere, probably the worst for 25, and PNG have the breakthrough.
See the replay here. Full toss just above the knee roll. That could have gone anywhere around the mini park. Whole fielder, Chad Soper, safe hands, takes the catch. And PNG, really against the run of play, have picked up the key wicket of Taylor.
I thought when he hit it, it was 4 or 6. But Taylor, he has a habit of this. He finds a way to get out to some poor deliveries. And he literally could have hit that anywhere. A long, lonely walk off.
I was going to say, Andrew, that he wouldn't have, he would fit into the PNG batting lineup quite easily.
Yeah, certainly some similarities and comparisons there. 7 gone, 31 for 1. Manik Patel to the crease, who got a good delivery to dismiss take a wicket.
That could have gone anywhere. Full toss, rank chose to hit it in the air straight down the throat of Chad Soper. Safe.
So the captain will be at the non-striker's end as Damien Revu comes into the attack. There'll be pace from both ends. The dismissal of Taylor means the exit door is shown to Sese Bow's off breaks. The 2 right-handers now at the crease. Required run rate, you'll see at the bottom of your screen there, just over 4 and over. Shouldn't be anything out of hand at any stretch for USA, but they'd like Taylor to bat for a little while longer as Mukamala gets his first boundary. Lovely shot. The punch off the front foot from a short delivery. The full face of the bat gets it past CJ Amini, who's at backward point. Even his brilliance can't cut it off. Bit of a loosener really this from Revu with the issue. Nicely played away. Going to be back-to-back boundaries, I think. Yeah, brilliant from Mukamala. Just his 6th one-day international today. 75 runs he's made in them so far, but that's a lovely stroke. Fully in control. The youngster who's taken so long to get going. 12 off 21. Take a look at this. Just steered, wasn't it, between the man at Gully, who's come a bit square now in backward point. And back-to-back boundaries make up for that dismissal of Taylor. Going to be 3 back-to-back boundaries, I think, here, is it? No. Really good work from Norman Vanua. Saves 2 runs. Damon Revue's extra pace, Mukamala looks to be enjoying. And all of these runs have come through the same area. The first one in front to Vanua, who's really square at the 3rd man. He's almost a deep backward point in some ways. And this time back of a length. And Mukamala happy to check down and take a dot ball. Slip in place, that's Asad Olivala, the captain. We just zoom out from that position a bit, we might be able to see him. And then CJ Amini's over the Gully's right shoulder at backward point. All of the runs coming through the offside. Good intent from Sai Mukamala since that dismissal of. I've noticed through his first couple of deliveries, really close to the front foot line. 2 or 3 of those opening 6 deliveries were right on the verge of being a no ball. Can't afford to bowl no balls in international cricket these days with the free hits that follow. 8 overs gone, good over for USA. It's 41 for 1. Poor delivery. Patel's going to get a freebie to get off the mark. 4 runs immediately to his total. Back-to-back horror shows for Kamea. One of them got a wicket though. Near waist-high full toss. Charles Amini. Kamea's bowled a bit of a howler here.
Yeah, and I don't think he's been told that Patel is probably the best batsman in this team, the captain. Mind you, Kamea did bowl him with a superb delivery on Sunday. And hit the bat.
Where to from here for Papua New Guinea? Where are they going to find the wickets? Where are they going to find a way to apply the pressure on USA? The required run rate under 4 and over, or in and around 4 and over. That's not going to put a challenge to USA with the quality of batting that they have. So how can they build up that pressure?
I think they've got to just continue to try things, try all the options that they have. They have quite a lot of options. Now I'm surprised they've stuck with Kamea because really he hasn't bowled that well, and the wicket that he took was of a poor delivery, so very fortunate to pick up that wicket really. I would have tried to bring in Norman Vanua because, like we said, the pace bowling from the Bishinien causes problems for the batsman at the Manu end because the ball tends to stay low. So Kamea's into his 5th. As Mukamala is watchful there on the front foot, pushing them back down the pitch.
Yeah, Vanua really a key wicket taker, isn't he, for Papua New Guinea?
Yes, I mean he can be wayward at times, but he does bring the wickets. He does, come in and pick up a wicket. So you got to try those sort of options, PNG, because there's no way they can contain these runs. low par here at a mini park. So they have to produce a bowling performance similar to Sunday. You can't do that. They've only taken 1 wicket up to the within the power play. They need to pick up a couple more, put pressure back on.
There's a wicket taking. Soper and Vanua both with 51 ODI wickets, and then after that it's the all-rounders Asad Alavala and CJ Amini. Mukamala's going to get back for 2 here. That's good running.
That's great running, and I think there was a misunderstanding there between CJ and Lega, between Point and Gully as to who was going to go for the ball. So it ended up being a comfortable 2 runs.
No Ale now in this squad. Is he missed out due to injury, or why is he not here?
I think he's carried an injury for some time. Because I actually asked a couple of those questions this morning as to why some of these players are not available for this tournament. So Ale now comes to mind, and he did play in the previous tri-series in the US between these 3 teams, and he had a fairly good tour of the Emirates in the last outing there.
Beautiful flock of birds flying around Amini Park. Stunning part of the world here. We're in the Pacific in this wonderful sports complex in Port Moresby. There is probably half a dozen or maybe more sports grounds all linked up. Football pitches, rugby union and rugby league stadiums, and then 2 cricket ovals, one of which hosts quite a bit of Australian rules football as well. But this is cricket dedicated here at Meany Park as Patel looks for a very expansive drive off Ravu. Big shot from just his 5th delivery.
I think so too. He'll probably be eyeing the shorter boundary as well.
And that wind is definitely starting to get up. It's blowing behind Ravu's back, so will increase his pace. Tends to always blow in that direction, the wind here.
Yes, straight across the ground, diagonally, east to west. So traditionally on this oval, you don't really score up the ground, especially not in the air anyway. Take the aerial route, more batsmen tend to hit with the wind. Yeah, this is a big part of the boundary as well, as Patel tucks it to mid-wicket, fielded by Siaka.
Yeah, that was the issue, wasn't it, for Chad Soper as he looked for the winning blow. It was hitting into the wind. It hung in the air for an absolute eternity before Stephen Taylor nestled underneath it. And when he went, USA sniffed victory because it was just the number 11. They managed to pick up 2 signals before Nosh Kenjige dismissed the number 11. The game to be tied, nicely driven. They do have their plans in place though, Papua New Guinea. They know that Patel loves it through the covers, so man in it extra. Ravu needs to be careful though. Repeatedly I'm watching his front foot, and he is pushing that line, Charles.
The last thing you want is a wicket over no ball.
Lovely back foot drive, but straight to the man who's at cover. Really well fielded by Sese Bao, because that was powerfully struck. It's probably the trademark Manak Patel shot, isn't it? The back foot punch. You can't be...
I haven't heard a lot about him, sorry, viewers in the US. So I had to ask CJ who he thought was the best bat in the team. Patel, the captain. So that shot, elegant, 1 foot off the ground as he punched at it to backward point.
Yeah, he's a quality player, and you don't see batters who play the back foot drive very well not be good cricketers. They tend to be the very cream of the crop. You were talking about Sachin Tendulkar. Going to see the physio come on just to give Manak Patel a little bit of treatment. Might be that knee. We saw him take a really heavy impact blow during the first innings. Ball he didn't lay anything on at all. Protected area above his wicket-keeping pads. In fact, there's a bit of treatment for the hand. So I just wonder, will Patel maybe not keep for the next 2 games? Do they have another option? Do they give the gloves to Sai Mukamala or Jaskram Malhotra? Because Patel's keeping, it's been terrible, to be frank, for these 2 games. He's given away 20-25 runs, and they need his batting, don't they, the American captain? So does he sacrifice the gloves for the remaining 2 matches against Namibia?
I would, because it doesn't change the makeup of the team. He's dropped a few catches, he's received a few blows to the body. And Mukamala would probably pick up the role, because I think Malhotra, having picked up his few wickets, would have a word in the ear of the captain to say, look, you keep me on as a bowler. So bowling change here is PNG bring in Chad Soper. Medium pace, right down medium pace. But if this breeze picks up, he has the ability to swing the ball both ways, and that's his forte.
Yeah, he's a very clever bowler. Reminds me a lot of Ian Holland, actually, of the United States of America, who's not here. He's on County Championship duty. 3 players really missing for USA. Ali Khan with that fractured forearm. That was such a horrible incident. He was struck in his follow-through as a Jersey batter, smashed the ball back at him. It was evasive action, fractured his front forearm. And then Rusty Theron, no sign of him here. Not too sure why that is. Whether it was visa issues again. Actually 4 players missing, because we're missing Sushant Madani as well. And then Ian Holland, who was big impact player, the Hampshire all-rounder. But with Hampshire very much in the mix to win the county championship this year, they have kept him. He's contracted full-time to Hampshire, so USA miss out on him. Should be back for the tour in Namibia, I suspect, which is USA's final set of matches in this Cricket World Cup League 2.
So yeah, that'll be an interesting tour, depending on how this series goes. Because PNG will fancy themselves against Namibia. Despite the standing match, there should be some advantage your way. And 2, PNG.
Yeah, Hampshire in fact just went top of the table in the County Championship Division 1 with a big innings win for Hampshire over Northants in Southampton at the Rose Bowl. First ball duck though for Ian Holland, so didn't trouble the scorers too much, but did pick up a wicket. And I think Hampshire will be back into action as soon as September this year. Got itself into a bit of a muddle, hasn't it, the English calendar? All the traditions we think back to of Sunday League and the County Championship. It's all over the place now with the introduction of the 100.
Yeah, English cricket continues to confound me particularly. It's really hard to catch up with all the events that go on. Now they're playing 40 overs. So every time we try to predicate something based on their game, you really can't.
Well, the way their test team is going under the new era of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, the English fans will say everything's fine, because they won 6 from 7 tests this summer, including a series win. It was just a 3-day test match, with day 1 to passing of the Queen of England. It was always a queen, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. In many of our lifetimes, in fact, as you read history, and when I did, I was thinking, I wonder what it's like under King George and all that sort of stuff, because we've never experienced it, so now we will. So we'll see how my namesake goes. I'm actually going around telling all my relatives I'm king now, so you've got to be careful.
King Charles. I'm Irish, so we like our republic. That's what we like. We fought hard enough to get it from the Brits, so we're not royalists at all over in my neck of the woods. King Charles III he is?
I believe so.
Yeah, yes. That's right. So what are you then? You're King Charles IV of Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, I just saw the rubber was sort of warned by the umpire. It's getting pretty close to overstepping the mark here.
Really good running. So elegant to watch, Manik Patel, isn't he? That's the perfect back foot drive. The shapes that he gets into. Any young batter watching on, if you're being allowed to stay up late on the west coast of America, 10 p.m. there now, just look at the shapes and the positions that Manik Patel gets himself into. That comes from hours and hours of honing his game in the nets, hitting thousands and thousands of balls. I think it's a matter of time before Damien Review bowls a no ball here, because every single delivery, he is right on the precipice of going past that line. Keep your eyes on that, Charles.
And I noticed the warning earlier on. Probably a reminder to Ravu there from the umpire.
Into the 12th over, USA gone past that 50 mark now. Looking pretty comfortable in the chase. The runs for Saiteja Mukamala in particular will be a real boost, real bonus runs for USA. The 18-year-old looking pretty assured at the crease.
And that's the thing. PNG were in a similar position in their bat, and nobody looked threatened at all. So all of a sudden the wicket falls. So could they follow the PNG template? At this stage, the batsmen look very comfortable, and they're taking on the PNG field and taking their quick singles so far.
Nicely driven, but straight to Tony Ura on the bounce, who fields sharply. 12 gone, 3 from that over, 56 for 1. The spin options that we'll see from Papua, very likely CJ Amini's leg breaks and Asadolawala's off spin to complement Sese Bao, who's already been used.
But you would think, Manuen, did you try CJ having 2 right-handers at the crease? Of course, there's Asan Wala with his off spinners, and Hiri can also bowl a bit of off spin.
Well, if we're to tie that world record, we'll need 7 different PNG bowlers to take a wicket. We've already had one of them. Bowlers 7 for USA and 6 for Papua New Guinea all took a wicket, and today USA having 6 of their 7 bowlers used at least one blow. As Mukamala has so nearly given it away. It's a dolly, to be frank, that's been put down by Semu Kamea. And that should have been gone. How has this gone down?
Not very well for me. This is regulation. Dollied straight down the throat of mid-on, and Kamea put down a sitter. That is poor fielding by PNG standards. And by any standard, really.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most difficult catch, that is a 1.
That's a 0.5.
At international level, that is as easy as they come. And you could almost hear the gasp from the crowd in the background, couldn't you? Soper had just frustrated Mukamala, got him to play a big shot. Mukamala gave it away, and somehow Kamea has put it down.
You can see Kamea in the background here as he moves to his right and drops a sitter. That had to be taken, and then USA didn't even have a drop catch in their innings. And in all those occasions when the wickets fell, it was always against the run of play. And this is very similar to USA, just against the run of play, and he's popped it into the air. Regulation catch at mid-wicket, mid-on, and he's dropped that. USA really should be 2 for 58.
Yeah, always easy for us to say it up here, but that was a howler, I'm afraid. Had to be taken. And for PNG to defend what, again, can only be described at best a slightly under par total, you have to take chances like that. Soper, just keep wheeling away, and Legacy Aka's run ahead, trying to keep his spirits high. Good to see that from Legacy Aka. It's a touching moment, but realistically, the damage is done. That catch had to be taken.
Yeah, very good of Lega. If it was me, I would have said something else.
Well, you're a tough critic, aren't you? Your son's coming on to bowl. Now, don't be too mean. Come on, here comes CJ Amini. We got Charles Amini in the box, the former PNG captain. And his son will bowl his beautiful leg breaks now. Keep your eye on the googly as well. Bowls a good googly that...
But I think, you know, I think it's only right that the bowling is office against the leggies, the left-armers.
And he's bowling from the right end as well, because he's got all that real estate out on the leg side to protect anything of a captain and vice captain, because there is just 2 fielders outside the circle. Deep square leg and cover. That means mid-off and mid-on are up. Slip in place. Extra cover is very tight in, as is mid-wicket. So they're trusting Amini to be very consistent with his leg breaks and find a way past Madank Patel.
Yes, and Kame's confidence is down. There was a very poor return back to Simon Atai. But yeah, CJ, all he needs to do is get into his rhythm. And if he can get a wicket here, they'll bring his confidence up.
He's a bit of a rhythm bowler. Most leg spinners are. But when he gets into a rhythm, I think he's as good as there is going around the associate game. Loyal bowler. The thing I love about watching CJ Amini, he's such a dynamic, fantastic fielder. Watch him off his own bowling. Anything back towards him, he'll be right on it. Good start this, on the money.
And like all leg spin, I think it's really...
Yeah, and clever cricket this as well. He realises he started well, doesn't want to give it away with the boundary from the first ball, so long off goes back straighter. And just 2 singles from his opening over, so brilliant start from Amini. And the end of the 14th over, it's 60 for 1 USA.
There was an opportunity in that last over from Chad Soper. If we look at the worm here, USA 1 down, and PNG...
Yeah, they're a little bit behind.
Bit behind the run rate here. So it'll be interesting if PNG can pick up another wicket in this.
To see the kids coming in, they created a very memorable atmosphere in game 1. All of the American players were talking about it afterwards. They enjoyed their engagement with what was a pretty partisan home crowd. And when Soper himself, who's bowling now, hit that 6 down the ground, things reached fever pitch in the crowd with just 4 to win. I think everyone had left for their cars because they thought the game was done.
I noticed Mukamula, as he goes forward to play his shot, he's quite uppish playing across.
I think there's a technical flaw there.
I think so. He's almost sort of falling over as he's trying to play the shot, and he chipped it to Khmer. And I'm surprised they kept Khmer there and mid-on. Because he chipped the ball earlier on towards CJ at short mid-wicket. And I've noticed Chad also, the ball's not really rising at the Bissini end. Manu end, rather.
No, Bissini end. It's definitely keeping low, isn't it, from this end, the Bissini end of the ground. And
yes,
this is a real technical examination from an experienced cricketer like Soper. Played so much cricket in Australia. He knows how to give nothing away. And he's saying to Simon Kamala, where are you going to score? He's saying to the youngster, the 18-year-old, I don't think you've got the power to hit me over mid-off or mid-on into the wind. Or sorry, correction, with the wind. But what he's saying is, where are you going to score? I'm leaving a big gap out in the covers for you if you want to play me square the wicket. But I'm going to bowl stump to stump.
and that's really a poor delivery by Soper. Too short at his pace and nicely clipped through mid-wicket.
And Mukamala says, that's where I'm going to score. I'm going to score into the leg side. Let's take a look here. It's really just clipped off leg stump, but I think for a fielder of CJ Amini's standards, he's going to think that's a misfield. Dived over it a little bit, and enough timing for it to run away quickly to the shorter boundary for 4 more runs to young Mukamala. It was Fuller this time and won't take on the single. 15 gone, 4 from that over. All the 4s everywhere, aren't they? The run rate's around 4, the required rate's around 4, 4 off that over. 64 for 1.
CJ to continue from the Manu end. As the USA 64 for 1. Mukamula putting away a 4 of Chad Soper's last over after having been dropped in the over before that, also of Soper.
Good running from Mukamala. He'll get home even with a direct hit. They're targeting Kamea a little bit, aren't they? The ball always seems to follow you after a moment like that, the drop catch of Mukamala.
Yes, I'll be trying to hide Kamea somewhere.
The problem is, short fine leg is pretty much a good place to hide someone, but the ball just seems to be and that's good batting. Just at the last second, Mukamala's opened the face there to find the gap in between the backward point and the extra cover fielder out to the sweeper. Growing in confidence, the youngster.
He is.
The issue for PNG is very unlikely that USA will allow the scoreboard to come into the game. With just 4 and over required to defend, you simply have to.
For PNG to do that, they need to be attacking. They still have first slip in play.
Runs down the leg side, and again it's Kamea who's going to have to hare after it. I think Patel should get back for a third. They may even run 4 here, but Mukamala very, very slow.
Pads and well played down the leg side there for 3, and I agree, should have been 4. Especially when the fielder stopped the ball from rolling over the fence there, as you can see.
Good over that for USA. 7 runs come from it with almost 0 risk, really. Amini just losing his line a touch. And
scoring almost off every delivery.
Five bowlers used so far. Who else may we see? Obviously Asadullah Vala, particularly when Gajanan Singh gets to the crease, if he gets to the crease, the left-hander.
He has an option. He also has Hiri Hiri. He hasn't tried Norman Vanua yet as well, so if he can rotate his bowling, available.
Good shot and a good diving stop. Nicely driven, wasn't it, by Patel? I think he thought he was going to get 4, but I think it's Semu Kamea again. The ball is just like a magnet attracted to him. His last 2 efforts after dropping that catch have been really... Isn't it amazing? They just moved him from mid-on to mid-off. And look at that. There goes. I think that's an Air New Guinea plane, isn't it? Up into the sky. And they're going to switch Kamea again. So he's now coming out of mid-off. He's going to go all the way down to deep backwards. Poor old Semu Kamea. He must have fielded 80% of the deliveries in the last 3 or 4 overs, and he's been carted all the way down.
And I bet you he's getting abused now because he's right near all the spectators.
He's right in front of all the spectators down there, down it. Fine leg. Oh, nearly. He's trying to get it to him, isn't he, Mukamala?
Yeah, he looks ungainly when he tries to play that shot, especially when he's pitched up. But sort of a length, there was a nice punch through mid-wicket, through the onside there. Pick up that for his last boundary.
Yeah, I think Soper is in. Mukamala just looks a little limited. Yeah, if we just zoom out from there, we're not going to see it, but Semu Kamea is down there. He's in the shadows in front of the fans, in front of that beautiful tree as Namibia continue to go about their business. And another misfield. This time it's not Kamea at mid-on, it's Norman Vanua, and it's going to cost 4. Papua New Guinea lost the plot. This isn't good enough by their standards. And defending 200 odd, you can't be doing this. What should have been maybe just the single is going to be a boundary instead.
Yes, missed it completely, Norman. And what should have been 1 run to 35.
Norman Vanua not used with the ball yet, surprisingly. 17 gone, 76 for one. We'll probably get one more over in before the drinks break. Where are they going to send Semo Kamea next? He's gone. Mid on, mid off. There he is. He's walking around like a man who doesn't know what position he's supposed to be in now. He's going to be out at long off. And that, for me, particularly to a leg spinner, is a pretty important position. It's a shot that Monank Patel loves as well. Don't rule out the fact that he could be involved in a big moment again here. I think that's the last position you want him in right now.
I agree. And they're bringing him in.
Yeah, and he comes now to mid-off. Patel, Agasiaka, who does enough to keep it to a single. PNG, what's going on with their fielding? This is very uncharacteristic for them.
Yes, very uncharacteristic. Misfield for a few runs there.
It's good for Mukamala again. He does look a little limited, doesn't he, against the wisdom beyond his years. Remember, he's just 18. So hopefully we'll make use of that life he's been given to show what he can do. Good from Amini, forcing Patel onto the back foot, bowling with good pace. Worked into the leg side, it'll be a single again. No pressure being built up by Papua New Guinea.
And that's the thing, Holland has come from a really bad ball. So PNG really need to rethink.
Just wonder, was that the googly? We'll have to take another look. We're square of the wicket, so out of the hand if I was behind or in front of the bowler. Very difficult.
Yeah, but that was played uppishly as well.
Might have been the Google. Just think it might have been the googly. That's the leg break and helped into the leg side. Good fielding. At mid-on, Hiri does enough. 18 gone, it's 80 for one. Might even get one more before the drinks break. PNG shining in their over rate, certainly, if not with their fielding. They need a wicket. Can they get it before the first drinks break?
Yes, USA definitely on top here. I think Lega and CJ having a chat there. As we look at the Manhattan skyscraper from the USA.
Fittingly, the Manhattan charts up. If you're wondering what happened in those 2 overs, 20 and 21, back-to-back maidens. So a bit of a hole in Stephen Taylor, took him for 14. But the problem, as you see demonstrated by those wickets, PNG just kept losing wickets, didn't they?
So Norman Vanua has been given the ball.
And Vanua must find the breakthrough simply for PNG. If it doesn't come here in this opening burst, the first introduction of the right arm quick bowler for Papua New Guinea, I can't see a way back into the game for them. Amini's probing away, but no wickets for him yet. Has to be big Storm and Norman to get it done for PNG.
So after 18 in the 19th over now, Norman's been given the ball. I don't think he'd enjoy that.
They've tended to hold him back in recent times.
I believe so. Norman takes wickets, but he's also
Look who the fielder is there, Charles. Semu Kamea again.
yes.
The old game, isn't it? The ball just follows you around just when you don't want it to. Simple piece of fielding that time, in fairness. Good diving stop. That's more like it.
That's more like PNG. Great stop there.
It's Sese Bow, isn't it?
Sese.
Yeah, backward point. Their fielding's been unusually tardy today. Very much not at the Barramundi standard.
As you see the replay here.
And almost blowing the sub jersey off Yasser Mohammed, who's getting Serious instructions, isn't he, from Arun Kumar Jagadish, the USA head coach, down in front of us. Wonder what the message is to these two right-handers. Just keep batting, I expect. If they're still there at the next drinks break, USA 19 gone. USA 83 for 1. We'll take a break here in the commentary. So welcome back after the drinks break, and USA, we're looking pretty good at the moment. Brad Soper, about as simple a drop chance as you could ever imagine, are looking very driven, very much in control of the chase, with their captain Manang Patel, who's breezed to 18 not out. I've got Charles Amini with me for just another 15 or 20 minutes before I'll be flying solo for the remainder of the chase. Charles, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. USA cantering at this stage.
Great effort off his own bowling by CJ Amini. Love to see that. So athletic. Definite run saved.
And I think given that they really haven't been able to break through or threaten the USA batting card thus far, it'll have to be moments like that that may bring up these chances.
A little too full this time, but Mukamala doesn't take it on the full toss, waits for it to bounce, and can only get it as far as Chad Soper at backward square. Backward point even. I think I'm starting to get delirious with the heat and the sun and the humidity, even though we're up in the air conditioning. 3 singles from that over. It's 86 for 1. Is there a way back into this game for PNG? They just have to keep fighting, surely.
Yeah, to keep fighting, and like I said, you got to keep on trying things. And you know, with this game, if you can get a couple of wickets, the momentum changes, confidence comes back into the bowling team.
Not going to be easy though from that position, is it? If you look at the match summary there, the required run rate is not even really in the equation right now. 4.2 and over. USA with 9 wickets in hand, they'll do that comfortably. And the bowling's been more than a little erratic, as is the fielding. Semu Kamea, the ball's been sticking to him like a magnet. It goes to him again. That catch had to be taken.
And he fumbled that ball as well, so it's followed him everywhere. We just hope the next one that's in the air to him, he doesn't put down.
And in that wicket though, particularly from this end, definitely getting 1 or 2 and over that are just keeping low for the seamers. Patel's done well to dig this one out.
And that's the really only ball that I've seen so far in his innings that is just probably brought back into the equation now. It's PNG looking for a breakthrough.
Yeah, you just can't find a way to get off the wicket. He gets a telling off as well from the square leg umpire for throwing the ball into the turf. Poor old Kamea. Not been his afternoon, is it?
Not his afternoon. He's got a warning already. Could a few of the spectators had a word in his ear?
Nicely driven, but straight to the cover fielder who does well. That's Chad Soper.
Well, I noticed a change in the intensity in the field since the break. That's good to see.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I suspect that's a message that's come out from the coaching team. Said, boys, if we're not fighting to win this game, what are we doing out here? So expect at least 15 or 20 minutes of serious effort from PNG. But it's all well and good doing it for a few overs. They need to find a way to get the breakthrough. And Norman Vanua holds the key to that for me. The joint leading wicket taker in ODI history for Papua New Guinea.
Well, he's brought about the first delivery of any concern to the USA batting team.
Problem has been his line has tended to stray leg side, and Mukamal has just helped him round the corner. And a real telling off again for Kamea. Almost like a headmaster, isn't he? The square leg umpire there, Donovan Kosh, who says, Kamea, get the throw. Well, you can eventually get a 5-run penalty, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not something you see too often. The umpires do tend to err on the side of leniency, but Kamea not heeding the warning of the umpire.
Looks like CJ's going to continue, but I notice there's a change in the field here because cover. So they're bringing 3 fielders into that area now. See if this produces a wicket. Try and nullify the runs that they're trying to score through there, which they've been doing quite easily. CJ though has to keep that line on off stump.
All you can ever ask for as a captain is for a bowler to bowl to a plan. With slip coming out of place, what is it? It must be to bowl pretty straight. It's not to bowl wide outside the off stump, but it's to try and encourage Patel to chip one up to either extra cover or cover, who are very tight together. See if you can take a look at that. Number 4, number 13 there. That's exactly what Patel has done, but he's got enough of it to get it over their heads. Captain.
Yeah, great shot. And he took on that risk with the 3 fields went up. And I probably think Assad's probably up too close. I would have thought come back and to plug the gap.
That's brilliant batting. Very, very clever cricket from Monank Patel. He does take a little bit of risk to get it over the heads of those two fielders a moment. Cover and extra cover. And the next delivery just guides it through the gap. That's where they're trying to pin down these two right-handers. Trying to get them caught in there, in that region. And Amini throws his eyes to the sky because that's a poor delivery.
Correct. And that's what I meant by trying to keep it on the pads. There's easy single there for the batsman.
Chipped just short of the man at mid-wicket. Patel disgusted with himself. He punches the bat. He felt that was a boundary ball. It probably was. And the reason it was, usually most leg spinners bowl with a straight mid-wicket in line with the stumps in the ring. I mean, he doesn't have that. He's got a spell. Could have got that straight through that straight mid-wicket region. It would have been 4. Instead, he ends the over with a single. 8 runs come off Amini's 5th. That might be the end of him for the moment, I suspect. Halfway through his allocation of 10. USA looking very comfortable, Charles. It's 97 for 1.
Very comfortable as they approach the 100 mark. Halfway through this chase. Their target of 211, 212 to win. So well on track with a loss of only 1 wicket. Apart from the drop chance by Khmer, the only other opportunity to come, 1 ball that kept low for Norman Vanua. They really haven't looked trouble at all.
Elegant stroke from Patel. He's starting to go on the attack. You sense it. You just sense he's starting to come to the boil. A really impressive batter, the American captain.
Now I think as cricket is, this is where the thinking cricketers know that you make use of the opportunities while you're at the crease. Because a loss of wicket can change the game.
Listen to these numbers though. He's now got 1,098 one-day international runs, an average just under 40, 2 ODI hundreds and 6 50s in 31 innings. They are good numbers. Anything approaching 40 in ODI cricket, excellent.
Well, there you go.
And it's not just those weight of runs behind him as we see dead ball signal, but it's the way he gets them. Very, very stylish, elegant player who's ever improving, and he's actually enjoyed the role as captain, I think. This one's going to go miles into the sky and all the way for 6. Down toward a bit of a top edge from Patel. It was always going to go over the shorter boundary. 6 to the total. The 100 comes up.
Yep, clipped off his hips. Great shot. And guess who he hit it over? Sama Khmer.
Now a square drive. That could have been 4 more. And goes wide outside the off stump. Takes a diving effort at backward point from Sese Bao. Patel looks $1 million out there.
Great fielding by Sese. Definitely cut off 4 runs there. No one just has to land it in that spot that caused the problems earlier on. Which is right there. As Patel is watchful, pushing with that. His shot before that went for 4. Too short. And then too full as he tried to correct himself. So six runs off the over so far as Norman comes in to close out the over. Another short ball.
Going to be 4, it'll be 3. 9 come off the over, but it could have been a lot more than that. And Vanua, who's integral to PNG's chances of finding some wickets, just loses his line, loses his length, and loses all rhythm. USA nearly halfway to the total required and very much on top.
Very well on top. As you can see, the crowd coming in now. And PNG needs a bit of magic here to see if they can salvage something back. And
Here's something you don't see too often these days. Do you remember the old wooden bat mallets? That brings me back to my childhood. That's all I used to do. I got a new bat and I loved knocking a bat in. I was a terrible batter. I don't think I was ever a good batter, even when I captained my team at club level. I'd bat myself 5. I wasn't good enough to be 5, Charles. I should have been down the order. But I loved knocking a bat in. So what you used to take is, if we stay on those boys there, the Namibians, you take a wooden mallet and it hardens up the middle and the edges of the bat. It helps to stop it from breaking, really.
Yeah, those are the days. And Asad Vala now, the captain of the PNG Barramundi, takes it upon himself to replace CJ.
They're yet to even take up near to half of the overs. They are looking in cruise control right now. Patel in particular, 35 off 43, looking so good.
So can Assad produce the wicket that PNG are looking for? USA cruising at this stage. He's had a good game so far. A half century to his name. Can he add a couple of wickets?
It reminds me a little bit of Ahmed Raza of the UAE when his side weren't performing in Texas in this series. He just kept saying, give me the ball. If you boys won't do it, I'll show you the way it needs to be done. And Vala led from the front with the bat. He's going to need to do the same with the ball.
The way to build up pressure is to restrict the scoring. USA are doing it with so much ease at the moment.
Have you been impressed with Mukamala? He's obviously had that big stroke of fortune being dropped when he was on just 21, but he's looked quite assured since then. Looks to go down the ground. Has he picked out long on? He has. Remarkable cricket stroke. USA were cantering, and Patel has taken on the longest boundary of the ground into the wind against his opposite number, and Asad Vala has struck as if from nowhere. PNG have found a wicket.
There you go. Commentator's curse.
A bit of a nothing delivery, a bit of a nothing shot. Maybe you could argue he was looking to go squarer, but it just wasn't needed, was it?
No.
They need 3.5 and over.
No need.
And his catching practice down to long on. And somehow USA have given a small window to PNG. Softest dismissal you would ever see. And after looking so good, he's gone for 35 off 44. And PNG have the second wicket.
Yes, and now PNG out of nowhere, really. Virtually almost in the same spot they picked up the first. So catching the outfield, and more importantly, Asad Vala picking up the wicket to continue his good game so far with the bat. Is this an opening?
One more look at this. I think he's trying to go square. He's trying to go out more towards deep mid-wicket, and he's just got it straighter than he intended. But the problem with the stroke is it's into the teeth of a gale. You said it perfectly. There's no way you can clear the ropes or score your boundaries at that end of the ground, particularly in the afternoon. 8-metre boundary, no chance. And from the final delivery of his first over, Asad Vala strikes and gives the home fans hope.
And interestingly, PNG still sticking with Norman Vanua here, despite a poor last over. But maybe because there's new batsmen at the crease. So let's see if PNG can make use of this opportunity and create a double wicket here.
Vice captain on strike. Batters having crossed. Tends to be quite a slow starter, so that will give PNG some hope. But the good thing for Jones is, with just over 100 required and 25 overs to get those runs in, there's zero scoreboard pressure of any kind, so he can take all the time in the world to get in, to adjust to the pace of the wicket. Very technically correct player, very athletic as well. You can see how quick he is between the wickets there. Always going to get home comfortably. He has added power to his game in recent years, but he gets a lot of criticism, particularly from Peter Della Penna, who I know will be watching on, the ESPN Cricinfo journalist, for being too slow early in his innings. Incredibly correct. He's a beautiful batter to watch. I think he'd make a very good four-day cricketer, actually. But sometimes he can just, let's say, be 20 off 45 deliveries to start with. Now, he often catches up. He'll get you 80 off 100. And we saw with his 100 against Scotland, his century not out, that he can really go through the gears late there. 51, 123 not out, and 62 in the last 3 innings in Edinburgh, in Aberdeen, correction, sorry. But that 123 came off just 87 deliveries, so he does have power, but often he'll just take a long while to start. I think if I remember correctly, he hit 48 off his last 12 deliveries in Aberdeen.
Wow.
But he's spot on. You described him perfectly there. He's integral to this middle order, and he is the technician. He's the engine room of the team. So he won't have any issues chasing 4 and over.
And that's not the issue for USA. They're cantering at the moment. But the loss of Patel has given an opportunity for PNG, and Vanua so far has produced a good over here.
He was just looking at the landmark. He's never made an ODI 50. Somehow PNG are back in this match. You and I thought it was game over. We thought it was all done, but never rule out the Barramundis, particularly on home soil. And I've got a very broad smile of Charles Amini next to me, a beauty from Vanua.
Hit on. And it's brought about his dismissal. Trying to play across the line. He's been batting so well so far. And I've noticed this with all the associate batsmen. When they get close to a milestone, they want to do it in style, don't they?
Well, a crazy stroke, really. You think about how correct he's been. And one back of a length, tending to keep low at this end of the ground. We've seen it throughout. Find a boundary, and he's dismissed. And USA will change their order. Won't be Jaskaran Malhotra at number 5. They're going to go Gajanan Singh to get the left-hand, right-hand combination in early. One more look. He's got to play with a straight bat here, Charles, surely.
Surely. And that's a punch. He's been doing that all match. Punch down the ground. He's opted to try and hook that over mid-wicket. But there you go. The 2 new batsmen at the crease, and PNG now have an opportunity to see if they can create more issues for the USA team.
Well,
2 new run rate's going to drop. If they can continue to build pressure, can they bring about another wicket?
like you said, you were very critical of Papua New Guinea in the first innings for losing those wickets in doubles, as you described them, in clusters. And they've just done it from consecutive overs. The final delivery of 2 overs in a row. The 2 set batters are gone, and Mayank Patel is going to be watching on in a state of fear from the dressing room, because the captain has gifted to his opposite number and then just found a way to give PNG a lifeline into this match. Norman Vanua takes the wickets 46, and Gajanan Singh and Aaron Jones will just want to settle the nerves of the American fans.
That's Vala bringing a slip here.
The only reason I'm surprised with the change in order, it's not because Gajanan Singh isn't a class act, he certainly is, but it's Asad Vala who's just bowled his first over. Surely you send Malhotra in, so the 2 right-handers are together to counteract the off-spinner. Singh will get off the mark. Not sure of the thinking there. Malhotra counter-attacked beautifully in game 1 when USA were in all sorts of trouble.
Maybe because he's bowling now.
Slower through the air, tempting. Interesting field set here, isn't there? There's a man at mid-wicket and square leg in the ring, but the man who you'd usually have up at 45s out at what you describe as a fine leg, and then deep mid-wicket and mid-on in place. 5 on the leg side. Does turn the ball. Vala, no, teasing, tempting. Trying to get Jones to pop one up to mid-wicket. Nearly does.
Well, the last 2 shots have been in the air, so is that sign of pressure?
Plenty of dots you can bowl to Jones early in his innings. 3 to close out that over. The Nelson comes up 1-1-1 for 3 after 26.
Yeah, good over from Asad there, just 2 runs. His opposing captain. So Norman Vanua picking up 2 wickets compared to the over before that, where he was hit around the park. So good comeback from Norman. And I think he's the danger man here, especially because of the end where he's bowling from. He's got enough pace if one of those keeps low to put pressure.
Wicket for Vanua and one for Vala. They're the two quick wickets to fall, back-to-back overs. It's after, we're just approaching 4 o'clock local time. For USA, they'll just want to steady the ship here now. Plenty of time to catch up. Gajanan Singh drives expansively out towards the sweeper. That's Legacy Aka, one of the few fielders who's been at his best today. Vanua just has a habit, doesn't he? He's a real wicket-taking bowler.
He is. And because he tries things, sometimes he'll get hit around the park, but he has that ability to pick up wickets.
Hit in the sky by Jones over the top of the mid-on fielder. Vanua just sprays it into his pads, and Jones takes on the challenge, critically hitting with the wind, so it's a simple.
He advanced down the wicket as well. So mindful of the variation in the bounce there. A fairly streaky shot, I think, from Jones. And probably highlighted by the fact that Siaka was brought in from the mid-wicket boundary. So there's nobody outside the circle on the leg side.
Simon Atai happy, get the helmet on and try and keep Jones back in his box. PNG just sensing there's an opportunity here. Get past one of these two. And then it's the last two out and out recognised batters at the crease then for USA.
Yeah, good comeback from Norman. 2 dot balls after the boundary. And PNG will have to apply pressure by continuing to bowl dot balls.
Jones has just been a bit early on his strokes, isn't he, to both the spinner and the seamer. He seems to be playing out in front of his body a touch. You can just sense PNG think there could be an opportunity coming to them.
I think so too, and I think that's why they brought Siaka up from deep mid-wicket into the circle. Now they're taking him back.
Nicely played off the back foot. Will just be a single. So Jones will keep the strike. 6 runs come from that over. 117 for 3. Jones picks up a single off Fala. And with 23 overs remaining, that required run rate continues to be very comfortable for USA. We just want to build a partnership between these two to make sure there isn't any late wobbles. But Papua New Guinea certainly will feel that if they can pick up a wicket or two, these two matches really mirroring each other, aren't they? 205 apiece in the tied match 2 days ago. Now today, Papua New Guinea undertook a few days ago. Good sharp single run pressure today. But yeah, in some ways, with the back-to-back wickets fall and then continued wickets in the middle order, pegged them back to mean that they could only score after the loss of Patel and Mukamala. 28 gone. It's 120 for 3. So change in bowling. Norman Vanua is going to come out of the attack, and in comes Chad Soper. Papua New Guinea showing the way it's got to be done at this ground. Seamers entirely and exclusively from this Bassini end of the ground. And definite difference between the two ends. Just see the Namibian side completing their training session. The Eagles are in town, having flown in yesterday. And they look a pretty sweaty group, having completed their first training session in the high humidity of Port Moresby. Very warm, 31 degrees and about 70% humidity to go with it. Singh gets that away through the offside for a single. To Charles Amini for the moment. He's got some things to attend to this afternoon, so you'll just fly solo with me for the rest of the chase. Andrew Leonard here with you. Do keep me company if you're watching on. I know it's the middle of the night now, really, isn't it? Back in America, 11 p.m. on Monday. I think I've got that right, have I? Yeah, 11 p.m. on Monday in San Francisco, 2 o'clock in the morning New York time. Probably approaching nearly midday if you're watching on fan code in India, and local time here in Papua New Guinea, it is just after 4 o'clock. So if you are watching on and you want to keep me company, get in touch. Message at Cricket Badge. That's cricket followed by BADGE. To me, Andrew Leonard. Cricket Badge on either Twitter or Instagram. You can send me a tweet or send me a direct message. Since I am flying solo for the rest of the afternoon, do keep me company if you can. Tell me where you're watching from, what part of the world. Are you watching on Willow TV back in North America in the early hours of the morning, or are you watching on from India, or maybe here in Papua New Guinea in between a bit of work perhaps? Let me know if you're enjoying the coverage and any questions. USA, despite those 2 wickets, still looking comfortable in the chase, and PNG certainly going to be in need of wickets. 4 runs come from that over, 3 off the bat. $88 more runs to win. They just need to hold their nerve here. Singh is going to play an aerial stroke over the mid-off fielder. That's into the wind, so he's only going to pick up a couple of runs. Always had enough on it to get it over the head of mid-off. Temptingly bowled by Asad Alavala. Nice to hear some American oil. As Singh gets this one around the corner, that's with the wind, and it's going to run down the hill. Little burst from Gajanan Singh. He gets himself to double figures, joins Aaron Jones on 10. Effective sweep shot here. Bit of a top edge, but plenty of control. Knew the man, not very fine. Good work by Kamea, who's had a difficult day in the field, isn't he? I mean, dropped that catch of Saiteja Mukamala. Coming up to the 30 over mark now, and USA, who'll be feeling that they could double their score from here, won't need to. They'll only need to score 83 more runs, and as long as the wickets stay in hand, USA should canter home. PNG desperately in need of more wickets. 129 for 3 now. Down the leg side from Soper. He's just strayed, and will pick up a couple more runs. He's looked very fluent to start with. 12 off 12 for him. Pressure at all on the required run rate, so might see PNG take some risk here to try and find wickets. Again, angling down the leg side from Soper. Worked around the corner for another single. There's the bowlers used so far for Papua New Guinea. 7 of them. And wickets falling to Kamea, Vanua and Vala. I wonder, would Damien Ravu be the man now to come back with a bit of a burst? Maybe replace Soper. Get that extra pace into the attack. Jones gets this through the gap. Not a big gap between cover and extra, but does enough to pick up a couple more runs. And this 4th wicket partnership has just adjusted nicely. Still early, but it's put on 25. 2 batter styles complementing each other nicely. Malhotra will be in next at 6. Nice to hear all your messages coming in on social in Ireland, back where I'm from originally. Enjoying a cup of tea while watching the cricket. Up the Irish, he says. Very good morning to you, mate. I wish I was having a cup of tea. The big question is it Barry's tea or is it Lions tea? They're the 2 competing tea brands back home. Kind of like both of them myself. I've never sat on either side of the fence. 31 gone, 135 for 3. That required run rate still at 4 and over. Just going to be needed at number 5. Do get in touch. Any questions you have, I'll try my best to answer them. Your commentator, Andrew Leonard, flying solo for the remaining 20 overs. Taking over. He'll be watching on the coverage, I'm sure, in the background from his meeting. hearing more reports from that earthquake that the death toll has risen. Sadly, it's up to 7 now confirmed. There are fears that there are more people buried under the landslides that were sparked by that 7.6 measured earthquake on the Richter scale. This is going to be 4 width on offer. It is Damien Review. I thought it might be back into the attack. Not the end I'd have bowled him from. I would have brought him on to replace Chad Soper, but width is the issue. And Jones pounces on this. Just a step down the track as well. And a good stroke beats the dive of the backward point fielder, Sese Bow. And the runs continue to flow. You're hearing reports of community leaders searching for people that they fear may be buried under landslides triggered by that 7.6 magnitude earthquake. And there was officially a second earthquake as well, actually, which measured about 5.0 on the Richter scale. 7 people are sadly confirmed dead as a result of the earthquakes, and we've seen pretty time. So our thoughts with everyone up in the highlands of Papua New Guinea. There is the Namibian side. They've completed their training at Moresby. Just wonder if my eyes are misleading me. We can go back to that shot if we can. I know Albie Morkel is here with the Namibian side. It looked awfully like Mornay Morkel in the middle of that shot. If we can get... Just wonder. I think that's Mornay Morkel there in the sunglasses. Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? So both of the Morkel brothers here with Namibia. 2 South African legends alongside Pierre de Bruin in the Namibian coaching setup. We'll see them in action in just 2 days' time. Short ball. I think this is going to be given as a wide. No, it's not. Surprising that. I thought that went on. I think they're going to Aaron Jones, and then Rahul Jarawala is bringing on some gloves for Gajanan Singh. And that's the general scene. The Rugby League Stadium behind us, and it is indeed Mornay Morkel confirmed with that Namibian side. Big, strong, fast bowler, wasn't he? The South African. Thanks for getting in touch. Enjoying Bob Hubbardston messaging on, enjoying the game from USA, 2:13 a.m. local time. Which part of Australia in, mate? Hope you're enjoying all the action. I'm sure you're cheering on Team USA. Burning the midnight oil there. And the US batters have got their change of gloves. And the finish line is coming into sight for them. They've got 18 overs left to bat and only 71 runs to get. Here's a couple of kids enjoying, a bit full of energy. So change of ends for CJ Amini. Just wonder, has Asad Vala got this one a bit wrong? I think the move to Damien Review was the right one, but he needed to come on from this end of the ground. Instead, maybe he's just taking a gamble, taking a risk, and he's saying, I'm going to try and tempt these 2 batters who'll be hitting with that strong wind to take on the straight boundary, try and buy a wicket from the leg spinner. But Singh's happy to just work it down the ground for 1. Jones just surveying the field. 4 men outside the circle. Long on, deep mid-wicket on the leg side. And Amini's bowling into a strong wind. That wind that seems to be getting ever stronger, 15 to 20 kilometres. Jones happy to just watch for the moment and survey. More fans messaging in. Massachusetts, USA. 2 o'clock in the morning. Great to hear the passion. As Jones just starts to dot up. No real intent to pick up runs off the leg spinner Amini, who's at a change of ends. Coming in for the first time in this series, in fact, return of Amini. 33 gone. 1 4 3 for 3. More messages coming in on social media. Sean Hutton says, at Cricket Badge, good morning, a weird one for me. I'm watching this game from Edinburgh, Scotland as I'm on my holidays, but I'd usually be watching on from Brisbane. Sean, enjoy the holidays. Gorgeous part of the world, Edinburgh. Also Bris Vegas, as it's known, or Brisbane, where you're from. Great neck of the woods too. As Jones drives through the offside elegantly, stylishly, and for 4. Over pitch from Ravu. I think the bowlers are bowling at the wrong ends here. As Ravu goes too full. And Jones helps it away for his first boundary in a long time. Lovely shot. Out and out half volley though. USA start to close in on victory. Look very comfortable, very confident in the chase despite that quick double loss of Patel and then Mukamala. And if they can just bat for another 6 or 7 overs here, this pair, the game will be all but done, you suspect. Only 64 more needed to win. Yeah, Singh has looked particularly good, hasn't he? 16 off 17, busy at the crease. Pretty unchallenged as well. Already those games being played since they gained ODI status in 2019. They did play 2 games back. Would you believe it? From nowhere, a wicket. The extra pacer Ravu. And just like Taylor gave it away, just like Patel gave it away, somehow Aaron Jones is holed out. Short ball perhaps surprised the vice-captain a touch. And Tony Ura again has gleefully accepted the present. I was speechless because it just looked like the game was going away from Papua New Guinea, but the short ball tactic from Ravu has bought a wicket. Good catch held by Tony Ura out of deep backward square leg, and Aaron Jones cannot believe he's given it away as well. Caught in the deep for 24 from 37 deliveries. PNG keep fighting. Wickets their only way back into the game. A big one, the vice-captain gone. played a good counter-attacking knock, made 54 off just 43 deliveries and made them in very stylish fashion. But for USA, who've looked in control of this chase, they keep just giving wickets away. At the end of the 34th, 149 for 4. You look at the wickets to fall. Stephen Taylor, big waist-high full toss, helped around the corner to Chad Soper, who took a comfortable catch down it. Fine leg before Madank Patel gave it away in extraordinary fashion to his opposite number. Asad Vala looking for a slog sweep. He long on fielder Tony Ora. Mukamala chopped on to Norman Vanua. And then Aaron Jones simply gave it away. Short ball from Damien Revue. A small chink in the armour of the Americans. It's the googly out of the back of the hand. Nicely bowled by Amini. Really enjoying all of your messages, keeping me company here in the commentary box. Good one. So I got up and started to work with the game on. Not much work happening, so I'm just enjoying the broadcast. Great to hear from you, Bob. 150 in the 35th over. Narendra Agarwal watching on from Hyderabad. Good to hear from you. Must be morning time there in India. Probably coming up towards midday, is it? Well, you're watching us live from Port Moresby in beautiful Papua New Guinea. As PNG hosts their first one-day international cricket for the best part of a minute away. Yes, he has. What is going on here? Malhotra stares down at his bat. I don't know why he's doing that, because he's picked out the long-on fielder. And USA are simply gifting Papua New Guinea wickets. Tossed up above the eye line. He was hitting with the wind, but all he could do was pick out the long-on fielder. Is there a twist? Is there a game on here? Of Legacy Aka. He's not going to drop that. And USA have lost Malhotra for a duck. And again, they've lost back-to-back wickets, just like they did with Patel and Mukamala. Now, it's Jones and Malhotra. He can shake his head all he wants. He's gone for a second ball duck. USA. Well, a chase that was looking so comfortable is now anything but. Wickets have brought the hosts back into the game. The fans are coming into it as well. And Papua New Guinea are going to keep fighting. You can never take your eyes off associate cricket. It's the best product there is, I reckon. It's unpredictable. It's entertaining. Such passion and skill on show as well. And Papua New Guinea might be dreaming of a second win here in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. There's another one. A beauty. Nisarg Patel just spoons it up to the cover fielder, and Gajanan Singh turns and looks at the bench and wonders what is going on. Amini with 2 in the over, a triple strike in the course of 2 overs. Nisarg Patel's disastrous day continues. Was nowhere with the ball. A little bit of dip, that's what's done for Patel. He closed the face of the bat and it just looped up to the cover fielder. Papua New Guinea, they think they're ahead of the game now. 3 wickets in 2 overs and USA are rattled. Well, extraordinary stuff. Nosh Kenjige has probably had to scramble to get the pads on, because we've seen 3 wickets fall in quick succession. 2 and 3 balls. It's 3 and 9 in total. Not even at the second drinks break yet. And we're seeing real drama here. Gajanan Singh is going to have to almost single-handedly get his side over the line. There's still 61 more runs required. Don't think that into play. It's only 4 and over needed. But the problem is for Singh, he's running out of men come and go at the far end. And all of this goes back to 2 truly remarkable strokes. One from the captain, Manang Patel, who's holed out to long on when it wasn't needed, and then Aaron Jones did the exact same thing. Follow that stroke for a second ball duck. And now the USA have a real knack of stealing defeat or ties from winning positions. And they are in a real contest now. Chad Soper is going to return to the attack. He's got 4 overs left. A change of ends for him. Maybe it was a masterstroke from dip. It wasn't really the turn that bought that wicket, but it was the late drift and the late dip that's confused Nisarg Patel, made him readjust. Now USA's hopes are riding almost solely on Gajanan Singh. Kenjige certainly capable with the Singh. And Netravalkar, real concerns right now for USA. 2 absolute thrillers. We saw a tie 2 days ago. And who knows, we may well see a tie again today, the way this game is going. Looks like it's going all the way again. Brilliant start to the series. The return of international cricket to Papua New Guinea has been worth waiting for. Nicely played by Singh. It'll just be a single down to Sema Kamea. Imagine that catch was taken by Kamea. Ala went on to make 46. Kenjige, watchful in defence to start with. Similar situation for USA to the game, the thrilling game, the 1-wicket win against UAE in Aberdeen. Looked for all money like they were going to canter to victory. And then they had to rely upon Gajanan Singh to get them over the line, but only just over the line. Kenjige gets off the mark into the leg side. Ripples of applause from the American bench. 36 gone, 153 for 6. There is the American bench, and look at Aaron Jones. You can see him talking about his dismissal. I think that might be Jaskar Malhotra he's talking to. Also gave it away, Yasser Mohammed and Kyle Phillip looking very animated. The subs bench, and no sign of the head coach. The head coach disgusted with his... And right now, the American flag, it may be fluttering in the wind. They're in trouble, in real trouble. Still not at the second drinks break yet. And CJ Amini, 2 for 28. 3 more threatening overs to come from him. He's looked really good, hasn't he, with the change of ends, using that wind he's bowling into to generate good drift and full toss. And Kenjige just taps it back to mid-on. Oh, big moments in the match here. Big concern for American fans now. Dot balls building up as well, pressure building up, drama. About a foot wide of fielders you'll see around the world of cricket. And if he can't get there, no one can. But again, tentative from Kenjigate. It was a half volley, and he just almost spooned it back up to the bowler. Again, the drift, though, bowling into the wind, is what's causing problems. You can see it there. Drift and then dip as well, because it's going to drop more violently for the leg spinner bowling into a very stiff breeze. USA being asked all sorts of questions. 5 consecutive dots. Tension rising. Pressure building. Who will hold their nerve here? Maiden over. Super bowling from Amini. He's got 2 left. And that will get us to the second drinks break. Don't go anywhere. This game is going all the way to the death again. 37 gone. 153 for 6. So 13 overs remain, and real drama we've seen over the course of the last 20 or 30 minutes in particular. Papua New Guinea have found a way back into the game thanks to 3 quick wickets. Brilliant captaincy by Asad Alavala to rotate his bowlers and just keep squeezing the opposition, keep asking questions of them. And he's given USA just enough rope to get themselves into trouble. Quick single from Singh, very well placed, right in between the 2 fielders, close in the offside. Kenjigate is going to have to carry his fair share as well. Massive game this for USA. have to target at least 5, if not 7 points from this series to keep their hopes alive of a top 3 finish in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Look at the points table after this delivery. They are currently in 3rd place. They've played a lot more games than many of their opposition. As Kenjige looks for a big stroke and it's given. I thought there might have been a bit of bat involved with this. We're side on to the wicket. But Kenjige, what sort of a shot is this? If he hasn't hit it, let's take a look at the replay. Oh, he's got nowhere near it. An outrageous stroke. He's given it away. And look at Gajanan Singh. Good decision from Donovan Kosh. What I thought was potentially some bat was actually just pad onto pad. And PNG have their 7th, and they're sensing a historic victory here on home soil. Kenjige's gone for 1. Another shot he's not going to want to see again. And USA in all sorts of trouble. 1-5. 4 for 7 now. To find some kind of a way back into this game. But rather remarkably, USA have collapsed, losing 4 wickets in no time at all. Singh straight to the mid-off fielder this time. Closes out a wicket taking over for Chad Soper. He's been really impressive. 8 gone, 38 gone overall. 1-5, 4 for 7. Mix up. Direct hit would have been gone. Now Singh is going to get through for the single. Gajanan Singh, that is. Jesse Singh, we saw this in his innings the other day. 2 or 3 mix up with Nosh Kenjige. Just gets a bit panicky with his running between the wickets. Probably wasn't a single there, but the overthrow will allow them to get through for 1. Every run seems to be dramatic right now. Long, long way away to get the 57 more runs required. And somehow, who's got 11 deliveries left in his spell, starts with a big full toss. Another full toss missed out on, just like the one Kenjige missed out upon. USA completely melting under the pressure here. Single, not where Singh intended. He was looking to hit it into the leg side, but it came off a thick outside edge and squirted wide of Asad Vala at cover. Looks for the sweep shot, which he enjoys, Singh, but can't get it past the man who's in the ring at fine leg. Yeah, the two Singhs, Gajanand and drama every ball. This time it comes off an under edge. Won't through a dot ball and keep the strike for the 40th over. That's going to be number 8. Again, it's the dip and the drift. All Singh needed to do was keep that ball out. And look at Gajanand Singh at the non-striker's end. He can't believe what he's witnessing. CJ Amini on fire. He's got 3 for. And Papua New Guinea, they're daring to dream of a big, big win here. Here's a look at the replay. This is, and the dip, and then the turn. That's what you talk about as a leg spinner. Papua New Guinea are on top after the second drinks break. Gajanand Singh is just running out of partners. He doesn't know what to do, where to look. And you've got to look back at some of the shot selection. Aaron Jones, Jaskaran Malhotra. But in around that, some crazy shots down the leg side. Thuds off the pad, I think. Keeper was convinced. Don't know why they're asking the square leg umpire. Let's have a look. Yeah, thuds off the thigh. The flap of the pad. Very good decision. Keeper was awfully excited, wasn't he, Simon Atai? Definitely off the pad. Good umpiring from the Australian Donovan Kosh. This game looks like it's only going one way right now. Going the way of the home side, Papua New Guinea. They have been sensational over the last 45 minutes. Aided, yes, by a couple of very poor strokes, but great credit to the Barramundis. The way they've come out, particularly after that first drinks break, and kept fighting, bringing good energy, good intent. And Singh gets an under edge. Wants the second. Will he be able to get there? No. Good decision. We'll bring Stevenson on to strike for the first time. Have to look at some of the shot choices. Can Gajanand Singh pull off another miracle? It's going to have to be him, really, and maybe him alone. He'll do the bulk of the run scoring. Still 54 more runs needed. 63 deliveries remain. PNG have been brilliant at giving nothing away. Stevenson certainly capable with the bat. He hasn't got anything like the weight of runs you'd expect for a player of his quality in USA colours. Going to be runs into the offside. Should be a couple, you'd imagine, but Singh was ready for the second. Stevenson wasn't. It was a long way to the right of Seamus Kamea, who's a left-handed thrower. Definitely a run missed out on there. Singh gets that away for a single. He'll keep the strike. The second power play is over. It's belonged to Papua New Guinea because they have caused all sorts of problems for the visitors here from America. USA will have been targeting 2 wins to get their series going. They tied the first match. They're going to need something very special to win the second. They've collapsed. They were 108 for 1. And they have lost 7 wickets for just 60 for 8. Patel, Mukamala, Jones, Malhotra, Nisarg Patel, Nosh Kenjige, and then Jesse Singh. Papua New Guinea, 2 good deliveries away. He's got 6 balls to work with. I think Singh might consider just seeing off the leg spinner. Instead, Stevenson's going to be brought on to strike. And the right-handers, Amini has dismissed Malhotra, Nisarg Patel and Jesse Singh. He could be about to make it a fourth right-hander. If he does, surely PNG will get over the line. But what a collapse it's been, an epic collapse. Spark, first wicket from Asad Vala. Shot that I can't believe Manang Patel played. He was looking so good, 35 off 43 at the time, and just gave it away to long on. Mix up, and Stevenson turns down the single. Probably missed out on a real boundary ball there, but he picked out the fine leg fielder, Legasiaka, who did enough. Singh had run halfway down. Watchful this time. Leg spinners looked really threatening to the right-handers from this change of ends. Great credit to Asad Vala. I questioned it. Mainly the spinners have operated from the other end of the ground, but bowling into the wind, I mean, he's got that dip to work for him. Driven, but straight to the man. Asad Vala. I wonder will Vala consider opens up his sleeve as well. 7 bowlers used for Papua New Guinea. This game has been almost as absorbing as the first one. Couldn't keep your eyes off that one. And with this calamitous collapse, we're going to have another game ending in the shadows. Just 2 more wickets. That will do the day for CJ Amini. 3 for 32, including a maiden. Brilliant spell of bowling from the all-rounder. Beautiful leg breaks. All 3 of his wickets came in that second spell. And big questions to answer, particularly for Gajanan Singh. Massive. He's really the only one who can get it done. As the home crowd look delighted in the stands. There are the 7 bowlers used so far. Look at the fall of wickets, particularly from 149 for 3. It's been like a machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. 5 wickets have fallen for just 8 runs. Not just into the game, they're heavy favourites here. All they need is 2 good deliveries. They'll get it done. The Barramundis sensing a big, big win. Singh won't get back for the second. Difference in the running between the wickets between these two sides. Cataclysmic. Really is. Papua New Guinea excellent between the wickets. They turned every 1 into 2, every 2 into 3. That was possible. And USA have been tentative. They've looked certainly to have been out-conditioned by their rivals. And that's made a big difference, probably a 20 or 30 run difference, which has kept PNG in this class. 4 deliveries left for Soper. The required run rate coming into the game as well. At least 4. Clear the ropes if he needs to. The left-hander has been watchful today. He was watching. The music starts to play out from the home DJ. Fans definitely starting to believe. Can't really afford to go back on this wicket either. Needs to be careful, Stevenson. One delivery remains for Soper. And big question for PNG. Who will they bowl? From here, Amini excellent. Chad Soper. Do they go back to the Pacers, to Vanua, or to Ravu? Kamea, or will they consider what I think they might, which would be Asado Avala bowling himself? Can't see Sese Bao bowling, so he won't be used, but they've got 5 overs left for Kamea and Ravu, because rather remarkably, from nowhere, it's now a run a ball to win. 48 to win from 48 deliveries. I said several times during the chase that the required run rate will not come into the game. Well, great credit to Papua New Guinea. Somehow they've dragged the required rate into the match. Team dugout watching on with great trepidation. They know if America don't get over the line here, and it's a long way to go for them to get over the line, their shots are going to come into question. You have to remember the score at one point in the 23rd over was 103 for 2. And then in the 32nd over, it was 131 for 4. Since then, in fact, we'll get those numbers right. I'm looking at the wrong scorecard there, haven't I? It was for 1 at one point, and then later in the chase of Patel and Mukamala, it was 149 for 3. So a disastrous collapse from there for USA. But they still have some hope. It's not just been the wickets that have fallen, it's the complete paucity of runs. The last boundary was all the way back in the 34th over, from the first delivery of the 34th over. Since then, no. When Charles Amini left me, we thought the game was done. Instead, PNG right on top now. And Stevenson, he's still there, but he's just 2 off 13. And every dot continues to rise the pressure on America, and particularly Gajanan Singh. Down the leg side as Stevenson got something on this. It's going to be a boundary. We'll wait for the signal. It's given us wides. It's 5 wides. Big moment in the match, that. No boundaries for 9 overs. There still isn't a boundary off the bat. Yeah, sharp movement down the leg side, and the first misstep from Simon Atai. He's been so good with the gloves, but just missided potentially by Stevenson. Two thrilling matches we've seen to start the series. Let's hope all 6 are like this. Good stroke. That is going to be a boundary off the bat. Picked up the length nicely, Stevenson. USA come rocketing back into the chase. 37 to win now. And with the 5 wides and that boundary, the required run rate comes flying down from a run of ball. Poor delivery from Vanua. Just sat up to be hit, didn't it? And over towards the shorter boundary. USA have life again. Yeah, there's the American bench. Jagadish Aaron Kumar looks a very nervous man. Jaskaran Malhotra. It is just Saurav Netravalkar with the helmet on there left for USA. Nobody else left in the hutch. Nosh Kenjige is questioning his shot, and well he might. An absolute shocker from him. 10 runs come from that over. More like it for USA. 38 to win off 42. 7 remain. 174 for 8. So just as I thought it might be, it will be Asad Vala into the attack with his off breaks. Good move this, I feel. He's got the left-hander to bowl too. Singh will be hitting into the wind. Plenty of protection on the leg side to the shorter boundary. Deep backward square leg, deep long on in place, also long off, and deep cover. So only 4 fielders in the circle. Just short of the backward point fielder. Singh will have had his heart in his mouth. He's right on the money. Stevenson not backing up far either. The American running between the wickets has been really poor, to be frank. Hit into the sky. He's going to get very lucky here. He's hit it there. Comes off a top edge. Massive moment in the game. Vala haired after it himself. So did Semu Kamen. Would have fallen safely. Real fortune for Gajanan Singh. Good move this from Asad Vala to get himself into the attack. I think the Americans have enjoyed the pace on the ball. Both Vanua and Ravu have been expensive at points. So taking the pace off and forcing 7-5 for 8. So more than a run of ball needed and plenty of drama assured over the course of the next 20 minutes or so. Gajanan Singh, who looks so comfortable early in his innings, picked up runs with great fluency, has just watched. Thuds into the pad, angling down the leg side. Will be a leg by, get Stevenson back on strike. Stevenson's going to have to chip in. Can't just block out. Good stroke in front of square. Only going to be a single. The difference in the running between the wickets, like 2 different sports out there. Papua New Guinea were excellent, athletic, mobile, agile, cons of 2s in the first innings. In fact, in their entire innings, they only hit 12 boundaries, 12 fours that is, and 1 6. So, whereas USA have been tardy between the wickets, they've looked tired. Looks like the heat and the humidity has affected them. And they're going to need a miracle at the death here for this 9th wicket and maybe the 10th wicket to come. Here comes Vanua. Finally takes on the fielder in the deep. Good straight drive from Stevenson. Just feels like the result's still possible again. 32 more to win, 31 to tie, and 31 balls to do it in. Dot ball will close out Vanua's 7th. He's got 1 for 35. 45 gone, 5 to go. 180 for 8. Runs down behind. Square on the leg side. Should be 3. And Stevenson gets in and gets back for the 3rd. Just take a look at the replay of that delivery if we can. A little bit of fortune actually for Singh. It was an outside edge. I'm just getting a second look at that. No slip in place. Good start to the over for USA. Get the sense that if Singh is there, maybe USA can just creep over the line somehow. Stevenson has played a nice hand. Good diving stop from Vala. Well, that's leadership from the skipper. He's been excellent in the way he's led his troops and taking the responsibility here. Stevenson will feel he's missed out there. It was a short delivery, had to pick up a single, just couldn't beat the man at mid-wicket. Pressure builds again, 3 consecutive dots. Fuller this time, and Stevenson misses out on a full toss. Something's got to give here. Disgust from the American walk over just to compose himself. Misses out on a really poor full toss he can't put away either. Crowd starting to get into it. Advice being shouted on from the sidelines. What a conclusion we have in our hands. And he's chipped it straight to mid-wicket. Stevenson smashes the bat in agony. And Vala, a master stroke. Probably not his greatest over. But with Stevenson, and the big fast bowler has spooned it up off the back foot, maybe just stuck in the turf a touch. And look at the dismay. Papua New Guinea, 1 ball away. It's 183 for 9. Stevenson gone for 9. So, USA now in need of a miracle. 10th wicket partnership is going to need to put on 29. And Gajanan Singh is probably going to have to get the vast majority of those runs. He has seen 6 batters come and go at the far end. He came in at number 5 up the order, and now he's left with only Saurav Netravalkar and no one else. Just wonder, will Singh start to go on the offensive? He was trying to build a partnership with Stevenson. Not sure he'll be able to do the same with Netravalkar. Yeah, time to go at it. He's going to attack everything now. Cutter, good slower ball from Vanua. Deceives Singh. Down the leg side, should be signalled as a wide. It won't. Might have just made some contact with Singh, maybe something on the glove. Singh has to remember to hold his shape, and Vanu is going almost exclusively to cutters. Clever bowling. Realises that pace on, maybe not the best option to Gajanan Singh. Bowled into the wicket, helped around the corner. That'll bring Netravalkar on to strike for the first time. Singh rapidly running out of partners. Papua New Guinea, this is really going to be a win for the ages for them. We called it a tie for the ages the other day. Yes, they've been helped by some bizarre tactics, but they bowled and fielded pretty well, particularly after that first drinks break, aided by a pitch that's got a bit... This one beats Netravalkar under his bat. But the game is theirs for the taking. One good delivery. We'll just keep closing it out with dot balls. Boundaries haven't come for anyone, really, since the dismissal of Aaron Jones. And Netravalkar can't get anything on this one. Have to remember, they were 149 for 3. And moments later, they were 157 for 8. Lost 5 wickets. To leave their hopes in tatters. And maybe, just maybe, going to be a famous win here for Papua New Guinea. 3 overs to go, 18 balls left. Singh is going to need a massive over here with the short leg side boundary. It's 184 for 9. So PNG, inspired by their captain, Asad Vala. He's got 2 for 16. And he's been like a strategist, hasn't he? A chess strategist, just moving his pieces on the board and outthinking the Americans. For Gajanan Singh, how long can he wait? 28 off 3 overs. He's going to have to go. Dead ball will be signalled. Wasn't ready. Vala's just crept up on him. The problem is, even though it's a shorter leg side boundary, if he goes down the ground, he'll be hitting into the wind. He's got even close to hitting a 6 straight down the ground at this end. So he'll have to go square the wicket. He goes square the wicket to the longer side. Picks up a single. That's going to expose Netravalkar. Vala, an inspired choice to bring himself on so late in the innings for his second spell. Combined with CJ Amini's brilliant 3 for 32. And wickets for all the other bowlers. Kamea, Ravu, Soper and Vanua have all picked up at least one. Sese Bao, the only bowler not to pick up a wicket, has left PNG on the brink of victory. One more good delivery. That's all it's going to take. And that's it. Kept a bit low. Netravalkar's gone back and Gajanan Singh is left stranded, sparking wild scenes of celebration for Papua New Guinea. The home crowd ecstatic and jubilant. USA have collapsed in a heap. They've lost their last 7 wickets for 36 runs. And Papua New Guinea, after tying the first game, they've won. They were 149 for 3. But a combination of some inspired captaincy, some good bowling, has left the kids jumping for joy in the stands. Look at them go. And here comes, you can probably hear it. Beautiful moments for Papua New Guinea. They've waited a long time for international cricket to come back, and USA have been beaten here. A big upset. 3rd in the table, have gone down to defeat, defeated by 26 runs. An extraordinary collapse, and there's a delighted Cricket Papua New Guinea CEO just walking through the left of your shot. That's Greg Campbell, former Australian Test cricketer, clapping his barramundis off. And for USA, they've been beaten out of sight. A disastrous defeat for USA. But great credit to Papua New Guinea. They've deserved every part of this win, as USA have simply not been good enough. They've been outthought. Is going to be that for game number 2. A brilliant victory for Papua New Guinea. They're just their second win in this competition, and you have to say they've deserved every bit of it. They've played some really good stuff. They fought hard through Asadolavala to get up to something of a defendable total. We still felt it was under par at proper order. From number 5 down, 0, 0, 1, 1, 9 and 0. And Gajanan Singh has been left stranded on 33 not out. The inquest will begin for USA. Simply not good enough today. For the bowlers, 3 wickets apiece for Asad Vala, who's a cert for the player of the match surely, and CJ Amini, who takes 3 for 32. And that Papua New Guinea have run out victors by a good margin, 26 runs. And that is going to get the points table up on board, with PNG moving up to 5. It's been heavy going for them away from home, but they've picked up 3 points from just 2 games here on home, so they wish they could have played a bit more here. And for USA, who wanted to close the gap on Scotland and Oman, they'll have hard to victory by their captain, who's surely going to be the player of the match. 64 with the bat, 3 for 30, 3 for 17 with the ball to go alongside in just a few moments. Thanks so much for watching. See you very soon. Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for game number 2 of this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 here in Port Moresby. We've seen another thrilling match. It looked very much like it was going to be USA taking the win for probably 75% of the game or so, but PNG have clawed their way back into the winners by 26 runs after an entertaining contest. We'll speak first to the USA. Malank, must be an incredibly disappointed dressing room right now. Can you pinpoint where it went wrong in the chase?
Absolutely, we're really disappointed with the loss today. I think we were cruising in till the 24th over. We were 108 for 1, and when we lost my wicket, the top 5 batsmen scored 160 altogether, and the remaining batsmen couldn't score more than 15. And we couldn't basically did in this game.
Even after your wicket, though, you were 149 for 3, and you then lost 5 wickets for just 8 runs. Some of the shot selection in particular must come into question.
Absolutely, yeah. There was no match awareness. There was a set batting. The other bats, lower middle order, should just support him and make sure they rotate the strike. But they made small mistakes, and here we are.
You pay a heavy price. That defeat could come back to haunt you. You've only got 6 games left. You may well need to win them all from here.
We need to make sure that we don't. Just need to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes and play our best game.
Finally, you've got 3 men on the bench here. Someone like Yasser Mohammed in particular has carried the drink snowfall.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to use our best 11 according to the situation and the conditions we get here. And we'll definitely see what changes we need to make for the next game.
Okay, very hard luck today, Malank. See you in a couple of days' time. Yeah, disappointed Malank Patel. We're not going to speak to Asad Alavala yet. You can probably guess why. Time now to call in our player of the match presenter. So we'd like Mr. Paul to come up on stage with me, sir. Great to have you with us, and thank you so much for all of your support with Cricket Papua New Guinea. So really just one choice for the player of the match. We'll ask the PA just to hold on from announcing it for just one moment. Don't get ahead of us. So a few contenders though. So Tejo Mukamala, 46 for him. Brilliant stuff from CJ Amini too. He took 3 for 32, but really only one choice. 3 for 17 with the ball. He took the winning wicket, and 64 with the bat. It's the captain of Papua New Guinea. It goes to Asad Alavala. So Asad's going to pose for a few photos with Mr. Paul Narao, director of Kumul Petroleum Limited, the major sponsors of Cricket Papua New Guinea. Paul, you maybe stick that cap on as well. Thanks so much for your support. We'll speak to Asad now. Stay with me, Asad. Asad, it feels to me like you dragged your side over the line there. How did you do it?
I think that's what I try to do. Try to lead from the front, and it was a really good opportunity for me to score a few runs today. We try to build partnerships. We knew that it was going to be a difficult wicket to bet on, to chase on. So, like I said earlier on, we try to bet first and put some decent total on the board for us to defend, and the plan went well for us.
Approaching the second drinks break, USA were cruising, 149 for 3. Did you still believe you could find a way back into the game at that stage?
Yeah, definitely. We knew that it was a difficult wicket to start on. If we grab a couple of wickets, we'll be in the game, and CJ and Damien, and I think they piled under pressure, and we got some really good wickets, and I put them under pressure towards the end.
Special moment in front of the home crowd. It's been a long time since international cricket's returned here. I know it's a work day, not as big a crowd as Sunday, but those who are here are going to remember this day for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. And it's been a long time coming for us. Like I said, we haven't played at home for a while, so to get a draw and a win, it's really good for us. Playing in front of our friends and family, to show the way we want to play cricket at home. We're trying to defend our turf and our home ground. So another opportunity against Namibia coming up. So hopefully we can. But for us now, it's about recovering well and training well, and hopefully we can come prepared against a really good side in Namibia.
Let's look forward to that. You've got the celebrations of Independence Day first on Friday, and then 2 games against a really good Namibian side. But the way you're playing at the moment, you'll be confident going into those games.
Yeah, we've been playing some really good cricket. We bowl really well at certain stages, and our batting, I think we need to click and put some more partnerships together, long partnerships. So hopefully we can, we need some batters, like top 4 batters in the 40 and total, like 240, 250 is a really can execute them against Namibia.
Asad, I can't think of too many more deserving Player of the Match awards. You were brilliant today. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Asad Vala, the Player of the Match today.
60 odd with the bat and 3 for with the ball. USA are going to be distraught tonight. They somehow conspired to lose this match. Great credit though to Papua New Guinea. They were excellent. Just their second win in this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League. 10 local time. We'll be on air about 10 minutes before that. Come and watch us then on ICC.tv.